What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. These are going to be the horoscopes for September of 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. We are getting into the month ahead. We're going to be taking a look at all 12 rising signs and discussing the most important transits of this month. All right, so if you guys haven't met me before, it's nice to meet you. My name is Candice. I am a Western and evolutionary astrologer. I like to combine astrology with the Sabian symbols and tarot to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. So I'm really excited to have you here in my digital office space so I can give you a personalized reading and let you know what's coming. So let's get into the offerings for this month. Just a heads up, guys, my USA election webinar is available. It's been available for a little bit, and a lot of the things that I predicted are already happening. So if you're wondering what's going to be happening for the United States chart, the likely outcome of the election, some of the potential replacement candidates, and much, much more. We look all the way into Inauguration Day on 2025, and we talk a lot about kind of what may be unfolding. So if you guys are interested in that, it is for sale on my website. You can check that out. It's over 4 hours long of content. We go and do a deep dive in the US chart. We look at progressions, solar returns, and we also look at all of the potential candidates. I recorded this actually several months ago before the first debate, so it's kind of interesting to see how some of these things have manifested so far. Now in September, we're going to be starting eclipse season. Oh my goodness. We're going to be having an eclipse this month, a lunar eclipse in Libra, a lunar eclipse in Pisces. Hello, lunar eclipse in Pisces. And this is going to be the very first eclipse that we're going to be seeing as a part of the new eclipse cycles that are coming in 2025, when the North Node moves into Pisces and the South Node moves into Virgo. So there's going to be really big energies happening. I have been working on this presentation this month, and I have not gotten it out yet. So my goal is to get this out on the website by the end of August. So if you're watching this in August, don't worry, it's coming. I'm going to be recording a pre-recorded presentation on my take on the two eclipses. First, the Pisces eclipse for September, and then also the solar eclipse in Libra that'll be taking place in October. If you guys have seen some of my presentations, they are pretty involved, pretty long. And I'll be talking about what this new eclipse cycle means, what it's going to be doing for the 12 rising signs, and some of my kind of world predictions with that. Lots of info in those webinars, how to work with the eclipses, and much, much more. So I recommend make sure you're subscribed to the channel. That way you get an alert when this becomes available on my website. Equally, you can join my newsletter. So if you sign up for my newsletter on my website, you'll get alerted as to when this is available. But yeah, big energy is taking place this month with that Pisces eclipse. Now, if you like my work and you want to support me, consider joining my YouTube memberships. I actually have memberships where you can get in on one of 3 different levels to support my work. I am a full-time content creator. I create content all week long. I put out high quality, long format content, not just talking to you about what's going on out in the world and in your own lives, but also teaching astrology. So if you guys want to support me, you can join my memberships and check that out. We do readings that come with the level 3 membership. So if you want to get a reading once a month from me live on a Friday night, you can join a membership level. Sorry guys, Mercury's still in retrograde. Also, if you guys like this reading, I appreciate it if you want to donate. You can scan the QR code right up there. You can give me a tip if you found this helpful. But there's no need to really give anything. You don't have to do that. It's as simple as liking this video, giving me a comment, letting me know how the month plays out for you. I love to hear at the end of the month, you guys come back and give me your full report. And a lot of people, I always laugh reading the comments, are really direct with like, hey, this happened this day, this happened that day. And it's really fun to watch. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Please do not forget to like, comment, share. Any interaction with the video helps the video get out into YouTube. It helps the algorithm and other people will see that. And it helps my channel grow. I have a goal of hitting 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I would really appreciate it if you would click the bell button below and subscribe to my work. By doing so, you're going to be alerted as to when I have new videos coming out on the channel. Now, I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday creating videos. Fridays, we do live shows. Sundays, we put out kind of a week ahead. We do astro weather and kind of talk about some of the biggest events. But you'll find things like new and full moon reports, including eclipses, retrogrades, and specific transit videos that I do to help you guys understand and kind of better plan your life. So please do subscribe. I am here every Friday. We do Friday live readings. We alternate. Some weeks we do astrology, some weeks we do tarot. We are here at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern, and we usually hang out for a couple hours. So whether you want to get a reading, you want to hang out in the chat, or you want to learn more about my work, stop by and consider hanging out with me on a live. Now, if you like my work and you want to book a personalized reading with me, I do things like natal chart readings, transit readings, election readings for special events, as well as synastry for relationships, and much, much more. I offer full and half-hour sessions. I also do reports. So everything, that's on my website in terms of my services, my availability, like my calendar, and my pricing is all there. So I recommend checking out my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Like I said, while you're there, sign up for the newsletter if you can, so that way you're alerted as to when I have new stuff. I am now taking new clients, and my readings start in November. So if you are a Scorpio, if you're a Sag, if you're a Capricorn, if you know that you want to get either a birthday reading or if you're wanting to get a New Year's reading, I recommend booking that soon. And we have gift cards available too. So if you want to give a gift of a reading for someone, it's an awesome gift. We have instant digital gift cards that you can purchase on the website, and you can give that away to your friends and family. All right, well, thank you for letting me get my offerings out. If you're new to my channel, the way that I like to do this is I usually talk about the transits. I give you a snapshot in this screen of everything that I'm going to be discussing in the video today. What I'll be doing is pulling up each and every one of the 12 rising signs, and I'm going to touch on all of these transits. Some of you guys have been watching me for a long time. I've been doing these horoscopes for a couple years now, so you know that they're pretty lengthy. Everybody's going to get about 15-20 minutes per reading. There's a lot going on this month. There was a lot of transits, and it was really hard for me to kind of scale it back because there are so many things kind of happening and going on. So little crunch for time with creating this video. I want to put as much as I can into the 12 rising signs. I will not be talking as in depth about the transits today. And you know what? That's fine, because this is more for the rising signs anyway. So I usually will do a separate video towards the end of the month. So check that out in the end of August, where we kind of do a general overview of the vibes and the energy in the month of September. And that's going to be just for out in the world and kind of my hot takes on some of the aspects that are going to be happening. So I will be pulling up the 12 rising signs, and what I'll do is I'll be talking to you about when certain transits are taking place, and you'll see me write on the chart and kind of show you, okay, this is moving to this house, this is moving here, this is going retrograde, and then I'll kind of give you some insight and some of my perspectives on how that may manifest and how to work with it best, okay? So I always like to start with the planetary ingresses for the month. This is when a planet changes signs. So when a planet changes signs, you're going to see that one energy or one theme or some type of action is moving to another house. So it's going to be shifting into a different area of your life and kind of impacting you in that way. Ingresses are important to watch because it's going to be highlighting a certain house a little bit more prominently. So on September 4th, we're going to see Mars moving into the sign of Cancer. You know, Mars is a planet that is about action and passion and drive, and it's shifting into a cardinal water sign. So we're going to be feeling like we're wanting to take more emotional action, action around home, family, domestic related things. Equally, Mars does not perform very well in this sign because it's in the sign that's associated with the moon. So people can get a little bit more crabby. But we are going to see some, I think, some rather nice aspects. We're going to be seeing some sextiles to transits in Virgo. We're going to be seeing some trines to both Saturn and Neptune at some point. So for the most part, it's actually a pretty positive transit. I will tell you guys, pay attention to this. Mars will stay in this sign for about 6 weeks before it goes into Leo. But down the road, we're going to see Mars in Leo in December retrograde. And it's going to retrograde back into Cancer. So there's potential that you're doing some things or taking some action around your home, or there's some feelings or emotions that are coming up that are going to be readdressed down the road as we're going into the beginning of 2025. So I'll do a video on that in the future. Probably closer to the beginning of the month, we'll do, Mars, kind of all of the Mars aspects in the track of Mars. On the 8th of September, we're going to see Mercury re-enter Virgo. So Mercury retrograde is over the beginning of September. We're still in shadow, and we're going to be in shadow probably until closer about mid-month. We need to see Mercury get to about 5 degrees before it's no longer in the post-shadow, where we can still feel the effects of the Mercury retrograde. However, Mercury is at home. It's in its domicile in the sign of Virgo. So it's going to communicate well. It's going to be able to analyze things better. It's going to be more so organized. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mercury come back into Virgo. And you guys may have a little bit of deja vu because that's where the retrograde began. Mercury rules things like business. It can also be about communications, travel, transactions, that kind of stuff. So it is possible that right when it's kind of coming out of the shadow, we're still seeing some turbulence. But by this time, we're kind of moving out of what's eventually going to be the final square between Mercury and Uranus. You're going to see the third one actually in Leo at the beginning of the month. So things can still be a little staticky towards the end. Now on September 22nd, we're going to see the sun enter Libra. So this is officially the fall equinox here in the northern hemisphere. This is the beginning basically of fall for us, rebalancing things, and the solstices and equinox points are very potent times for like resets. So if you're wanting to kind of better balance things, if you want to set new intentions, the 22nd is definitely a very potent day for that. Now, the very same day, we will see Venus leave the sign of Libra, and it will move into Scorpio. So, Venus moving through Libra, it's in the last degrees during the equinox, which is kind of interesting. It's square to Pluto, so it is going to talk about for the next 3 months, there's a lot of power struggles and things getting worked out in relationships. Essentially, I feel like the Venus ingress is very positive for Scorpio placements. So if you have Scorpio sun, moon, rising, or even a Scorpio Venus, it's going to be positive for you because it's bringing that harmony, that beauty, that's bringing resources to you. But Venus in Scorpio, Venus is moving through essentially a Mars-Pluto sign. So it can bring depth and passion and obsession, and it can bring a lot of intensity and sexuality, but it can also bring a lot of changes in relationships. And we can especially see that as Venus is getting ready to ingress into Scorpio and it squares Pluto. So it's kind of showing us where some of these things are going to get worked out throughout this transit. Definitely affecting my Taurus and Libra risings, I think, a little bit more as you're ruled by Venus. Then on the 26th, we're going to see Mercury enter into the sign of Libra. So it's going to leave Virgo, where it's more focused on organization, routine, health, habits, work, sticking to a schedule, and then it's going to go into the diplomatic air sign, Libra. So lots of communication revolving around relationships, partnerships, things of that nature. Now, September 1st, you guys, is a big day, all right? So September 1st, when it comes to the retrogrades, the only retrogrades we're going to have in the month of September are going to be outer planets. So we have Uranus that's going to be going retrograde, and it will be retrograde from September 1st, 2024 until January 30th, 2025. It will retrograde from about 27 degrees of Taurus to 23 degrees of Taurus. So if you have any planets, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, sun, moon, rising, personal planets in Taurus, Uranus is transiting some of these placements in your chart, and it's about breaking free from something, changes when it comes to your habits, your relationships. It can be changes with finances. It may feel destabilizing, but ultimately it's about kind of adapting in some new way. So Uranus represents basically what's going on with societal change. And it can talk about revolution. It can talk about major fluctuations going on in financial markets. So Uranus stationing retrograde, as a planet stations, usually we see something revolving around that planet kind of happen. So it's time to review the Taurus area of our chart, and it's going to be more internal. So we may be feeling like we're screaming on the inside, but that's okay. We've had Uranus and Taurus for a couple of years. We are now finally kind of out of some of these moons and other things that are kind of shaking up Uranus, at least until November. So this is about just reevaluating your resources and also anything in regards to your values. Now, the same day, Pluto, the big bad wolf, is retrograde, and it has been retrograde, by the way. So, you know, it's retrograding into Capricorn. So Pluto going back into Capricorn, it's going to be there from September 1st through October 11th, 2024. Very short period of Pluto being in this sign. Oh boy. Basically, what can I say? 29 degrees of Capricorn. This is where we saw some of the biggest changes revolving around power, control, business, like major, global affairs, things revolving around, limitations. It's in a Saturn sign. So it does mean that things are really popping off in the Capricorn area of your chart. There is something where, Pluto was going out of Aquarius, going back into Capricorn, cardinal Earth, saying we must manage this situation. We must make this change. This is the final moment. Definitely a little bit more intense for like the 28, 29 degree cardinal signs. So, Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, if you have placements there, you're still under a Pluto transit. And I'm working on something special for that for the end of the month. So I'm trying to kind of get that finished so that way I can put something out to kind of help everybody better understand and navigate finally making the change in the Capricorn area of your life. Pluto is power, transformation, resources, joint resources, debt. It's about intensity. It's about trauma. But Pluto eventually, wants to kind of have us go through the darkness so we can heal something. So long-standing power issues are what we're kind of combating in the Capricorn area of our chart. Will something big happen on the 21st? It makes me wonder because those two planets going retrograde at the same time, interesting stuff. Certainly very significant for my Scorpio and Aquarius risings. And then finally the lunations this month. So we're going to have a new moon in Virgo that's going to be taking place on the 2nd of September. I put that video out. If you guys haven't caught that, go and check it out because very potent new moon for getting our act together, focusing on health and habits. This new moon, 6 months from now, will turn into a lunar eclipse in Virgo, and that will be in March of 2025. So all the more reason to really set some intentions with this one, get our affairs in order, focus on health, organization, work, productivity, bettering ourselves so that way we're in a better place come the new year. And that will be at 11 degrees. So if you have any placements in Virgo around 10, 11, 12, let's say it's a sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, it's going to be more personal for you. On the 17th of the month, we kick off what is the fall 2024 eclipse season. But guys, by the time you guys are watching this at the end of August, beginning of September, we're already feeling the effects. We do not need to wait until September 17th for the eclipse energy to manifest. Equally, sometimes we have the eclipse and then we see the full effects of it about 30 days later. So it is possible that some of you guys are feeling these changes now. Some of you guys will be seeing it closer to the second half of October as we've had some time for both of those eclipses to kind of manifest. This will be a full moon lunar eclipse, which means it's emotional, it's completing something, it is highlighting also the eventual nodal change into Pisces in January of 25. So I call these like the sneak peek eclipses. When we have an eclipse that's close enough to the North Node that it's picking up the energy of the North Node, but it's not quite there yet, it's kind of showing you what you're going to be working on over the next 2 years with this eclipse cycle. We have not had eclipses in Pisces in almost 9 years, and we haven't had North Node eclipses in Pisces in like 18, 19 years. So you may want to look back on those cycles in your life and see what was evolving, what was taking place during that time. Pisces is a mutable sign, which means it's about change. It has associations with the 12th house, which is about completions. It is also ruled traditionally by Jupiter. So it's about expansion, spirituality, empathy, emotions, intuition. It's very artistic. It's very sensitive. But this is a tricky eclipse because the eclipse is in conjunction to Saturn, which restricts, and Saturn is retrograde in Pisces. So we're feeling some kind of emotional restriction or spiritual restriction and things where we're feeling kind of blocked in some way. And also Neptune in Pisces, which is the modern day ruler, which is about, mysticism and fog and not seeing clearly, but it can also be about music and inspiration and films. So I'm a little on the fence about this. I am, like I said, I'll do videos for the channel, but I'm going to be doing a more in-depth look at this for the webinar that I'm putting together. And I don't want to say too much. I'll just say that my advice to you guys is look at Pisces in your chart. Okay, you have had Saturn in Pisces for more than a year already. You've been dealing with this for a little while. So you've already been prepped and primed for some of these eclipses. I'm pretty confident that, you'll be able to kind of navigate and kind of move forward. But you also want to look at Jupiter, because Jupiter is the traditional ruler. So it's going to be talking about what we're expanding is communication, learning. We're learning how to have open dialogue. We're learning not to, overwhelm ourselves, not to take on too much at one time. So, we have to kind of look at the eclipse and the square to Jupiter, and it's going to make this eclipse feel big. That's what I think. So that will get reactivated like when Saturn hits that degree, next year, when we have retrogrades around that degree next year. So this is an eclipse that's definitely going to have legs. You're going to see this kind of manifest over a period of time, as eclipses do. Sometimes we'll feel them for, 6 months, a year, several years. This one we're definitely feeling into next year for sure. All right, so in terms of the transits that I'm going to be touching on, September 2nd, Mars is still in Gemini, and it's going to come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. This, for me, kind of feels like, are we losing track of what we should be doing? Are we feeling disempowered? Are we confused with, what direction we're going in? Are we spreading our energy too thin? Are we juggling too much? And if Mars is about direction and where we're going, and it's in the sign of Gemini, so what we're talking about, what we're thinking, what we're learning, there is some confusion that comes in with the square to Neptune. And there also is like this softening and like this realization that we can't push ourselves too fast. We can't do too much at once. And I think just to encapsulate the month of September, there's a lot of this, because you guys are going to see oppositions between Virgo and Pisces. So there's going to be this sense of being like, am I really working and getting things done, or am I just looking busy, right? And where do I need to kind of be a little bit more so grounded and have like a routine? And, maybe it's because I'm, not actually feeling like I have the energy to get stuff done, or maybe I'm a little lost, or I'm confused, or I'm avoiding certain, I'm avoiding some things. That's really the long and short of it. Virgo is more about health habits and the physical state of the body, versus Pisces, which is the emotional kind of subconscious. And so these two are going to be kind of at odds this month. So to see that square, I think it's kind of manifesting as being like, maybe I'm just kind of spinning my wheels. So be mindful of that on the 2nd. On the 6th of September, this will be the third and final Mercury and Leo square Uranus and Taurus. So we saw this happen around the 21st of July when we have all those major tech outages. We had this happen again also in August, and I think that was happening around, it was happening around the full moon in Aquarius. And then this is the third and final one. So there can still be transactional issues. There can still be issues with internet. There can be outages. There can be tech glitches and computers kind of frying and stuff. Mercury in Leo is bold, it's loud, it's about creativity and self-expression, and Uranus and Taurus is about values and resources and money. So there's definitely a lot of debate revolving around which way is the market going? How should I be investing my money? There is definitely, in the fixed signs with these squares, a lot of like not communicating very well, and people not being able to find the middle ground. So there's like this mental kind of clash that's going on, and everybody feels as if we're a little too mentally stimulated, I think. So watch for that on the 6th. On the 7th, the sun in Virgo will come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. And so this is going to represent, okay, sun in Virgo, where you're focusing on your routines, where you're focusing on consistency, clarity, being objective, and that being challenging, because Saturn in Pisces is saying, am I seeing this clearly? Is this reliable? Is this solid? And Saturn is about leadership. It's about structure, stability, time, commitment. And Virgo is very much like, give me the facts. I want it to be real. I want it to work. So we feel a little stretched and maybe feel like some things are a little challenging or out of our reach. Obviously, the sun in Virgo can be about our jobs. It can be about our relationships with coworkers. It can be about our pets and our to-do list. And the Saturn opposition may have its feeling like I'm exhausted, or I don't have the time to do it, or I didn't sleep well last night. And you'll see these patterns continue where there is a tug of war between Pisces and Virgo throughout this month in your chart. And that's also highlighted by the eclipse. So really pay attention. Oppositions are relational. It means there's something coming out, you know, from outside of us that we're having to deal with. And some of us are going to be frustrated and feel like we're carrying the team, and other people are going to be like, I don't have it in me, you know? So when you have those oppositions, observe. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Virgo square Jupiter in Gemini. So Jupiter in Gemini, obviously it's in its fall. It can be about overstimulation, overconfidence, overdoing it, overwalking, talking, traveling. And I think this is about overloading our schedule, quite honestly. I think that's what this is about. So the square to the sun in Virgo is basically saying sometimes if we're taking on too much, or we're saying too much, or trying to do too much at one time, it's just not working for us. It's affecting our health, it's affecting our schedules, it's affecting our ability to have better balance when it comes to our day-to-day lives. There's a tendency to overdo it sometimes with that transit too. So it can be over working out, overworking, right? Overstudying and kind of feeling like it's just too much. On the 14th of the month, Venus in Libra, okay, will trine Jupiter in Gemini. Probably one of the better transits all month because you've got Venus in its home sign in Libra, where it does very well with relationships, partnerships, good for romance, good for meeting people, good for existing relationships, good for bringing in clients. Trining Jupiter in Gemini. So you have something about relationship harmony and romance and, socializing, trining Jupiter, which is expanding communication and socializing. So this is a good day to be like, sending that love letter, telling somebody, how you feel about them, asking them out on a date, a business proposal, some kind of, launch that would benefit you in terms of like finances or resources. It's just it's a general overall positive day when it comes to Venus related things. So I welcome that energy this month. I think it's going to be really wonderful. And it's a lot about also socializing. So it's not just about like touchy feely stuff. It can be about going out, meeting people, connecting, and that kind of stuff. On the 18th of the month, Mercury in Virgo will come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so very similarly to the 7th, when the sun opposed Saturn and we were like, I am feeling blocked, I'm not getting my way, or I'm having issues, with a boss or with a family member or whatever. Now Mercury comes into the opposition with Saturn. So something about what's happening on the 7th and what's happening on the 18th to me seem very similar. Mercury is the mind, right? And it's about contracts and mail, and it can be about business transactions. It could be also about communications, information. So that opposition to Saturn is just kind of being like, I'm trying to call you, you're not picking up. I'm trying to ship this package and, it's going to be delayed for a week. I'm trying to get somebody to sign this contract and, they're taking forever to kind of go through the details. Take your time. It's important to take your time. Ask questions. Read the fine print, right? All of that stuff, because Mercury in Virgo is very meticulous with making sure that it gets all of the details down appropriately and that everything is organized. And this is necessary to overcome the opposition to Saturn. Virgo is also about health. And so I do think that this month, just looking at so many oppositions, between Virgo and Saturn and Pisces and Neptune and Pisces, we're going to see some kind of escalation of health stuff out in the world. And, in your own life, it could be where you're like, I'm getting healthier, or I'm making, changes in my routines, or I'm making changes in my work schedule, or, I'm going back to the doctor or whatever. So these things can be happening. So just kind of observe that. And you'll see these patterns happen several times where planets will oppose Saturn, and then they are going to oppose, they're going to oppose Saturn. Okay, so that's the limitation. Then they're going to trine Uranus. That is the change. And then they are going to trine Pluto, and that is the powerful transformation. And then they will oppose Neptune, which means then you step away from something. So there is like a alchemical process going on that's like, I'm walking away from this, and then the change that you make is actually very powerful. Anyway, you'll see it when I show you the chart. But on the 18th, just watch for communication issues. I feel like that's what's going to happen, and you may feel like certain people aren't getting back to you, or they're kind of like ghosting you, or there's delays with communications or travel. Now, the 19th through the 21st. So this is that phase that I was talking about. So it's not like I want to tell you guys each transit each day, because I think that's not really how this works. Like I said, we're going to see planets in Virgo trine Uranus. Okay, so we've already come out of the opposition where we're like, that's a dead end. So when we see the sun in Virgo trine Uranus, it means that we're looking for loopholes. We're looking for new unconventional ways of moving forward. When it comes to food, when it comes to money, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to making changes in our value system or our banking system. Uranus is unpredictable, but trines are positive energy. So it does look like there's solutions as the sun goes through Virgo, or people who can help us or provide some kind of assistance. Sun trine Uranus is like oh, wow, I didn't think I could do that type of day. Great. Okay, let's move forward. Change is important when you see positive aspects to Uranus. Then we're going to see the sun oppose Neptune, okay, and trine Pluto in Capricorn. So the trine to Pluto is, okay, I made that change. It's a powerful change. This is good. I've been able to finally break through some kind of physical barrier or wall or limitation. Pluto in Capricorn is about, challenges revolving around work, power, structure, routine. And then the opposition to Neptune is like, I had to be the one to make that change, because this thing over here in Pisces, it wasn't supporting me, or I wasn't getting clarity here, or look at how much I was able to grow or evolve as a result of, letting something go, right? So you're having to look at different placements in your chart all at one time to see how it kind of manifests. Now, Mercury will go through the same kind of obstacle race, basically. So just know that something about the 19th through the 21st and then the 24th through the 25th, Mercury's going to come through and it's going to do the same thing. So on the 22nd of the month, Venus is in the last moments of being in Libra, okay? And she comes into a square with Pluto in Capricorn, and this is a closing square. So this is really representing where relationships are at a critical turning point. 29 degrees in Libra can be about separations, breakups, divorces. It can be, but it's that tipping point that's like, this is not balance. This is not working. And it will square Pluto on the right-hand side. So this basically means that there is power struggles and limitations that are going on that's actually creating relationship disharmony, or things that are not fair or not legal or not just. So there can be a lot of intensity going on in relationships with that square. Obviously, perfect timing, because then quite literally we're going to see, basically the very next day on the 22nd, the sun enters Scorpio, and that is a Pluto kind of sign. So it's saying that this transformation in love, money, resources is stemming from the fact that somebody is kind of power playing a situation or a person, and then Venus goes through this change, right? So be careful with love, money, relationships that particular day. Don't try to give ultimatums or kind of push anything. This is not a month to push things. That's not what we want to do with the oppositions. We want to take space. We want to be analytical. We want to think about it. Then on the 24th through the 25th, Mercury is going to go through the same thing that the sun went through. So if Mercury is the mind, if it's communication, if it's travel, it's possible that, once the sun has already gone through this mid-month, and when Mercury kind of catches up and it goes through the trine to Uranus, it's a change and a transformation of mind or services or systems or habits. Then it's going to oppose Neptune, which is like, it's better to be rational and to ask questions and to be kind of logical and having a system rather than avoiding something. And then the trine to Pluto is like very powerful communication and mind and overcoming certain situations, because you used critical thinking, or you said, I'm going to organize this, or I'm going to clean it up, or I'm going to make the change in my habits and my routine. So much good empowerment can come from stepping out of our usual routines, or it can come from no longer avoiding a situation or ignoring a situation or denying something, and just tackling and dealing with it head on. I love Earth trines because it's able to create some kind of physical change that can positively benefit us, not just physically, but financially as well. Good for moves, changes of jobs, shifts revolving around our habits, all that stuff. On the 28th of the month, we will see the sun conjunct the south node in Libra. And maybe it's not a big transit, but I feel like it's worth recognizing that the south node is what we release. And Venus at the time will be in Scorpio. So it is kind of saying this is where we are observing what's not working in relationships, what we have let go of. Yes, it can be a time where people from the past come back, or we are reminded of someone or something, or we're reconnecting with someone from the past. That's possible. South Node Sun can also be where we're getting some kind of positive, you know, like karma. Like we get a little like bonus or a little bit of support from someone or something in the past. So pay attention to that day. Then on the 29th of the month, we are going to see Mars in Cancer trine Saturn in Pisces. This is a good transit. Mars is the ruler of the North Node. So even though it's not happy in the sign of Cancer, because Mars in Cancer kind of zigzags like a crab, this is where we're able to take action within our homes, our private life. We're able to use our emotions for motivation to be able to create a stronger foundation and better boundaries with other people. Maybe we get a little riled up this month and then we realize like, that's it. You know, I'm at my wit's end with this thing and I'm not doing it anymore. And here's the boundary. And then we exercise that boundary. So I do think that this is really positive. It may not manifest as physical stuff. It might be more emotional things, and it can be about shifts revolving around how we express ourselves or how we're learning to kind of defend our emotions a little bit better, or the things that we love that we want to protect, right? And then on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun in Libra conjunct Mercury in Libra. This will be a cazimi. And it's interesting because it looks like it happens at 8 degrees. So if you have any personal planets around Libra, 7, 8, 9 degrees, this might be more important for you. This is basically Mercury pulling ahead of the Sun. It's relaying some kind of information. So fascinating that this is also, you know, Mercury will be very, very close to the Sun when we have the the solar eclipse in Libra around October 2nd. Boy, that eclipse, guys. I think it's going to be at like 11 degrees Libra. It's a South Node eclipse. Venus is going to be in Scorpio. That's also really reiterating that there's going to be some pretty significant changes in relationships. So, you know, September could be the month where we're thinking things over. We take space from something. It could be a job. It could be a relationship. It could be a friend. It could be a habit. And we say, well, how can I adapt stepping away from this? And is it good for me? Is it better for me maybe living without a roommate, or, you know, being single? Or is it better for me is it healthier for me, I guess I should say, for me to have some space? And I would say, don't make any crazy decisions this month. Try to get outside of your comfort zone and step away from something for a little bit and see if you can find new pathways forward to be able to have healthier habits. And see if that works better for you. And if it does, then you'll change your relationship to someone, something, some situation in your life, I think closer as we kind of get into October. So that's the long and short of the transits. Check out the month ahead video. You guys will catch that later this month in the month of August. All right, so this is the September 2024 12 rising sign horoscopes. I am a tropical Western astrologer. See this stuff down here, right here? Right down there. I get so many comments every month, and I know sometimes people just kind of scan ahead and they read their sign, but I practice tropical Western astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. These are whole sign predictions. So I'm using the whole sign method because it's going to be the easiest for the ingresses and stuff. Some of you guys may use Placidus. If you do, then you're going to have to listen probably to more than one rising sign so you can see exactly where the transits are taking place. But certainly the whole rising sign method works as long as you're, you know, kind of paying attention to where planets are ingressing. Anyway, please listen to your ascendant sign. To get the most out of my predictions, if you listen to your ascendant sign, it's going to tell you literally where planets are moving through in zodiacal order. You can also listen to your sun sign. Your sun sign will definitely help your overall joy, your career, your happiness. You know, it's going to tell you what you want to hear. But I think your ascendant sign is going to be a little bit more accurate. And then you can listen to your moon sign. And guys, do listen to your moon sign this month because we are having a lunar eclipse. Big emphasis on the moon. So you really want to listen to what I have to say about the eclipse for your moon sign because it's probably going to be pretty bang on, to be honest with you. So just to answer all of your questions, all that info is down there. You can always scan ahead. I always put the time codes both in the description as well as you can skip ahead to your various rising sun or moon sign. Equally, you will find the dates for the transits that I'm looking at. They are going to be in the description. I appreciate everybody's comments and support and stuff. I can only do so many things at one time. When I record this, I am looking at my notes and I am also needing to keep the hour on the rising sign, so I can't move the dates. I either move the dates and I don't write on them, or I write on them and I don't move the dates. So I will not be moving the dates. So I've heard a lot of people go, can you please, put these in the description? They're there. Can you please, put them on each video? No, I cannot do that. I'm sorry. I'm already doing so much in these videos. So if you're questioning, hey, what is she saying? Go into the description, copy the dates. You can put them down in front of you and you can see, I will tell you which ones I'm going to be looking through, and that's the transits in order that I'm going to be discussing. Yeah, that's pretty much it on that. So let's get into the rising signs. Let's take a look and see what the month looks like ahead for you guys. Here we go. What's up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your September 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Let's start off by talking a little bit about your planetary ruler this month, Mars. Okay, so Mars rules your chart. You're going to see a pretty significant aspect with Mars, and then you're going to see a Mars ingress. That's what you want to be focusing on. So when we start the beginning of the month, on the 2nd, Mars will still be in Gemini. So for the last several weeks, we have seen, Mars going through the part of your chart that's about learning or vehicles or road trips or siblings, communication. And it's going to, on the 2nd, it's going to square Neptune. This is a time where if you are traveling, if you are communicating, if you are taking a road trip, if you're learning something, there can be a little bit of a hiccup and an issue with hearing something correctly. You may misread something. You may get lost when you're driving. There's also a need to really pay attention for weather and storms. So if there is any significant rain or flooding or anything like that, watch for that, because there can be issues that can affect your ability going places and also with communications. So that square is very significant, okay? Then you're going to see on the 4th, Mars will then leave your 3rd house and it's going to go into your 4th house of home and family. Now, Mars will be here for about 6 weeks, but down the road, Mars will retrograde back into Cancer. So I'm wondering, are some of you guys traveling, maybe looking for a place that you want to relocate, looking for a place that you want to move, maybe wherever Mars goes is where you are. So that being in the 4th house tells me that really what's happening is you're either taking action around your home, going home and visiting family. It could mean that you're looking for a new place to move. Maybe you're doing some work on your home. And there can definitely be a little bit of ruckus or rowdiness or action that can be coming up revolving around your home and family, because Mars in the 4th house, you need something to do here. If you have roommates, if you have kids, if you have other family members, sometimes there can be some conflict going on while Mars is in this sign, especially because we are going to see Mars come into a square with the north and south node, okay? So that means that there's action that you're either taking with your family or your home that has some kind of significant effects. And I think the square to the south node could mean, conflict with partners, or it could be, with, being able to be diplomatic with some of your relatives, or maybe you're realizing I need to move in somewhere, I need to move out of somewhere. So definitely watch for that. Later in the month, you'll see a Mars trine Saturn, which is also going to be really nice for your chart. So on the 6th of the month, we're going to see the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus. So Mercury's been going retrograde from your 6th house of work to your 5th house of creativity, dating, and also fun. And it's been in a square with Uranus. So maybe there has been some tension revolving around how much money you're gambling or investing, how much money you're spending on your kids, how much money you're dedicating to a hobby. Something like that's been going on, and there's been some kind of friction revolving around that. Maybe it's just communications, in your love life, and it's been affecting your self-esteem. So go back and look at what happened at the kind of 3rd week of July and also the early part of August, where we saw the other 2 squares. This is the final square that you're going to be experiencing. Be careful with trading, getting money on and off platforms. That can be an issue, and don't take any chances or risk anything that you're not potentially willing to lose. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. So like I said in my previous stuff, you'll see a whole slew of planets that are going to go through your 6th house this month. Both the Sun, which is about the action that you're kind of taking at work, your health. It's about also your schedule and anything around your routine. as well as Mercury, which is maybe mental health related, communication related, managing schedules, you know, dealing with coworkers and staff. Both of these planets are going to come into an opposition with Saturn, okay? And then both of these planets are going to come into a trine with Uranus. And then both of these planets are going to trine Pluto. And then they are both going to oppose Neptune, all right? That's what I was going to talk about. So there's like a whole cluster of these things. The long and short of it is, you know, the first half of the month, you have Mercury and you have the sun that's kind of going through your 6th house, where you're being asked to stick to a routine. You're being asked to get something done. You know, it could be finding a job, taking care of your pets, organizing, cleaning something up. And it's going to feel like it's more work than usual, right? And, you know, it's finally about kind of not avoiding something or not dealing with something. Saturn in the 12th house means that maybe you've been avoiding, you know, doing some of your to-do list, or maybe you have felt too tired, or you've been too exhausted, or there has been some sense of you feeling like you just aren't ready emotionally to do this stuff. So the first opposition will be the sun opposed Saturn, and that can mean that you're kind of feeling like you're a little blocked when it comes to somebody that you're working with, or you're feeling like a little lack of inspiration. Then on the 11th, you're going to see Mercury in Virgo. See right here, and it's going to come into a sextile with Mars in Cancer. That's good for you because you're able to kind of work through some kind of habit or routine or something at work, and you're going to take action. I think some Aries and Aries risings are like, I'm cleaning my house, I am updating something, I am ready to put it on the market, I am, you know, cleaning out the garage, getting things in order before the end of the year. Like there's going to be this feeling of being like, yes, I can definitely, you know, get some stuff ready to go. So I like that transit for you. All right. Sorry, I'm just kind of skipping around a little bit. Okay. So then what you're going to see on the 8th is Mercury will enter back into Virgo. Okay, so Mercury is going to come back into your 6th house. So it's going to have more strength for health, organization, to-do list, pets. Maybe you're reorganizing your office space. Maybe you are getting back to the gym. Maybe you're seeing healthier habits and results because of the changes that you've been making in your health. So this is a good transit. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Libra, which will be in your 7th house of relationships. And Venus represents harmony, partnerships with other people, romantic partnerships, clients, all of that fun stuff. It's also about, you know, security, finances, and money. Venus will trine Jupiter. This is a wonderful aspect. So this tells me that there can be an opportunity to have a lot of togetherness and support with another person. It could be a neighbor, it could be a friend, it could be a sibling. It might be a really great heart-to-heart conversation you have with a romantic partner. It may be that there is some sort of planning, a trip or going somewhere with a partner. That's the other way I could look at that because of Jupiter's connection to your 9th. And it's a great day to like reach out to somebody. So if you need to send an email, have a meeting, a phone call, if you're trying to secure the deal with a client, this is a good day to do that because it's really going to improve travel plans, business plans, relationships, money. Then we're going to see on the 18th, Mercury will oppose Saturn. Okay, so like I said, look back on what happened on the 7th where the sun was like, okay, I'm limited in some way. Now Mercury, communication or travel is limited in some way. So it's going to kind of reference some kind of action or something that happened. Makes you feel like it's a difficult day to communicate with people at work. It may be a difficult day to get clarity in regards to a health matter. You may also feel like you've been struggling with having issues sleeping, or there's been some problems revolving around maybe your bedroom, your closet, and you're like, I'm going in there and reorganizing everything because the 12th house represents that. It can also mean that it's your subconscious and you're trying to find ways to better tackle fear or doubt or insecurity. I love hypnosis, meditation. I love past life regression. I love swimming, spas, being in a pool, being in water, something that's going to help work with this Saturn in Pisces. But this is more practical in your 6th house with all this Virgo. It's like, no, clean your room, right? You know, go to the doctor, brush your teeth, do your to-do list, go to the gym. It's wanting you to get active and get organized to physically make changes to better support the emotional body. So believe it or not, resisting this change is not gonna work. You're going to want to feel like you're organized and you have things together. And that may be as simple as being like, I'm organizing my home and I'm cleaning everything. So I feel like now that everything's in its place, I can get some work done. Then you're going to see on the 12th, let's see, yeah. Then you're going to see on the 12th that the sun in Virgo is going to square Jupiter. Okay, so the sun in your third house will square Jupiter. And that can mean that you're having or choosing to, use apps to do this. It could be digital calendars. It could mean that there is a lot of communication and going back and forth about making changes with your work schedule. There may be some kind of expansion of learning that can positively impact some of your skills at work, or maybe, you read a book or you listen to a podcast or something that makes you feel more optimistic about kind of, being better organized and kind of having your act together in the 6th house. So you may have some like motivational video you watch or some kind of author that you're reading that's giving you hacks for being able to be more productive. Then on the 14th, so the 14th of the month, we have the trine for Jupiter. The 18th, we have the Mercury and Virgo opposed Saturn. Sorry, I'm skipping around a little bit. Then we're going to see on the 19th, okay, you're going to see the 19th through the 21st. So this is all of the change that's now going to be happening within your 6th house. So on the 19th, 20th, and 21st, you will first see the sun trine Uranus, which makes me feel like you're making some changes either in your health or spending habits. Like you may hire somebody to help you with your diet. You might see a dietitian, you might see a coach, or a wellness practitioner. It's possible that, there is some kind of change that goes on at work or with your schedule, and it has some kind of, physical or financial kind of effect. The 6th house is about hiring people. So it can be like hiring an accountant, hiring a dog walker, bringing in an assistant, or just through making some kind of consistent effort to have more, to be better on task and organized. It has a really significant shift, either financially or in terms of your self-esteem or in terms of your stability. And you're going to go, okay, this is a positive change. I can work with this. Actually, I like doing this. It makes me feel better. I kind of feel more productive, or I'm eating differently, so now I feel better. And then the next thing that the sun is going to do is it's going to oppose Neptune, where we're going to go, I would rather have that productivity and clarity than not doing something. And even though there may still be some doubt about some of this change that's going on, you're going to be like, no, it's okay. I'm going to stay grounded in what I'm doing. And then the sun is going to come into a trine with Pluto, where you're going to be like, wow, this is really transforming something about my career or my status or, my productivity, right? So some of you guys may have a new job, or you may, like I said, have a new routine, but I think change is good. It's going to make you feel more empowered, and you're going to see the same thing later in the month when Mercury goes through there. So then on the 22nd, you're going to see Venus in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. Okay, so Venus will be in the last moments of being in your 7th house of relationships, where it's probably been pretty sweet, to be honest with you. But Venus will start squaring Pluto, which means there can be some challenges revolving around relationships, resources, or money, and career. All right, so Venus is saying, I don't like the fact that you're telling me I shouldn't be working so much, or I don't like the fact that, I don't feel like I have as much control over my resources. Some kind of significant change at work is impacting a relationship. And so there can be, especially if you work with a partner, or, it can be business partners, clients, and it can quite literally be with a woman with Venus in the 7th house. And it can be over money, resources, maybe negotiating salaries for a job change, something like that can be kind of coming up. No tit for tat on this day. Just be mindful that you're not going to be able to please everybody. Not everybody's going to get along. It's just, it is what it is. All right. So then on the 22nd, we're going to see the sun enter Libra. So the sun leaves your 6th house. It goes into your 7th house. And this is going to put an emphasis on relationships, partnerships. If you're single, it's going to be a good opportunity to meet people. I think even earlier in the month with Venus trine Jupiter, the sun does bring partners in. So this is your marketplace as well. So if you have a client-based business, there's a lot kind of going on in this next month revolving around your 7th house. The sun is the ruler of the 5th house of romance, right? So those of you guys who are single, it can be about a relationship starting to evolve and heating up, or meeting somebody, or dealing with younger people, or, you know, your relationship with your partner and things revolving around your children if you have kids. And yeah, this is kind of the relationship season as the sun goes through Libra. Now in October, you're going to see at the beginning of the month, there will be a solar eclipse here. So that makes me feel like there is some energy that's building towards relationships. But keep in mind, with the South Node in Libra, with Venus that's going to square Pluto, and the fact that there's going to be a solar eclipse, it kind of reads to me like for certain Aries placements, there's a clearing out of old relationship karma, clearing the deck and starting new. And you guys may experience relationship changes and then someone new comes in. It could mean that there's change kind of going on for your partner, and that shift is kind of happening, and it's like, you know, impacting the way that you're working or relating to one another. That'll be more October, but still it's kind of worthy of mentioning. You know, you guys have heard me use the reference of Virgo in the 6th house is a lot of, you know, getting your stuff in order, combing your hair, making sure you're taking care of yourself, that you're put together, that you're on time, you're organized, and you're ready to go right before you meet someone. So there can be, for some single Aries this month, a lot of going like, what is keeping me or holding me back from relationships? And what do I need to change? Or is this relationship getting in the way? And like, how can I create a better habit? So that way it's not hindering me from being able to do the things that I want to do. So it's going to depend on everybody's situation personally. And then also on the 22nd, Venus will enter into Scorpio. So anytime planets go through your 8th house, there is some dramatic transformation. And the 8th house represents other people's money. So when Venus goes into the 8th house, other people can be more generous with you. There can be a higher sex drive. You know, there can be opportunity to, you know, bring in resources or investments. There can also be major transformations going on with your joint resources. So all of those things kind of happen there. We'll talk about that more when we do the Venus in Libra and Venus in Scorpio videos in this month. But the fact that it's going to go into Scorpio after it squares Pluto tells me that it's probably going to be about changes involving joint resources or financing or refinancing or changes of that sort. On the 24th and the 25th, so you guys remember the 19th through the 21st, where the sun went through the opposition and the obstacle course. You're going to see Mercury do the same thing. So if the sun is actions, Mercury is the mind. So Mercury is playing catch up, right? It's now trying to go through, usually Mercury goes through first through some of the transits before the sun, but we're coming into the Cazimi at the end of the month. So what this tells me is that whatever you were kind of stepping away from, changing, and then feeling empowered by, you're going to see the same thing that's going to happen with Mercury now. So maybe you've got it down pat, you know, you've been doing it for a couple of days or since earlier in the month, and then you're like, okay, this is working. Mercury rules siblings, cars, communications, and learning. So Mercury will first oppose Saturn, which is a, you know, difficult conversation situation that was kind of taking place for you. It looks like around the 18th. So now we get to the 24th to the 25th, and Mercury is going to trine Uranus, which means that maybe you've got, you know, a new book, a podcast, something you've learned. Maybe there's like a new system, or there's going to be like a new app or something that's going to be helping you stay focused and organized or healthy. And it's a good change. It may be involving accounting or tracking like your fitness or your food. And then you're going to see that Mercury is going to oppose Neptune, where you're going to be like, yeah, I would rather know than not know. Now I have this information. Now I know how to eat better, how to, you know, better manage my budget. Now I know exactly how well I'm sleeping or how productive I'm being. It could be revolving around screen time, and maybe you didn't realize how much screen time you were spending, or maybe you got an app that told you all of your subscriptions and you were like, wow, look at all that I'm spending on my subscriptions. Or you know, it's a budgeting app and you're like, wow, I didn't realize how much money I was spending on food, you know? So you're like, I would rather know. And then Mercury is going to trine Pluto, and that's going to represent a feeling of being better organized and more so empowered. So it'll be cool to see, you know, Mercury trine Uranus and Pluto, and you're like, yes, I'm getting more done. You know, I'm not being as kind of distracted or in the dark as I once was before about my resources, food, about my productivity, my work, and now I kind of feel like on top of something. So you've worked through some kind of big question mark is what it looks like to me. Then on the 26th, Mercury will enter Libra. So this is now going to be Mercury in your 7th house, where you're communicating more with relationships and partners. Great for business and connections with other people. It can be great for networking as well. And there's lots of more kind of focusing on diplomacy and relationship communication. On the 28th, you're going to see the sun conjunct the South Node, where there can be a sense of either stepping away from certain relationships or hearing from somebody that you haven't heard from in a while. And it can be kind of shining a light and showing you like where you have undone certain relationship patterns or tendency to kind of be a little bit more, I think, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like codependent. But old partners can pop up when the sun conjuncts the South Node. Then on the 29th, Mars in your 4th house, which is your chart ruler, will trine Saturn. And this is where you're like, the actions I've taken at home or on the home front or with my family is actually making me feel more at peace. It's giving me more stability. The changes that I've made is creating more harmony, or it's making me feel more emotionally sound or structured or secure. Like you're finally able to feel like you're making headway when it comes to your home base. And then on the 30th, you're going to see that the sun in Libra will conjunct Mercury in Libra. So the sun will be here. And this looks like about an important conversation with a partner that's brewing. It can be a new contract, a negotiation. Maybe you meet somebody on an app. Maybe it's a phone call or an email that you get from a sibling and it's about traveling. Maybe you guys are discussing, traveling or planning a trip or going somewhere. It can also represent meeting somebody significant as well. Now on the 2nd of the month, you'll have a new moon in Virgo where you're able to finally put all of this Mercury retrograde to good use, and you can go, okay, I've really been struggling and working out something or being more productive. Now I'm setting intentions revolving around productivity, right? So what's beautiful about this is that this new moon will eventually turn into a full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo 6 months from now. So you're going to be giving up some kind of habit anyway, or making some kind of job change or health change anyway. So you're getting ahead of the curve with this new moon. At the time of the eclipse, at the time of the new moon, we are going to be seeing that, Mercury has come out of retrograde, and it's going to be starting to come out of the square with Uranus. So health, habits, routine, looking for jobs, that's the intentions that you're setting there. It could be organizing your workspace. And then the 17th, you're going to have a lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 12th house. So where the 6th house was all like, I'm going through the habits and I'm focusing on health, the 12th house is like the impact it has on you psychologically or emotionally or spiritually. Eclipses in the 12th house are really shining a light on our subconscious. It does change our sleep patterns and habits. This is ruled by Jupiter, and it will be squaring Jupiter at the time of the eclipse. So that means that there maybe is more journaling going on. Maybe there's more meditating going on, where the 6th house can be dealing with through the retrograde and the month, healing something and going through an accident or trying to kind of get ahead of your health. The 12th house can mean if we're not doing those things, we can sometimes have to see the doctor, or we go to the hospital, or, we're in bed for a couple days because we need rest and we get sick. Obviously, touch wood, but that can happen. So, my advice is get meditating and reflect on what's been happening over the last year with Saturn in your 12th house, because I think that's going to give you some insight. Some of you guys have been changing jobs. You've been working behind the scenes. Maybe there has been feeling like you've been exhausted, or you're losing momentum, or you're losing steam. But the 12th house is very illuminating when it comes to spirituality. And it looks like there is a need to connect more with your higher self, or be doing some some spiritual work or meditation, or maybe even like going to a retreat. That could be something else that can kind of come up here, right? So that eclipse is going to be on the 17th, and that's previews of what's going to be coming for you in 2025 when the North Node is there. So start taking time to rest and recuperate. You'll be so surprised if you're making an effort more physically, the positive emotional impact this will have on you, or the more peace it brings you, or the better sleep you have. And then vice versa, the more that you're focusing on your emotional and your spiritual health, and you're going, I do need to find ways to work smarter, not harder. I'm working too much and it's like mentally draining me, or I'm exhausted all the time. And for some of you guys, it may mean that you're needing a more, a better work-life balance, right? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Aries. The card that I get for you is the 9 of Cups. Okay, So this is a card that is the wish card. This is whatever you're asking for, it is possible. You can have your cake and eat it too this month. This is about getting your wish. Okay, so if you're wishing, I could be healthier, I could have a better job, I wish I could be more productive, I wish I could finish this task. Yes, all of these things are possible this month. It does look like you're going to be very pleased. I wonder if this is going to be kind of coming through right around the time that Mars is trining Saturn. That's probably what you're going to see. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. I'll catch you guys back here next month in October. What's up, Taurus and Taurus rising? Welcome to your September horoscopes for 2024. Venus is doing some things this month, so let's talk about that really quick. So we are going to be seeing Venus make a couple aspects, and she's going to be making some changes. So we're going to start off the month with Venus, which is going to be hanging out in the sign of Libra. Okay, so I'm just looking at my notes here. Give me a second. Venus is going to be in Libra, and she's going to be making, let's see here. Actually, let me switch this. This will be better if I do it this way. Sorry. I've got two notes that I'm reading from. All right, so Venus will be in Libra, and she's going to be switching from Libra to Scorpio. Okay, so she's transiting your 6th house most of the month. This means that there is focus on health habits and routines. Yes, maybe there's a little airing out of issues with relationships because Venus doesn't always like being in the 6th house. And this isn't a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. So Venus is about pleasure and beauty. The best thing to do is like maybe go to a beauty or a med spa. Maybe this is about finding pleasure, you know, working out, going to the gym, being with coworkers. This can also be about working on your health and your habits, hanging out with your pets, that kind of stuff. So the one big aspect that I have for you this month that you're going to want to watch is going to be when Venus is approaching the last moments of Libra, and it's going to come into a square with Pluto. All right. So that's going to be happening for you around the 22nd of the month. And when Venus is in the house of what can sometimes be enemies, it can be hard work, sweat, dedication, you know, illness, health. That square to Pluto means that there could be some challenges that could be legal. There could be some challenges that can be coming up that's impacting your ability to travel or to go to school. There could be some tension maybe with a lawyer. It could be a judge. It could be with a teacher, some kind of superior, right? Or there is some kind of conflict of philosophy that you have maybe with like a coworker of some kind. Now, right after that, you're going to see then Venus is going to go into Scorpio, and that'll be on the 22nd of the month. You know, Venus in the 7th house is generally, you know, bringing in more relationship opportunities. So if you're single, it can be a time where you meet someone. If you're in a relationship, there can be more love and affection kind of going on with that person. Venus in Scorpio is an intense transit because it does represent, you know, intensity, complexity, obsession, things like that with relationships. So off the bat, the square to Pluto and then the ingress to your 7th house seems to suggest that relationships are still there. They're still kind of moving, you know, smoothly. It's not entirely too bad, but that there can be some challenges that are going on in terms of relationships with certain people. But I think some of the more stable ones are going to remain the same. I don't think much is going to change. You want to meet people, it's a good transit for that, having Venus kind of going through the 7th house. It definitely can bring new relationships in. And that's pretty much the only thing that we're going to be seeing kind of going on with Venus this month. So just watch those dates specifically, okay? All right, so we are going to start first with September the 1st. And on September 1st, you're going to be seeing that Pluto is going to go retrograde. Okay, so Pluto will go retrograde. It's leaving your career zone. It's moving into your 9th house of education, philosophy, teaching, and publishing. This basically means that you're being asked to review these 9th house themes. And that's either what you believe in, what you're studying, going back to publishing, writing, teaching. There's something that's getting worked out here really, you know, between now and let's say like the better part of October, November. This is the last time Pluto will be in this particular part of your chart. So it's important that you're really kind of working through some of the stuff and you're making these necessary changes. Then you will see Uranus go retrograde. So Uranus is hanging out in your first house. It is retrograding, so you are reevaluating changes, transformations revolving around your body, your appearance, your image, your personal status. It is a time where maybe some of the internal stuff that's going on is a little bit more intense, but I think that you're going to like some of the trines to Uranus this month. I think it's actually going to be really positive for you. So you're reviewing, who am I? How do I want to express myself? What am I doing out in the world? And you're reevaluating the changes that you want to make. On the 2nd of the month, Mars in Gemini, okay? So Mars will still be in your second house of income, money, spending, resources, and personal self-esteem. Mars will come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. So this tells me that, you know, when it comes to spending money or buying something or investing in something or partnering with somebody, be very careful with whose advice you buy. Be very careful when it comes to partnering with friends or borrowing or loaning money. There can be some confusion revolving around what is yours and what belongs to the team or who's taking credit for what. On the 4th of the month, we are going to see Mars then enter Cancer, and it will move into your 3rd house. Now, Mars will be here for about 6 weeks. Mars obviously rules your 7th house of relationships and also your subconscious and kind of things that are hidden. And Mars is more emotional in Cancer. So when it's in the 3rd house, we take action when it comes to communicating with our partners, our neighbors, our siblings. It can also mean that there are road trips, there are courses that you're starting. Maybe you're working on a website, maybe you're writing more, right? Maybe you decide that you want to start walking or that you want to start doing some kind of jogging. Something like that can happen because the 3rd house is movement. Sometimes moves happen in this house as well. Action revolving around vehicles. It does seem like there's a little bit of like the subconscious coming out to play here. And that can be good and very creative if you're somebody who's wanting to do, you know, some writing, or if you're, you know, wanting to put together a blog, or if you're, you know, kind of meditating on something and then you want to talk about it and you have something that you want to give your audience. I think that's great. But it can cause more strife with siblings. It can also lead to speeding, so slow down. And it can also create some very emotional and heartfelt conversations that you can have with partners. So I think that that can be good. I think that, you know, Mars going through here, I would watch, because eventually down the road, Mars will retrograde back through this house. You'll see this kind of at the beginning of 2025. So it is possible that you're road tripping and going places because you're thinking about moving. It is also possible that you're going and doing some research about, well, I want to get a car or a new vehicle, you know, I'm going to go start looking. But know that there may be some backtracking in this area of your life at the beginning of next year. On the 6th, we will see the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus. I'm sure you're over these. So Mercury started its retrograde in your 5th house of creativity and children, and it was in a square with Uranus in your sign. So maybe you're stressed out with your family. Maybe there's just been some obnoxious things going on, some back and forth with them. Maybe your kids, maybe you're kind of feeling a little like, you know, I don't want to be home, I'm kind of stressed, or there's been some changes going on with family or your home life that have been kind of hard to navigate. So look back at what happened in July and earlier in August when you had these squares. This is the 3rd and final one. Maybe it is pushing you to say, yeah, it is time to move, or it is time to, you know, finally handle a situation with a neighbor or with a relative or with a roommate. But there can be some difficult communication going on with Uranus in your 1st house. And these changes that are happening at home do put a lot of stress and pressure on you. So you're trying to kind of find ways to better communicate and diffuse some of that and navigate that change. On the 7th, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so we will see several moves by the Sun and also Mercury this month. So I want to show you the houses this is happening in. So you're going to see planets going through your 5th house, which is about creativity, dating, children, fun, right? Self-expression, taking chances. And then you're going to see oppositions to Saturn in your 11th house. So the 5th house is, well, my kids, my romantic partner, my happiness, my creativity, my self-expression. And the 11th house is friends, networks, other people. So you may feel like you're kind of being pulled between, well, what do I want versus what do they want? And what do I consider fun versus what other people consider fun? And, you know, this is the limitation of the things that are going on for some of my friends or my allies, and maybe they're at a distance or they're busy and you can't see them. So you're being asked to get creative and do things on your own, right? Anyway, so as planets go through the 5th house, you know, they're all trining your ascendant, or they're going to be trining your sun or your moon or your Uranus, which is good. This is really good energy. You're going to be experiencing some really great earth trines this month. But the first one you're going to see is when the sun comes into an opposition with Saturn. Well, the sun rules your home, right? Family members, father figures, could be mothers, but sons are usually more kind of masculine energy. So something about home and family and something you're wanting to create, and you're feeling limited, or you're feeling like the goals are going to be challenging to meet, or, you know, because you're taking care of a kid, or because you have your own business, you're like, man, I got a lot going on. You know, I can't always go out and socialize or see my friends or whatever. And Saturn also rules your career. So there is some sense of stuff coming up that is either about parenting or involves parents, or, you know, limitations in feeling like you have a lot of responsibility for something or someone you're taking care of that doesn't really allow you to go out and have as much fun. You're creating your own fun in the 5th house though. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, so then we're going to see on the 8th, Mercury enters Virgo. All right, so Mercury comes back into your 5th house, where it's about, you know, communicating. It could be board games, it could be trivia, it could be about creative writing. Mercury is about money too. So this could also be about trading, finances, resources, that kind of stuff is going on there. And maybe you're investing more in fun, you're investing more in your kids. Maybe there's parties or things that are kind of going on. It's good for dating too. So if you're single, Mercury going in the 5th house is allowing you to mix and mingle and kind of connect with people. And then on the 12th, you're going to see the sun in Virgo square Jupiter. And that could be a sense of being like, I am overdoing it because of, you know, a family party, or I am having too much fun, or I'm eating too much, or I'm spending too much. Or there can be this feeling of like, okay, you know, there's like, you know, my kids have their toys scattered all over the house, and it's just like, it's too much. That can be coming up. Sun square Jupiter, it's not a bad transit. Sometimes we, you know, with these angles, we overinvest, we overspend, we overeat. So it's about practicing moderation on this day when you see that square on the 12th. Then on the 14th, you're going to see Venus in Libra trine Jupiter in Gemini. I think this is one of your better days, to be honest with you. So even though Venus is going through the 6th house, where we're sorting out some relationship stuff or dealing with health, it is trine Jupiter. So this means that, you know, you're able to find the right person to handle or manage your finances. Maybe you have a job opportunity that comes in and it offers you more money. Maybe there is, you know, a change of location or a change of schedule, something that actually benefits you financially. And it can be good conversations with other people about these changes. So I like that. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so Mercury will oppose Saturn. So look back at what happened on the 7th when the sun opposed Saturn. Now Mercury opposes Saturn. Mercury is about money and investments. It's also about creativity. So somebody could be like, well, do you want to work together? Do you want to collab? Do you want to invest? You know, do you want to, you know, be a part of my project? And you're probably going to be like, actually, I'm doing my own thing. There is an emphasis in this month doing your own thing and not being able to go to all the parties or accept all the invitations or collaborate with all of the people, because you're really focusing on what you're trying to create right now. So you're not going to be able to juggle everything, essentially. Then you're going to get to the 19th through the 21st. Okay, so we're going to see a whole series of planets, like I said, pretty much just the sun and Mercury, go through your 5th house, where it's what I'm creating, what I love, what I enjoy, you know, dating, having fun, hobbies, kids. Planets are going to go through this house and highlight this. And both the sun and Mercury will oppose Saturn, where you feel the limitation. Then what's going to happen is first, the sun in Virgo will trine Uranus, which means you're going to be willing to open up to change. You're going to say, I'm going to do something that I would usually not do. I am going to create something I would usually not create. I'm going to have some sense of freedom and trust, and I'm going to embrace some of the changes with self-expression that are going on, and I'm going to take a chance. Then you're going to see the sun oppose Neptune, which means that you may feel as if when it comes to the changes that you're making with your heart, your love life, with your home, with your family, you don't feel like you need to share that with everybody. You might be a little bit more private about it. You might be like, you know what, I don't know, if I want to tell my friends yet that, I'm having a kid, or I don't know if I want to tell, my friends or introduce them to this person that I met, because I'm still kind of feeling out the relationship. So there's something that you're kind of keeping a little bit more private and closer to your chest, I think. And then you're going to see the sun come into a trine with Pluto. And that's about personal empowerment. That is about major changes revolving around the way that you look at your career. It could be about your personal beliefs. It could be about your relationships. And this is a very empowering thing where something that you're creating is majorly changing the trajectory of your faith. And it's also about who you're partnering with. And it's also in regards to your home and your family. So there's a big kind of shift going on there. So the final thing that you're going to see is the trine to Pluto. So, so much of this month with oppositions from Virgo to Pisces is going to be, what am I willing to let go of? In doing so, what do I have to gain? And how do I learn new habits and routines? And how does this change me and, my life in a very positive, powerful way? So, you can be feeling like there's some distance from friends this month, basically, but it's because you're creating or you're doing something or you're spending time with someone or, something that you're really kind of putting a lot of love into. On the 22nd, you're going to see Venus in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. So we kind of talked about how that can bring up some intensity between, scheduling and education, or scheduling and travel, or health and travel. There could be some challenges there. Legal stuff can happen there as well. And then Venus on the 22nd enters into your 7th house, which can be good for all Tauruses because it is bringing in opportunity for passion, intensity, romance, relationships. And then you're going to see on the 22nd that the sun will enter into Libra. So the first half of the month, the first 3 weeks, the sun's in your 5th house, which is favorable for you with some of the trines. When the sun goes into the 6th house, you're taking the 4th house lord and putting it in the 6th, which means focusing on home organization, cleanliness, working with a partner to better kind of fix things in the home, supporting a partner, being there and helping them, helping take care of a family member. That kind of stuff can kind of come up with some of those transits. And then you're going to see the 24th and the 25th, Mercury is going to go through the same obstacle course the sun did. So now we have Mercury, which is about the mind and communication, is in the 5th house. So talking about kids, talking about relationships and dating, talking about hobbies, talking about what makes you happy. Mercury also is connected to money and resources. So then Mercury starts opposing Saturn. Okay. Oh, I already did oppose Saturn. So you already had that difficult conversation with another person. And then Mercury trines Uranus, and you're like, actually, I like the fact that I'm doing something differently, or I'm investing differently, or I'm doing this new hobby. It's actually fun. I like the change. Then it's going to oppose Neptune, where you're going to be like, I don't really know if I want to tell other people what I'm working on or who I'm dating yet, or what I've been kind of doing in the background. Then you're going to see Mercury trine Pluto. And that to me feels like whatever you've been working on, whatever time and space you've been creating to work on something, it can have some pretty powerful effects in regards to your career because, it is conjunct your midheaven. So there is a method to the madness with whatever you're stepping away and kind of working on right now. And yeah, you may feel a little selfish this month, but I don't really think you are. I think this is kind of what has to happen. So finally, let's look at the 26th. Okay, so on the 26th, Mercury is going to move into Libra, where there is more focus on health, organization, routine, maybe refining projects you've been working on. Maybe it's going to be taking care of the health of a pet, a partner, or a loved one. Could be a kid or a younger person. You will also see on the 28th, the sun will conjunct the south node. So there is this sense of maybe changes in the office space, maybe changes with where you're working, maybe somebody who you used to work with, you reconnect with. Maybe there is a decluttering or kind of clearing stuff out of your house or your office space that can be happening here. Watch your health with this transit because it can indicate that there's just like lower energy levels during that particular transit. Then on the 29th of the month, Mars in Cancer trine Saturn in Pisces. So Mars in your third house of communication and learning, where maybe you've been, working on your relationship communication. Maybe you've been trying to plan a trip. Maybe you have been learning something. It's now harmonizing with a group, right? Or with friends, or maybe you are ready to say, now I want to share what I've been working on with this group. Now I'm ready to kind of present this thing, or taking more action when it comes to strengthening some of your bonds with some of your networks in your community. Mars also rules relationships, so it can be good for that as well. There can be like road trips with partners and hanging out with people. Then on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun, Mercury, Cazimi in Libra. Okay, and Mercury is your second house lord and your fifth house lord. Maybe making money off of something, like some announcement that's like, I've been working on this thing, and like now you're able to kind of make money off of it. Maybe it's where you find out that you're having a schedule change. Maybe it's where you find out you got a job. This can be really important also for health. Like health results can kind of come out when you have Cazimis in the sixth house, or there might be some announcement that happens with staff at work. I do feel like it does seem to be symbolic, because it's so close to the South Node, of some kind of change that's going to be happening with your work or your routine. So some of you guys who have accepted a new job, or maybe you're switching careers, it could be where you give notice, but pay attention for that. And then we will have a new moon in Virgo on the 2nd at 2 degrees of Virgo in your fifth house. So if you have any Taurus rising placements, sun, moon, or rising around 10, 11, 12 degrees, this will trine your ascendant sun or moon. New moons in the fifth house I like for, dating, if you want to get back into dating, starting new creative projects, something that can be healthy and fun. So maybe you take a dance class, or maybe you want to start like a new hobby. If you want to get cracking on creative projects, if you're, wanting to start a family, or if you want to get pregnant, it's a very fertile moon in your fifth house. And it also can be a time where you're just focusing on what makes you happy. And I think that that's what you're really trying to figure out throughout the Mercury retrograde that's been going on throughout this last month. And so now you can go, okay, now I know what I need to do. That friend's no good for me anymore. I'm cutting them out, or I'm spending too much time with certain people on their projects and I need more time for me. So that new moon will help you do that. On the 17th of September, you'll have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. So the whole back and forth all month, and then it's like, you have this eclipse. It's all mirroring the same thing. Lunar eclipse in the 11th house. Okay, so this is ushering in the new eclipses that will be starting in Pisces and Virgo. This will be a north node eclipse, which means it's a part of your soul's growth and what you're experiencing. The 11th house eclipse can represent joining a group, a network, starting a club, getting into a union, your goals or your dreams coming true, or something kind of being met. It can represent a completion, revolving around working with a certain group of people. There can be some big announcement with your friends, or some kind of big change that's going on revolving around your friendships, or your goals somehow changing. And the ruler is Jupiter, and it'll be in the second house squaring, which will make this eclipse feel bigger. And it's definitely like bringing some of your financial goals out into the open, and making you realize like who you have to collaborate with and work with in order to be able to expand your financial situation, and what you're showing your audience, by the way. So if you have an audience, or if you have a group of people you have to present in front of, you may give a presentation which could actually bring in more resources, and it can create better and healthier self-esteem. But yeah, that's going to be a pretty significant eclipse with the square. So it looks like you're kind of working with this back and forth with who or what is worth investing in pretty much all month, right? So Jupiter is the focal point of that. It can be that you're working with the right people, or you're mixing and mingling with the right people, and it's actually bringing you in opportunities to make more money. So it can be fortuitous for you, my Tauruses. All right, that's the month ahead. Hope it's helpful. Here's the card that you get. 3 of Cups. I like that you have the 3 of Cups, and then there's an eclipse in your 11th house. I feel like this could be a prominent invitation. You're being invited to, a meeting, a group, people are wanting you to join, to collaborate. And like, yeah, there can be this hesitation because you're like, I want to do my thing. But if you have something to show or bring to the table, or kind of, collaborate with other people, it can be great. This is good times to be had, parties, celebrations, get-togethers, enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and feeling like you have support, feeling like you have community, right? Oops, sorry. Kind of shaking you around there. Feeling you have community. So really positive card for this eclipse that you have coming in your 11th house. I love it. I'll catch you guys back here next month. All right, we got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gemini? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your September 2024 horoscopes. I'm excited to talk with you today. We've got Mercury that's doing all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Okay, so first of all, when September starts, the Mercury retrograde is over. So that's good. Mercury has been retrograde from your 4th house back into your 3rd. So some of you guys are like having issues with neighbors. You're questioning whether or not you want to move, changes with vehicles, you know, having to maybe deal with family matters or reorganization of the home. So it's done, but it's still in shadow. Okay, so there is a ton of Mercury aspects going on this month. So I'm not even going to waste my time. I'm just going to go through them, you know, in order as we go. So especially pay attention. There is so much action where the Sun and Mercury are going through your 4th house, which is your home, your routine, your family, your roommates, you know, what you're doing, how you're able to kind of stay busy at home. And all of these planets are going to come into opposition with Saturn, where you're going to be like, my home and family needs this, but I got to be here. And this is my work deadline, and this is what's going on with me emotionally. And you're being pulled in 2 directions, which, oh, by the way, is also squaring Jupiter in your sign. So everything feels like you're being stretched too thin, right? You can handle it. It'll be fine. Just know that this is about moderation in certain aspects of your life, and like, you're going to be shown through the eclipse mid-month where there is some pretty significant or dramatic changes that are going to be happening in regards to your career or your status in some way. So the best advice I can give you is, you know, really, I think, working with the other Earth houses, because both the Sun and Mercury, even though they're opposing stuff in your 10th house where you're like, work, I don't know where it's going, or I don't know what's happening. You want to lean into the trine with Uranus where you're having a trust fall with the universe, okay? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And if I'm meant to move, I'll move. If I'm meant to go back to school, I'll go back to school. If I'm meant to let something go, I'm going to let it go. And you're also going to be leaning into trines with Pluto, which is about empowerment and change and transformation, especially of resources. But you got Earth trines and water houses, which means there are things coming to an end. And there are new things that are getting ready to begin. And yes, it could be financial changes. It could be home changes. It could be changes in regards to your money and the way that you feel about your resources. But you got to trust the process. Just trust me on this. Trust the process. Once we get Mercury into Libra, it's going to be a little bit easier because you're going to be at least having it go through an air sign. But yeah, my goodness, this is going to probably send you in Virgo for a bit of a tailspin this month. So I'll try to help you the best I can. All right, so let's start first with, well, September 1st. We are going to be seeing on September 1st that there is going to be a Pluto retrograde and a Uranus retrograde. So 2 outer planets going retrograde the same day. Boy, oh boy. Well, Pluto represents, you know, your office space and your health and your habits. So for it to go retrograde back into Capricorn, that's really what I'm focusing on, is that it's going to be retrograding into Capricorn, tells me that there is something that has not been wrapped up or finished revolving around a health matter. It could be psychological. It could be about, you know, detoxing and letting go of a habit. It can be about working too much. It can be about working through some kind of issue with joint resources or some kind of financial thing. But Pluto will be there very briefly. It's not going to be there for very long, only until, I think, you know, October-ish. So, yeah, this is something you've been kind of trying to work out for some time that needs to be dealt with. And then we're going to have Uranus, which is going to turn retrograde, and it will go retrograde still in Taurus the next couple of months until the beginning of the new year in your 12th house. And this is not as obvious. You know, Uranus in the 12th house is like, yeah, you have some crazy dreams. There's some changes revolving around your belief system. You're exploring your subconscious more. You know, maybe there is this sense of wanting to learn more about faith and philosophy and spirituality or astrology, right, in the 12th house. But now you're reviewing that. And this is the last retrograde before we're going to see Uranus change signs. I believe it's going to go into Gemini next year. So it's almost like there's something that's brewing behind the scenes that you're working on, or that you're changing, or maybe you're finishing education or something before that becomes more visible and obvious next year. Okay, so this is more kind of about your emotions, your spirituality, your beliefs, or education or travel. More reflective in the 12th house. All right, on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Mars, which will be moving through your sign still. It's been there for several weeks. Mars will be in the 1st house, and it will square Neptune. That can mean that you feel like you're spinning and you're like, where am I going with my job? Like, what is supposed to be happening with work? What is my purpose? Don't make any sudden moves. Don't make any sudden assumptions. Don't jump in or out of anything. Don't rush anything. And be mindful that, it can be a day where you're just feeling a little bit more burdened by work, and that there's a little bit more on your plate than usual. And it can also be where rushing through something means you could make a mistake, and you're not able to catch something, and it could be something that if you're pacing yourself and taking your time, you would be able to catch, right? Lower energy levels kind of come with those squares. All right, so then on the 4th, Mars leaves your sign and goes into Cancer, and it will be here for about 6 weeks or so. So Mars represents your goals and also networks and friends and work and productivity. So it can mean that you're feeling more focused on generating money, but Mars in the 2nd house also burns money in your pocket. So there is a sense of like progressively spending more. So be mindful of your spending habits. I feel like it is good for increasing your goals revolving around money. It can mean that you're spending more money on food, on home, on health and wellness, or socializing. But be mindful of the spending habits that can kind of come up with Mars in Cancer. This is also feeling a little bit more emotionally influenced, when there are emotional or home or family reasons why you're feeling like you want or need more money. Eventually down the road at the end of 2024 into 2025, Mars will retrograde, and it will retrograde back into this area of your chart. So my advice is in this transit throughout the next month or so, pay attention, because there can be times of like making rush investments or purchases or spending money kind of like abruptly, and then beginning of next year being like, oh, why did I buy that car? Why did I buy that house? Why did I spend all that money redoing the deck or the patio, and like now I'm moving? Something like that can happen. So I would just say be mindful of your home expenses and what you're spending money on. On the 6th of the month, we have the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus, and I'm sure this has been driving you batty. Mercury squared in kind of the 3rd week of July. It happened earlier in August, and this is the 3rd one. So Mercury will still be in Leo in your 3rd house, squaring Uranus, where maybe you've put your foot in your mouth a couple times. Maybe there's been some back and forth with a website or a podcast or communication with somebody. There's been some technological issues. There's been some limitations where you felt like it's difficult to communicate and connect with somebody. So this is the 3rd one. Because Uranus represents a teacher or a faith or a belief system, it can mean that there has been difficulties kind of communicating these things, or there's been some stress in writing or blogging, or, kind of like teaching these things, or even some stress in communication with like siblings or neighbors. So that can come up as like a final square, which can bring a little tension, and then things are going to ease up a little bit. Now, on the 7th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Virgo oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so the Sun in Virgo oppose Saturn in Pisces. Well, this is about communication with home and family, or maybe you're talking to a sibling, or you're talking to one of your kids or your relatives being like, can you handle this? I'm supposed to be at work, right? Or vice versa. Or, you're taking care of your family, or you're helping somebody move, or you're doing something home related, and then you get called into work. So you're getting pulled in both directions, basically. And, Saturn can be about teaching or educating. It can be about leadership positions and roles, or maybe you hear, hey, there's going to be, an opportunity for me to be able to get a raise, but it's going to require me to be at work more, or I have to relocate, or there's going to be more responsibility, and like, how do I navigate that with stuff that's going on with home and family? So you're kind of trying to find that intricate balance. Just know that when you have the Sun oppose Saturn, it's very similar to what will happen down the road on the 18th when Mercury opposes Saturn. So it almost looks like You know, something's got to give. Is it going to be work or is it going to be home? And you're going to be going back and forth with that. So on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. So your chart ruler's on the move. Now it's in the 4th house where there is more focus and emphasis again on home, family, organization, you know, productivity at home. You know, maybe you're just feeling like you want to get stuff done. Maybe you're wanting to do more for your family during that time. And we're coming out of the shadow then. And then on the 12th, you're going to see the sun in, the sun in Virgo square Jupiter in your sign. Ooh. So it can be, you know, something going on with like a man at home. It can be a husband. It can be a brother. It can be a father figure coming to visit or being at home. And it's kind of like pressing you to be like, okay, I got to focus on, you know, relating and making time for them or entertaining them. It could also mean that it's about a partnership, so a romantic partner or a spouse, and there can be some challenges in kind of balancing your needs with what somebody at home needs. It can also be a kid, you know, that's possible, or kind of, you know, saying, hey, you know, telling your partner, like, can you go and talk to the neighbor? They're driving me crazy about this thing. Something like that can kind of come up. Usually a Jupiter Sun square is about being overly confident. Yes, of course we can, you know, find a place and move soon. Or yes, of course, you know, we can make this happen. So somebody can be more encouraging of some of the changes that are coming. On the 14th of the month, you'll see Venus in Libra trine Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so Venus will be in your 5th house of romance, creativity, dating, children, and it is trining you. Ooh. What a sexy day. What a great day for meeting someone because Jupiter rules your 7th house. So Jupiter in the 1st house, if you're single, I don't even know what day this falls on, but around the time of this trine, if you're going to a concert, a show, an art gallery, a bar, you'll probably meet somebody because Jupiter rules relationships in your 1st, trining Venus in your 5th. And there can be some romantic connection. Great time for like a date night, getting together with another person, you know, doing creative things, music, art, dance is kind of very Venus in the 5th house. So that can be a wonderful transit in regards to love, beauty, and romance for you, Gemini. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, then Mercury opposes Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so Mercury represents you in the 4th house and it's opposing Saturn. So you're like, no, I can't come into work today. I'm actually knee deep in moving, or my kid is sick, or something's going on where you're like, I can't do both. Or maybe by doing both, you're working from home, right? Or you're taking your, you know, your kid to work. I mean, these things can happen. Or you're, you know, saying to your spouse or your parents, hey, can you pick the kids up from school? You know, I'm going to be working late. There is this sense of getting pulled in 2 different directions is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And the irony is that Mercury in the 4th house tells me you're much more likely to be dealing with home and family related matters, or there's something that you're having to attend to that should be keeping you from work unless you can do both at the same time, right? All right, so then we're going to see on the 19th through the 21st, okay? So first the sun will make all of these aspects, and then Mercury will make all of these aspects, so pay attention. The sun will go through your 4th house. Okay, so this is about communication or dealing with a sibling, or maybe you're dealing with a neighbor or, you know, a cousin, or just communicating with your family. The sun will come into a trine with Uranus because it's already been limited. So the trine with Uranus is like, okay, I got to be willing to let this thing go, right? Or I have to kind of trust the process, or maybe this is the best change. Then it's going to oppose Neptune, which means you're going to be communicating, no, I have to prioritize what's going on with my home or my family, or we are moving, or, you know, we're willing to move, or, you know, something that's going on for you emotionally. And then it's going to trine Pluto, and that's going to initiate some kind of change with work, possibly. It is possible some of you guys are offered jobs to relocate, or some of you guys are being given your dream position potentially, and you're like, well, how am I going to do this? I'm going to need a babysitter, or I'm going to need, you know, somebody to watch the kids, or, you know, I'm going to have to relocate. These things will likely come up. So there are changes that are going to be made where you're kind of saying, is it going to be home life or it's going to be work or career? And only you can make that decision. It depends on your own personal astrology. So then on the 22nd, Venus in Libra, in your 5th house of dating and romance, comes into a square with Pluto. And that tells me that there can be some touchy, sensitive things going on in love and relationships. There can be some intensity or passion in relationships. Challenges revolving around joint resources and money and kids. Be careful with gambling or, losing something that you're not willing to lose, or putting something up that you're not potentially willing to lose. Then we're going to see on the 22nd, Venus enter Scorpio, which is not the easiest transit, but Venus in the 6th house can bring more focus on transforming your health, your schedule, new office spaces, new opportunities with relationships to people. Venus rules your 12th house, so it can mean that, you're kind of seeing like, some people at work aren't really my people, or I had a feeling about that person, like now they're not being so friendly. That can definitely happen with Venus and Scorpio in the 6th. And you're also going to see the same day, the sun enters Libra. Okay, so the sun moves into the 5th house of creativity, children, self-expression. A little bit more friendly for you, obviously, because it's an air sign there. Now we're going to see on the 24th and 25th, now Mercury, your chart ruler, is going to go through the same obstacle course the sun did, right? Your Mercury, so is your home and family. So Mercury has already opposed Saturn earlier in the month. Now what it's going to do is it's going to trine Uranus, okay, which means, yes, I am willing to make the change and let this thing go. It's not just thinking about it, now I'm doing it. It's going to oppose Neptune, which means you're not going to be able to communicate or express yourself so clearly, or maybe you feel like you're not available because you're dealing with home and family stuff. And then it's going to trine Pluto. That can mean, touch wood, because a pet is sick, right? Or, a family member has a health crisis, or somebody passes away. You're like, I can't show up to work. I got to be present with my family. I can't be here right now. This is more important. Or we're suddenly having to move. I have to put everything kind of on back burner. I'm sorry. I have to deal with this situation. It's really important. And you're prioritizing. And so now that you've already been thinking about it while the sun was going through there, or you've been kind of coming up with a game plan, now you start communicating and executing that game plan. Now it can mean that a job change is a huge change for your home and your lifestyle. That is totally possible. It does not have to be negative. All right. On the 26th, Mercury enters into Libra, which is, putting you in the prospect of hanging out with your kids, if you have kids, focusing more on dating, relationship harmony. It can be about playtime, hobbies, having fun, being creative, and kind of cutting loose a little bit. Then you're going to see on the 28th, the sun will conjunct the south node in Libra, which can represent there is some dramatic change happening with your relationships, or there is a conversation that you have with one of your kids or a romantic partner, a heart-to-heart about something, some kind of change going on there. If you have children, your kids can be going through a change in their relationships. That's possible. Maybe you hear or you get a phone call or a text message from somebody that you were kind of romantically connected to. That's possible. Then we're going to see on the 29th of the month that Mars in Cancer will trine Saturn in Pisces. So Mars in your money house is trining Saturn, where you're like, I have what I need to sustain myself. I'm working hard for my resources. Maybe I'm having to spend money to make money when it comes to a business, if you own a business. But Mars trine Saturn is saying like your finances and your goals are coming into alignment. Maybe you had to make certain sacrifices in a job for a better job. That was presented to you, and you're like, yeah, it's worth making some of these changes because it's going to help me kind of get ahead more in the long run. Then on the 30th, you're going to see the sun in Libra conjunct Mercury in Libra, which is always important for you because, Mercury rules your chart. So when you have the sun conjunct Mercury in the 5th, this is a cazimi. If you're single, you can meet somebody. This is another meeting somebody day. It could be on an app, or if you're traveling, or like online. You might meet them at a local gathering or a hangout spot, a local bar, or like art space where there's artists and music performing. It can be you get a message from a sibling or a neighbor that's like, hey, come hang out and do this thing with me. Somebody may tell you, I love you, or, I like you, or I've been wanting to go on a date with you, or some kind of information is revealed. And Mercury rules your first house, and it's happening in your 5th. Some Gemini risings will find out they are pregnant sometime between this cazimi, so it will be from the 30th of September through the first half of October, because then you will have a eclipse in your 5th house. So it can be falling in love, meeting somebody, but it can also be big, exciting changes for your children, or finding out that you're having a baby because Jupiter is in your first house, so it can be good news revolving around that as well. On the 2nd of the month, we are going to see a new moon in Virgo at 11 degrees. So we've got a new moon in your 4th house of home and family. There's been a Mercury retrograde there. So you've been working through something already, being like, I need to organize this or rework this thing. Like, how do I do this? And it can mean that you were preparing to have a kid move back in, or maybe you were moving in with a partner, or maybe you're creating a creative space. I don't know. So now that you have the new moon, you can set those intentions. So if you want to find a new home, if you want to redecorate your home, if you're trying to move or relocate, the new moon is really great for that. It does promote change because of the degree that it's at. Check out that video that I did on that. That's already out. And then you're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 10th house of career, status, and occupation. So this is the first eclipse with, with the new cycle that's coming through. So in January, we're going to see the North Node go into Pisces, where you're going to have 2 years of an emphasis on your career status and your professional life. Then when we have this eclipse, it's conjunct the North Node. So the node hasn't moved yet, but it's previewing, showing you, okay, there are some really big changes happening when it comes to your career and your status out in the world. Saturn is there, so it can be about publishing something, teaching, or traveling. It can be a transformation of your career. Neptune is there. It's also about visualization, spirituality, health, wellness, in hospital jobs, maybe things in psychology, stuff in the healing field or in metaphysics. It just depends. So when you have an eclipse in the 10th house, it's kind of saying there's something really big that's changing either with your career or your status. So some of you guys will be like, I'm engaged, I'm becoming a parent, I'm divorced, I'm, launching my own business. It'll be things that you're announcing that have been kind of like behind the scenes that are now becoming visible. So it's preparing you for that ingress that's going to happen next year. When this happens, it's squaring Jupiter in your 1st house. And this is why I think some of you guys are either moving for your job. This is why there is some really exciting happy news revolving around some new thing that's coming in. It could, once again, be pregnancy, because the square to Jupiter in your 1st house and trines to your 5th house can represent parenting. It could be, I'm a photographer, I'm starting my own business. Look at what I've created. It's going to be different for everybody, but there's definitely some big announcement going on revolving around your career and your status. And I anticipate that it's going to be larger than life, and it may be coming from you, or it may be involving you at work. Maybe you get an award, maybe you get recognized for something. Maybe somebody says, we want to now make you the lead role of this at work, and you're like in the spotlight somehow, So it's a really good transit for you. I know there are a bunch of crazy Mercury transits this month, so just hold on tight. Know what's worth sacrificing, and know what's worth saying, no, I will not do this. This is more important. And I'm excited to see what happens. You guys are going to have to let me know. All right, the card that I get for you is the King of Wands. So you can embody this energy. It can be about being charismatic and creative and entrepreneurial and on fire when it comes to what you're creating and what you're putting out into the world. But it can also mean that there is support coming from fire signs. So there can be Aries, Leo, Sagittariuses that are coming in that are helping you. Generally, this is about a real turning point when it comes to your creative expression in your career. This is more about the building phase, the getting excited about what's coming out, the being able to kind of be more creative and self-expressive, that kind of vibe, and very confident in taking action on something. So that's going to be really necessary with these planets going through your 10th house. I think it's really about really putting yourself out there and kind of trusting that you're talented enough and capable enough to kind of, take on whatever this new challenge is. Good luck. I hope that's helpful for you, Gemini. I'll catch you back here soon. All right, we got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, Cancer? I hope you're well. Welcome to September 2024. These are your horoscopes for the month ahead. I want to start first with talking about the lunations, and then we're going to talk a little bit about Mars, because Mars is going into your sign, okay? So we'll start at the lunations first. So obviously the moon rules your chart. So you have got a new moon that's going to be in Virgo on the 2nd of September. And that's going to be in your 3rd house of communication, learning, siblings, vehicles, gadgets. It can be communicating with your neighbors. It can be talking to people at work. It can be thinking about getting a new car, thinking about moving. There's been a retrograde that started here last month, and it has gone retrograde back into the second house. So you have been reworking how you think, how you communicate, maybe even documents pertaining to money or resources in some capacity. So the new moon here is saying, okay, if you now want to get a car, if you want to move, if you want to start a new website, if you want to start a new course, if you want to learn something new, it's helping you do that, right? Then two, on the 17th of September, we are going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, and this will be in your 9th house. So this is the very first eclipse as a part of the new eclipse series that are coming in. So it'll be conjunct the North Node, but technically in your 9th. And if you're a later degree Pisces Cancer rising, you'll be experiencing trines to your ascendant. So like 24, 25, 26. Those degrees, sun, moon, or rising, will benefit the most because it will trine, which is good. So here's the deal. North Node eclipses bring us growth. They bring something new that we have not seen before. The eclipse in the 9th house can put an emphasis on going back to school, completing a college, course, or getting some kind of diploma or graduating. 9th house can be about foreign travel, law, publishing a book. It can be about ceremonies and things involving like weddings or marriages. This is also about teachers, mentors, or gurus. So sometimes when we have an eclipse here, these things happen. And I'm looking at Saturn having been in this house for you, and it can represent that, there's been an emphasis on relationships with some of these people, or working with a counselor at school, or maybe you have been working through college courses. Maybe you have been trying to get a certification of some sort. Maybe you've been in a long distance relationship. So this eclipse is going to highlight that essentially. And what it's going to do is square Jupiter, which is the ruler. So it's definitely more about your either travel plans, or it can be about your spiritual or your philosophical kind of belief. And it can be more kind of heady and internal with Jupiter being in the 12th house. Maybe it's prompting you to want to travel places, to want to pray, to want to meditate, to want to learn more about spirituality and be seeking some kind of faith or belief system that you can be practicing. And a guru can appear, basically. Now, something else we're going to see this month is Mars is going to be going into the sign of Cancer. So that's going to be happening for you right around the 4th of September. Mars has been in your 12th house, where it's been kind of spinning its wheels a little bit. So once it goes into your first house, first of all, Mars does well in the first house. This is about getting up in the morning and doing something. Mars is not always so happy, though, being in your sign, because this is a masculine energy, and it's about doing things in a linear fashion, and you're a water sign, so you have a tendency to be like, I'll do something if I feel emotionally called to do it, basically. Right? I can say that I'm a water sign too. So I feel like with Mars in your first house, it can make you more assertive. It can give you more energy. I recommend getting up in the morning, taking a cold shower and getting the show on the road. Working out in the morning, taking some kind of action, getting up in the morning and creating, getting up in the morning and having a routine. That's the best way to use this. Otherwise, sometimes we get kind of crabby when Mars is in Cancer, especially in the first house. So there can be a sense of being a little bit more kind of agitated, especially right around mid-month, you're going to see Mars square the North and the South Node, where you're going to be like, I am making a decision. I'm moving. It's going to square the South Node in the 4th, or I'm letting go of the past. And then you're going to see it square the North Node in the 10th, and you're becoming more assertive. So your emotions can kind of be like a gauge for where you need to get out of your own way, or where you need to take some kind of action, at least in my opinion. I don't know. Let me know. All right. So that's the long and short of those transits that are impacting you more so personally. We're going to start at the first of the month, where we see two very big energies take place. One is you're going to see Pluto turn retrograde. I know. And you're going to see Uranus turn retrograde, okay? I'm sure some of you guys are like having PTSD right now. You're like, please don't let Pluto go back into Capricorn. It will be brief. That's the good news. So we're only going to have this here until like October-ish. So it'll be not even a full like month and a half, 2 months that Pluto will be back in Capricorn. It's going to stay at 29 degrees. So it represents something critical. Clearly it's going back into your 7th house of relationships, because it wants you to work something out, or it wants you to kind of finally put the nail in the coffin on a relationship. And it can be with a client, a romantic partner. It could be with a boss. It could be, it's with somebody. I don't know who it is, but if you've had like that ex that you just can't let go of, or you can't deal with, or whatever, it's trying to help you process that. Now, Pluto is also in your seventh house. It's your public image. So it can be some changes going on to how other people perceive you. And Pluto represents your fifth house. So it could also mean there is some, things going on where maybe you have a kid and your relationship with your kid is going through a turbulent time, or there's some changes. Maybe it means that you're, deciding whether or not you want to have a kid with somebody, and that changes your relationship. So there's something kind of going on there for Pluto to be going back. You want passion, you want real connection, you want to feel like you're, like really in love with somebody, and you don't want to have to feel like it has to be challenging, and Pluto can make things challenging. Now, if you're 28, 29 degrees of Cancer, Sun, Moon, rising, Pluto is opposing those placements, so that means that somebody else is needing to go through a change, or there's a power struggle going on with them that needs to be kind of worked out, right? So you'll see, especially when Mars starts coming in opposition with Pluto, you're going to be like, no more. And so maybe you start kind of feeling this and seeing this with this ingress. Uranus retrograde. Uranus represents change, innovation, fluctuations, unexpected shifts. It's happening in your 11th house of goals, friends, networks, and other people's money. So it can mean that there's a change in direction revolving around what friends you hold on to, which ones you decide that you're kind of not connected to any longer. Your goals revolving around money and resources are changing. There's some powerful shifts that are taking place with this transit. When planets are retrograde, it's much more internal. It's not as obvious, but the fact that both of these planets are turning retrograde on the same day makes me feel like there's something really big that's shifting for you, revolving around your goals within relationships and friendships. All right, on the 2nd, Mars in Gemini, which will be in your 12th house, so it has not moved into your first house yet, will square Neptune. Feeling tired, run down, under the weather. That can happen. Feeling like there is like a feeling of loss of inspiration, or loss of clarity, or motivation for like where something is going. And, Mars in the 12th house could be your spiritual beliefs. Mars is about creativity. I look at this and I'm like, make art on this day. Meditate on this day. Learn to let things go, sacrifice things, especially in the 12th house. It's about really working with anger too, and transmuting anger and finding ways to release it so you're not kind of carrying it around in your body, right? This is also about working hard behind the scenes when it comes to the direction of your work, and you might feel like you're hitting a wall and you don't have clarity. Don't throw in the towel, just take a step back, give it a day or so, and then you'll kind of hit the ground running when Mars goes back into your sign. On the 4th, Mars enters Cancer. So it's in your first house for the better part of about 6 weeks. But something to think about is down the road, the beginning of 2025, Mars will be retrograde and it will come into Cancer. So the fact that Mars will retrograde in your first house tells me that you're going to be reevaluating your body, your assertiveness, your actions, your appearance, your career, right? And so just be careful not to make any rush moves, to quit a job, start a job, to make any big changes to your body or your appearance, to, whatever, because these things can be reevaluated or reworked down the road. Especially when Mars retrogrades in the first house, sometimes I see people go, well, I'm sick, or I have lower energy, or I have less motivation. So you'll have less motivation to get things done work-wise out in the world, or you're going to be healing something, or maybe you're having to, deal with something that you're saying, you know what, I decided I don't like this. I'm going back to the drawing board and I'm going to start another business because this doesn't feel fulfilling. So just really think everything through that you're doing with this transit. But I think for the most part, it's actually really good because it's going to make some aspects to Saturn. So I think that that's actually going to kind of help you feel a little bit stronger with what you can do. And it should be very motivational for you. All right, so we're going to see on the 6th, the third and final Mercury square Uranus. So if you have been aware of the Mercury retrograde, it actually started in your 3rd house and it went into your 2nd house of money. And in kind of 3rd week of July, and then also again in early August, you saw Mercury square Uranus. And there could have been some conflict revolving around money that you have, money that's owed to you. It could have been about payroll. It could have been connected to changes with your financial situation, or borrowing or lending with a friend, or feeling like money is kind of tighter in some way and you were having to scale back in some way when it comes to resources. And it could have impacted your ability to socialize or kind of entertain other people. So you're going to see this happen one more time. So it's probably just been really annoying because there's been lots of fluctuations with finances. This is the third and final one. That's the good news, right? And so watch for that on the 6th. There can be miscommunications involving money and friendships, or IOUs versus, whether or not you can kind of pay things back or people can kind of pay you back. And there's a real sense with Mercury having gone retrograde in the 3rd house of needing to be more clear about transactions and whether that's things you're buying or paying for or how you're getting paid. Then you're going to see on the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn. Okay, so the Sun will oppose Saturn. I want you guys to pay close attention to both Virgo and Pisces this month. Not only because there's a Pisces lunar eclipse in your 9th, but you're going to have Mercury, which represents all the things you think about but you don't say, or your intuition, right, and communication. It can be siblings, it can be neighbors, it can also be about traveling. And you're also going to have the Sun, which represents your resources, your money, your self-esteem. Both of these planets are going to oppose Saturn, okay? So you're going to see the Sun in Virgo oppose Saturn on the 7th, and you're going to see Mercury oppose Saturn on the 18th. 3rd house is our neighborhood, our cars, our communication, learning, communication with coworkers, something like that. Opposition to Saturn is some relational issues. So this can cause delays in travel, issues with education, problems with legal documents, problems with graduating, getting classes, things like that can kind of happen. And the 3rd house is what I think. The 9th house is what I believe. So are your thoughts and your beliefs aligning, right? Are they resonating with each other? That's something you want to ask yourself this month. Okay, so you're going to see the Sun oppose Saturn and Pisces. Then on the 8th, we're going to see Mercury return to Virgo. So it's able to kind of communicate better, move, analyze, organize things. And then as we get to mid-month, it's coming out of the post-Mercury retrograde shadow. So that'll kind of clear up. On the 12th, the Sun in Virgo will square Jupiter, which means you could be overly optimistic, or you could believe anything you read or anything you hear. There can be a sense of being like, yes, I can, multitask, or, I totally feel that it's possible to afford that, or, you could be too, a little too idealistic about a move or a purchase of a car. I do feel like faith is really important with Jupiter always, and Jupiter in the 12th house is maybe like, it'll all work out, but like, don't blindly walk into things just assuming everything's going to work out, okay? Especially when it comes to planning a trip, or, be telling people little white lies. That can kind of happen here in the 3rd house, where you're like, everything's fine, and then it's not fine, and you're not telling somebody what you really think or how you really feel. Anyway, then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, Venus in Libra will trine Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in the 4th house of home and family will trine Jupiter. And that means that, there could be a female family member visiting you at home. It means there could be some good news that's coming from a romantic partner, a roommate, a parent, about some significant change, or maybe talking about traveling or visiting or coming to see you. This could also involve your in-laws, because Jupiter rules the 9th house. Or a friend saying, hey, I'm going through this significant change, but it's a good change, and I want to visit you. So there can be some opportunity to plan a trip, maybe to connect with another person from afar. And then you're going to see on the 18th, then Mercury comes in for the opposition with Saturn. Okay, Saturn represents your relationships, and this could be with clients, this could be with business partners, it could be with bosses, romantic partners. So this is about communication from 3rd house people, siblings, neighbors, finding it challenging to communicate with people, to relate to people. It's like, I'm trying to, track this package. I can't find it. I'm trying to, track down this document. I'm not sure where it is. And maybe you're calling your spouse and being like, didn't you put it in that cabinet? Didn't you save it? Or do you have it on your email? And it's going to be communication or travel related things that's going to be kind of coming up, or looking for documents, looking for passports, visas, IDs. Maybe you're trying to find proof of a document so you can show a lawyer, or you're trying to show your transcripts. You're trying to kind of track them down. Something like that can be happening mid-month as well. All right, then we have the 19th through the 21st. Okay, so you're going to see first the sun in Virgo go through all of these transits. So we already saw where the sun opposed Saturn and there was a difficulty connecting or traveling or communicating or learning in some way. So then we have Mercury. And, Mercury is eventually going to go through some of the other oppositions about a couple days later. So sun first. So sun rules money, resources, self-esteem. So sun is going to first trine Uranus, which means that through reaching out and communicating with a friend or a sibling, you're going to be able to find some kind of help, assistance, or solution, right? And it can be with traveling, it can be with money, it can be with support in some capacity. Then you're going to see the sun oppose Neptune, where you're going to be like, I don't know how I'm going to get there, but I need to get there. Can you help me make this possible? Or I don't know how to see this situation clearly. Remember that Virgo is practical, Pisces is kind of hidden. So there is a sense of being like, rather than not knowing, I'm going to ask somebody who does know and get some help or clarity. Or, hey, do you know, can you, connect me with the tax person? Can you give me your lawyer's number or something like that? And then the sun is going to trine Pluto. And this looks to me like before you potentially make any changes, either with your job, with a relationship, or with a teacher, you're going to ask somebody else for their opinion, their support. You're going to ask them what they think. And the sun trine Pluto means there's going to be a pretty dramatic shift or change that's going to happen with a relationship because of a conversation, right? All right, so then on the 22nd, Venus in your 4th house squares Pluto. And that means that there can be some pretty dramatic change going on with a woman in the family and also a relationship, and there's some drama. It's like, my sister's divorcing, or, my mom's fighting with my other sibling, or, I'm having an issue, keeping the peace and harmonizing with my roommate or with my spouse. Like there can be some tension that can be going on there because Venus wants peace when it's in the 4th house, and peace is hard to find when Pluto is in the 7th. And then we're going to see Venus enter Scorpio in your 5th, which I think is great because it's a water sign. So this is good for dating, romance, creativity, self-expression, creative projects. Then you're going to see the sun enter Libra. So then the sun moves into your 4th house. I wonder, for people who've been in relationships where things have been on the rocks for a little bit, if like Libra season with this incoming eclipse and also the squares to Pluto, if it's like this is the grand finale, that if you have been seeing some tension between you and someone you live with, or a relationship and family or something like that, this is when we really start to kind of see that build. And remember, Mars is in your 1st house, so it's about taking action, being assertive, and what you're able to kind of do for yourself. And yes, home can change with the eclipse in October. Surprise, that can happen. You could move. You can also find that there could be some changes that are going on with your relationships, and that could prompt the move as well. That is possible. All right, so then we're going to see like I said, the sun enter the 4th house. This can be about investing more into home or living situations, men coming to visit you in the home, father figures, focusing on a parent. And then the 24th through the 25th, we're going to have Mercury go through the same obstacle course that the sun went through. So if you look at what happened the 19th through the 21st, where there were actions, right, the sun, now here comes the communication, the discussing of this is what happened. And so first, we will see Mercury trine Uranus. And that may be calling your friend, being like, okay, this is what I did. This is what happened. This is the change that I made, or this is what I'm planning. And then you're going to see Mercury oppose Neptune, where there can be some deception in conversations, or some miscommunications, or issues with translating, or not speaking the same language, or problems with traveling and like not seeing things for what they are, or not understanding or being able to comprehend things, especially in the 3rd or the 9th house. And then you're going to see Mercury come into a trine with Pluto. And Mercury is about communication, documents, or discussions. And the trine to Pluto can mean like you have a really kind of significant or a serious heart-to-heart. Like if you did have a bit of like a tiff with a partner or a family member the 19th through the 21st, It is possible that this is when you're like, okay, do you want to talk about it? Can we talk about it? And there can be so often when I see planets in the 3rd and the 9th house, it's like there can be issues where you're talking to people who don't understand, or they don't know, or they're not well versed in a topic that you're discussing and that you're talking about. And the 9th house can be very much about the right thing or philosophy, and then the 3rd house is like, yeah, but then there's reality, and then there's details, so there can be a sense of having some philosophical differences and some debates with these aspects. Anyway, we get to then the 26th, and on the 26th, Mercury will enter Libra. So then there's more communication revolving around home, family, and organization of such. This could be a sibling coming to visit. This could be moving. This could be reorganization of your space and or your bedroom. That can be happening as well. And then on the 28th, we're going to see the Sun conjunct the South Node in Libra. So this could represent a change in relationships within the family, a breaking away from, certain family relationships, or a partner or a family member leaving the house. Or this is a good day to clean out your garage, clean out your closets, clean out your kitchen, and be like, I'm getting rid of stuff. It's a good day for a yard sale too. Or if it doesn't, I don't know what day it falls on, but if it doesn't fall on like a Saturday or a Sunday, this is when you start clearing everything out of your house and you're figuring out what you want to get rid of or give away. And you could make money off the stuff that you sell, or you could go to an estate like sale, and you could go and pick out furniture and stuff, and you would find stuff that people want to get rid of that you could get a good deal on. All right, and then on the 29th, this is a good transit for you. Mars in your 1st house will trine Saturn. So now if you want to make headway with a course or some kind of training, or if you want to plan travel, or if you're feeling a little bit more adventurous, things will go more so your way. You may be traveling for training or something relating to children. Maybe you're going to a graduation, or maybe you're going to go and meet a romantic partner in another place. If you're traveling, you could meet somebody because of Mars's connection. Maybe you feel more emotionally connected to wanting to learn something new, or working with a guru or a teacher. But I like that transit. It's going to be good for making you feel a little bit more inspired and optimistic about the future. And then finally on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury in Libra. So this could be about some kind of unexpected conversation with a neighbor or a relative or a family member. I just with the retrograde in your 3rd house, and then like the Kazemi in the 4th, it's either a neighbor or like a sibling. Like there's going to be an unexpected conversation with a sibling, or you're trying to kind of talk to them about something they're going through, or maybe the family is kind of like, how can we better support them, or like, what's the issue here? And everybody's going to be kind of talking about it, is kind of the vibe that I get. And if you don't have a sibling, then it's probably going to be communication either with a neighbor or a coworker, right? It can be an uncle or an aunt as well. All right, so then September 2nd, new moon in Virgo. All right, so if you've been debating or going back and forth about, do I move, do I buy a new car with this retrograde? Once you hit the new moon, you have a little bit more clarity if that's something that you want to make a decision about. Getting ready to work on or launch online businesses, starting new classes, writing books. It can be about learning something new, podcasts, websites, YouTube channels. You can do that after the new moon in the 3rd house. Also traveling or planning traveling after the new moon in the 3rd house. On the 17th, you're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in your natal 9th house. Like I said, if you're a later degree Cancer rising, it's going to trine. This may promote or bring about the fact that you're thinking about going back to college, or you're getting ready to graduate, or maybe you're traveling to a foreign land. Maybe it's bringing more optimism and opportunities for spirituality, especially when it comes to learning about metaphysics or meditation or spirituality. These are things that would kind of come up here. But the 9th house is a good house. It's the bigger picture of life. So it seems to kind of indicate that something is kind of emerging that you're working on behind the scenes, or you're praying for it, or you're asking for it, and you're like ready to receive this cosmic goodness. So yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting for you for the month. Anyway, the card that I get for you is the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles. Okay, so this can be an earth sign, it can be a Virgo, it can be a Capricorn or a Taurus. This can also be a younger person in your life, so it can be a younger person, a younger relative, or a kid. When I think of the Page of Pentacles, I think about taking a slow, steady approach and either investing a little bit of time or energy or learning something new. So I think with so many of the energies going through your third house where you're reading books, you're learning something, maybe you're teaching yourself a new skill, and then the eclipse in the ninth house is like, okay, I've learned enough to know that I want to take this all the way. You know, for some of you guys, it's going to be about training or certification, or you're learning something new that could help you make more money. I think after a Mercury retrograde in your second house, a lot of you are like, yeah, I need to make more money. And I think it's smart prior to Mars going retrograde there. So maybe you're willing to try something new. Maybe there's a new job opportunity or offer. Or maybe you're investing in something that can give you more skills. So that way you can expand what you're doing and find that you feel a little bit more financially free. And this is about learning something new. So take your time. You're not going to have it figured out all at one time. You're going to have to take, go through the process, I guess, because the page eventually becomes a king, to figure out what it is you're supposed to be doing and how you can have more wealth and resources. Okay? All right. Hope that's helpful for you. I will catch you guys back here next month. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to your horoscopes for September of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. We're going to talk about so many things. So we're going to see this month both a solar eclipse. Okay. Hello. I'm just forget I even said that. Next month is going to be the solar eclipse. You're going to see there is a new moon. I'm like thinking about the eclipse. There's going to be a new moon. And that's going to be happening in Virgo. And that's important because it involves the sun. All right. So that new moon is going to be on September 2nd in your second house. And this is a money manifesting moon. All right. That's what you need to know. So you're manifesting more money, better self-esteem, better organized of your resources and your cash. You're really focusing on that. And honestly, you're doing that all month. And all month is about what do I need? What's best for me? How can I get more? And learning to turn certain people away that give you less than what you deserve. Okay, good. Got that. And we see a ton of aspects between the sun this month, a lot of them, and they're happening in your financial houses here, right? So what you need to know is that as the sun and Mercury go through your second house, it's you going, yeah, but I need more, or this is how much I'm spending on my cost of living, or this is how much I need to be making in order to thrive, or this is what my worth is. And that's going to get checked and challenged all over the place with some of the oppositions between Saturn and Neptune. So, second house is money in your pocket, what you have, your spending power. Eighth house represents debt, loans, other people's resources. And I feel like some of you guys are going to be like, I can't put any more money on my credit card this month. I can't keep overdrafting on my account. I can't, put off paying these loans. Or I can no longer continue to keep covering the expenses for a broke partner, or, you're challenging an insurance claim and trying to get something paid. Maybe it's possible that this is a time where you start kind of telling other people, I know you haven't been able to have it, but I'm going to need some support. And you'll see that more when the lunar eclipse comes through in Pisces in your 8th house. Okay, so when you hear sun, opposition, trine, all that stuff, ton of sun stuff is going on where things are getting kind of worked out. Okay, so let's start first with September 1st, where we're seeing two very big energies take place. One is Pluto is now retrograde back into Capricorn. So, you get a break. It's not in your relationship house right now, okay? So you get a couple months where it's going to be in your 6th house. Pluto at 29 is critical. Capricorn is slow, hardworking, and obviously this is some big changes to something about your habits, your health, or your workspace. Maybe you're changing offices. Maybe you're wanting to find something more permanent. Maybe you're finally ready to get rid of a bad habit. I don't know which one is which for you. All I can tell you is these things need to be worked on in the better part of the next 2 months. Pluto represents your 4th house of home. So some of you guys are giving up your office and you're working from home now. Some of you guys are saying, you know what? These emotional patterns and things that are coming up for me, it's not healthy, or it's time to finally organize my space. Pay attention to relationship with coworkers, pay attention to your health, and also the health of your pets. This is very important with this transit. Uranus will also go retrograde. So you are now re-evaluating these changes in your work, in your career, in your status. Uranus represents your marketplace, your clients, and your partnerships. So this can be where you're like, okay, I've been working for this company. Do I like it? I'm reevaluating this relationship. You know, do I feel like it's going in the right direction? Do I like the type of work that I'm doing? Do I like how I'm presenting myself to the world? So there is some kind of reevaluation that's going on in the midst of this period. It's more internal. So, you know, sometimes when we see two significant changes at one time, it looks like work changes and then something about your routine changes, or work changes and then your workspace changes. Something is kind of happening within these two particular retrogrades that I would just pay attention to. On the 2nd of the month, Mars in Gemini will square Neptune. So Mars will still be moving through your 11th house of friends, goals, socializing, and networks. And it's squaring Neptune, which means that there can be like a loss of motivation to want to partner with people, hang out with friends. Maybe you're not feeling as supported by certain people. Maybe you're like, man, like I keep trying, but it's not getting me anywhere. Or I want to be with others, but I don't know how. This is meant to be something, because it squares to Neptune, where there is something that's changing or there is something that's confusing. And I kind of feel like Mars is the North Node, so it's trying to get you to reach out and connect with people in other places. So it doesn't mean that you have to physically meet with people. It can mean that you're joining new groups online, or you're going and taking courses, or you're joining webinars, or other ways of meeting with people that may not necessarily be in person. I also feel like this is about feeling really sensitive and emotional about a disconnect with certain groups or certain friends. That can come up for you here as well. On the 4th, then Mars enters Cancer. So Mars will then, for the next 6 weeks or so, be hanging out in your 12th house. Mars rules foreign lands, faith, philosophy, belief, and education, and also home. So some of you guys might be like, I'm hanging out behind the scenes at home more. I'm studying. Maybe I'm going on an extended vacation. Maybe there is a lot of just feeling like you're a little bit more in hermit mode. You know, that can go on. And Mars in the 12th house, it is a time where, you know, we are also dealing with hidden things in our lives, in our subconscious. So there can be stuff revolving around hidden emotions and feelings about family and our beliefs about those things. And what I like when Mars goes through the 12th house is I like dancing. I feel like dance can be really great with Mars in the 12th, because it's about kind of shaking the vibes off. And Mars in Cancer is kind of moody, okay? So this can also be about exploring the subconscious. So like meditation, past life regression, hypnosis, these things can be good here. And spending time in water can be really helpful as well. Eventually down the road, at the beginning of the year, Mars will retrograde in your sign and it'll go back into Cancer. So that could mean that you travel to a place that you go back to at some point, or maybe you go back to school or teaching, or you go back to writing a book, right? You might decide that you want to relocate somewhere. That can happen as well. On the 6th, you're going to see the third and final Mercury in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. So it looks like the last month, man, has been a little challenging for communication for you. There has been a lot of back and forth about what I think, what I value, what I need, you know, and that being in friction with your career, your work, your friends, and changes that have been going on. So maybe you've been, you know, changing how you communicate with that. Maybe you've been changing something revolving around traveling or gatherings. And so this is that final kind of challenge revolving around how you express yourself, especially with people out in the world, and how you're kind of adapting to changes at work or within relationships. So Mercury square Uranus is stressful. It has created some breakdown, obviously, and for you it could be more mentally or emotionally, or changes with a physical or a financial situation, and how that's been really impacting you and your ability to express yourself. So this is the last one. Don't do anything crazy. Don't mouth off to a boss. Don't go cutting your hair or anything like that with that square. And look at what's happened in the third week of July and also earlier in August to kind of see how that's been manifesting. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this is important because the Sun rules you and it will oppose Saturn. Saturn in the 8th is, like I said, banking. It could be your partner's resources. It could be what other people have or don't have. It could also represent, you know, your relationship to banking or institutions. It could be, you know, what money your audience or what, clients may or may not have. So this is where, all these planets going through your second house and you're like, this is what I need. Some people might be like, we don't have it. Or, I need a loan or an extension. We can't give it to you. You're going to have have issues with access to the stuff, basically. So watch for that. There can be a little bit of like a speed bump here. If you're asking for a raise or to borrow money, or if you want an increase on your credit card, the 7th is not the day to do it when the sun opposes Saturn, because somebody is going to say, nope, sorry, can't help you. On the 8th, you'll have Mercury re-enter the sign of Virgo. So at least Mercury's in its home sign. It's in the second house of money. So it's able to reorganize and reassess. Okay, this is what works. This is what doesn't work. This is what we're focusing on. This is how we get organized. This is how we bring in more. You'll see on the 12th, the sun will square Jupiter. So it looks like there is an opportunity for growth within self-esteem, finances, and resources that may come from joining a new group, right? You might be like, well, I have support from a friend. I couldn't get the loan, but my friend says, hey, I've got you. Or, I was kind of struggling trying to figure out, how I'm going to make ends meet. And my friend says, hey, I've got an opportunity, or I've got a job for you, or I've got a project for you. So there may be some support that comes from a friend or kind of a network of sorts. Then we're going to see on the 14th, Venus in Libra trines Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in the 3rd house, where beauty, romance, relationships, connection, communication is found. And this is wonderful. I'm wondering for some Leos or Leo risings, are you guys going to be joining a new social media network? Are you going to be signing a contract or something where you're going to be working with a friend or another person who wants to pay you, or vice versa? Are you going to be launching a website? Great day to be telling people what you're doing. If you're like, look at this new website, or look at my new blog, or follow my new YouTube channel, or whatever. I love that for Venus trine Jupiter. I think that's a really great day. And definitely good day for sending out newsletters or getting recognition and making a significant post. On the 18th, then Mercury in Virgo opposes Saturn. So think about what happened on the 7th. On the 18th, there's something similar. So now Mercury, your money lord, is catching up and it's opposing Saturn. So Mercury rules money and resources and friends. And it may mean that you're telling somebody like, I don't have it, you're going to have to pay for it. Or, I don't think we agree, or there can be some conflict over accounting or resources, or you're arguing with your partner or your spouse about money owed or a refund, or, some kind of budgeting issue. And that leads us to the 19th to the 21st, where these are very important transits for you, Leo. Okay, 19th to the 21st. So we've already seen the sun oppose Saturn, where there was some discrepancy between you and another person about money, resources, or money owed, or borrowing, right? So now you're going to have the sun come into a trine with Uranus, which means through cutting something off or letting someone or something go, or going, that's not the path forward, you're able to make a pretty significant change when it comes to your career, okay? Or, a shocking change in direction, or, something new that you're offering people. Then you're going to see the sun oppose Neptune, where you're going to go, yeah, I'm not willing to hide it anymore, or I'm not willing to deal with the fact that I get less than I deserve, or that somebody is kind of not paying their way, or, not supporting me. And then you're going to see the sun trine Pluto, which is empowering you to say, I've made healthier decisions, I've made the necessary changes in my health, the necessary changes in my workspace, to be able to have healthier habits, be more productive, and also focus more on the growth when it comes to my career, okay? Very important stuff. Mercury will go through the same aspects in a second. On the 22nd, Venus will square Pluto. So Venus in your 3rd house of communication, relatives, and learning, where, you find it very pleasurable to travel, to learn, to read books, all that stuff. Venus squaring Pluto. So there can be some difficult relationship communication between you and an employee, you and a partner of some kind, you and a sibling. Venus rules career and communication, and the fact that it's squaring Pluto means that there can be some tiffs with like a female relative, or there can be some tiffs with like a female neighbor, and we want to watch for giving ultimatums or having, kind of nasty or, you know, putting pressure on relationship conversations here. Then Venus goes into Scorpio in your 4th house, where it's going to really be focusing more on beauty, pleasure, security. You know, it is kind of intense and moody, but it's great for decorating the house, getting ready for fall. Like, definitely feel like a lot of Leo and Leo risings are going to start busting out the pumpkins and the skeletons and all that stuff, and kind of decorating your home and getting ready for that. Various Venus and Scorpio. Or deciding that you want to make some changes in the decor of your home. It can be about a female relative coming to visit too, like a sister or a cousin or your mom. Then the sun enters Libra. So the sun goes into the 3rd house, where it's going to be highlighting for the next 3 weeks, communication, learning, you know, being on socials. It could be about writing something, learning, and, you know, eventually we will see the sun trine Jupiter. So that does make me feel like you're diversifying the way that you communicate and connect with people this month. And I don't know how you're doing it, but you're doing it, and it looks like if you stay with it, it'll be fortuitous, especially next month. Now on the 24th and the 25th, okay, so remember how the sun did this, okay, this, and this. Now Mercury is going to do it. So then this has an effect on your money and your resources because of something that you stepped away from. So now Mercury is going to go, okay, well, here's the shocking, surprising new twist, and this is what I'm working on, or this is what I'm selling, or this is what I'm doing. Then it's going to oppose Neptune, which means that it's really important to be careful with what you talk about financially or financial transactions or dealings. You might be thinking that, oh, I have something, or I'm transferring something, or somebody's going to pay me this, and there could be issues where somebody could be a little less than honest with you about what they're holding or what they need. So I would be like, show me the details, give me the facts and the figures, you know, give me the receipt. And making sure that you get what's owed to you. And this could also be going back and forth with an insurance matter as well. That is possible. And then Mercury will trine Pluto. So it can positively impact and help you with health. So some of you guys might be dealing with like an insurance matter where you're trying to make sure something's getting covered. And it can be, yeah, just going back and forth and making sure that that's kind of taken care of. And if not, then it's like a financial thing. And it might mean that you're having to have somebody look into it. And make sure that, you know, something has been handled or processed or kind of taken care of, you know, correctly. All right, so then on the 26th, Mercury enters Libra. So it's in your 3rd house. Okay, so there is much more emphasis now on communicating and making money through exchange and contracts and negotiations and partnerships. Spending maybe a little bit more on education, travel, cars, and vehicles can happen here. On the 28th, the sun will conjunct the South Node in Libra. So that's going to be about kind of letting go of something. So you might let go of a vehicle. You might have a conversation with a sibling or a partner about making changes and releasing something. You might be thinking about moving. This can also be bringing up an opportunity to shift the way that you're communicating. The sun South Node affects you a little bit more because you are the sun. So that might be about reaching out to somebody and collaborating with them or connecting with somebody who you've worked with or created with or been in a relationship with before. On the 29th of the month, we're going to see Mars trine Saturn. So Mars in your 12th house trining Saturn means that you're kind of coming to terms with the fact that some things are changing. And this could be with your home and your family behind the scenes. This could be with your joint resources and your relationships. This is about accepting and acknowledging that not everything lasts forever. I will say this too shall pass. You know, when Mars and Saturn trine, it's good. It means that, you know, there is some kind of action that's taken that is supported by Saturn. So there is some kind of stability and growth. But I feel like this is more about emotional health, psychological health, right? Saturn in Pisces. And that you're learning to transmute grief and anger or fear or anxiety. And you're doing it in a way where you're moving your body, right? Maybe you're dancing at home, you're working out, you know, maybe you're cleaning out your closet or your attic or something where you're kind of feeling like, okay, I needed to get all this stuff out of here. I needed to do this emotional or psychological purge. It can be working with a healer or a therapist as well. Then you're going to see on the 30th, the sun in Libra will conjunct Mercury in Libra. So this could be about a significant announcement, sending out a newsletter, a blast, a conversation that you don't see coming that can be really fortuitous between you and a romantic partner. You might meet somebody while you're traveling. You might start writing something, or you might start learning something, or there is like a drop of a podcast or some kind of contract of some kind, some way of communicating with other people. I think this is sharing something really positive with your friends, and being like, yeah, let's, like this is this good thing that's happening. Let's get together and celebrate, or let's plan a trip together. Let's all go and kind of hang out. So I like that aspect for you. I feel like it's going to be some good news that you're going to be sharing with others. We talked about the new moon on the 2nd in your 2nd house. This is when you do all your money manifesting, when you have a new moon in Virgo. And then on the 17th of the month, you're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 8th house of other people's money. This is ushering you into what will eventually be the new North Node transit in Pisces in 2025, and the South Node transits in Virgo in 2025. And the North Node in the 8th house is, I would say, buckle up. There are some major financial, major psychological changes. The 8th house obviously deals with death, sex, and taxes, but it's not just that. It's about psychology. It's about intimacy. It's about vulnerability and the willingness to say, I need help, or I'm scared, or, do you want to merge with me? So it's so much more than just that. Yes, it deals with banking and loans and all of that stuff, but this is other people's money. So the good news is Saturn has been there for a little while. So the fact that Saturn's gone through Pisces, you've already kind of seen how this has impacted either you or your partner's money in some way, or your relationship to other people's money. It's been my observation that at least I'm coming out of having had that transit there in the last couple of years. And when the North Node went in there, yeah, things happen, right? Like I lost my grandma, I lost my dog. It happened. But that doesn't mean that has to manifest that way for everybody. It was a transit that taught me that death is not always literal, that it could be, well, this is the end of a relationship, or this is the end of one financial situation, or this is the end of my debt. I came out of it actually paying all my debt off, including my car. I came out of it investing money and making more, and also merging resources with my partner, and being stronger both financially but also psychologically at the end of it. So it was actually pretty good for me. So I think for you guys, this eclipse is basically saying it's going to illuminate in September something about Pisces in the 8th house. I think it's going to be psychological stuff. I think it could be bringing up some stuff where you need some healing, or where you're experiencing some grief or some isolation or some loss. It is squaring Jupiter, which is the ruler. So it does look like a yearning for, I want my friends, I want community, I want to be with other people. And I would say this is about making lemonade and being like, okay, I'm either going to tell people what I've been dealing with and how I've been struggling, or it can be putting yourself out there and saying, how can I merge the two? Do I go to a meditation class with my friends? Do I decide that I want to go and travel with people if I can't see them all the time, but I'm making more of an effort to see them every so often? And jumping into situations where I can be meeting new people who have similar interests as me, or stuff that could be like self-help groups. Yes, big financial things can happen with eclipses in the 8th house. So be mindful that if you have something that's been due for a while, if you have, kind of reached your limit with some of your budget or some of your credit cards and stuff, yeah, stuff can get real when you start to see those eclipses. So just keep that in mind that, sometimes it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes your bank will email you and say, we upped your credit, or your partner says, hey, I got a bonus. So it doesn't have to be negative, but definitely does seem, between the retrograde and then the oppositions and finally the eclipse, this is the grand finale of some back and forth about a financial situation. Okay. All right, Leo, let's see which card you get for the month ahead. You get the Queen of Swords, right? The Queen of Swords. So this can be looking for support from an air sign. It can be a Gemini, a Libra, or an Aquarius, or this can represent you, right? Speaking up, speaking out. Keep in mind, Venus is going through the 3rd house, so you can be diplomatic. The sun will be entering into your 3rd house, so it can be focusing on writing, communications, travel, learning, expressing yourself. And there's definitely a lot of that going on even before Mercury goes into Libra, where there is going to be this emphasis on kind of speaking up for yourself, standing up for yourself, asking for what you need, being direct, clear, and concise, and having your voice being heard in some way, shape, or form. Very knowledgeable, very direct with this energy. Remember, swords are utilized to create a boundary or to be heard or to defend yourself. So wield your words wisely this month. All right, I'll catch you guys back here next time. Hopefully that's helpful. I'll see you soon. All right, we got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's up, my Virgos? How are you doing? Happy birthday if you are a September Virgo. I hope it's a good one for you. Truth be told, my goodness, Virgo, this is going to be quite the month, okay? So lots of complex stuff. I'm going to try to uncomplicate it. But there is Mercury that is still going to have one more square to Uranus, so you're still coming out of the Mercury retrograde squares. You have got Mercury, your ruling planet, and the sun coming through Virgo, so it's going to be going through your first house where there's a lot of what do I think? What do I want? What do I need? What's going on with me, my health, my body? And then you are going to start seeing oppositions to both Saturn and also Neptune in the 7th house, which is other people. So finding the balance between you and another person this month looks colorful. It looks like it could be challenging, but oppositions are relational. So it means that sometimes something outside of ourselves makes us aware of something. It can mean that if we have been, single for a while, suddenly somebody appears. It can mean if we've been in a relationship and it's not working, we can become more aware of what we need. This is such a big, I keep shaking the camera, sorry guys. This is such a big month for you guys. It's like crazy. So try to see other people's perspectives is one thing I would say with this month. And when you hear Sun or Mercury in Virgo opposing, Saturn or Neptune, that means that you're not always going to see eye to eye with another person. Okay? That's what you need to know. All right. So, first things first, we're going to start on the 1st of September, where we see two pretty significant planetary retrogrades. So the first one is Pluto's going to go retrograde back into Capricorn. Thankfully, it's in a fellow Earth sign. So if you're a later degree Virgo rising or sun or moon, if you're like 28, 29 degrees, Pluto is trining you, so it's friendly, okay? Pluto is only going to be here for like not even 2 months. So it's coming back into Capricorn and hanging out at 29 degrees because it wants to work through one last final thing before it leaves and it goes into Aquarius. Pluto represents communication, writing, learning, the mind, travel, okay, vehicles. So maybe this is about putting the finishing touches on a website. Maybe it's about going back to an old hobby you love. Maybe it's about working through some childhood issues, communicating with a romantic partner or with a child. We're also going to have Uranus turn retrograde in Taurus, another Earth sign. And this is changing and transforming or reflecting, right, on some radical changes that you've made about your beliefs, some radical changes that have happened in regards to travel or education or, some kind of training maybe you've been doing. Uranus rules your habits. So maybe you're reflecting on the change in your habits, the change that's come from travel, from education and things like that. So the fact that those are both going retrograde the same day, and it's also going to be, trining Virgo, tells me that, you're being asked to reflect on matters of the heart and what the bigger purpose of your life is and what it means. On the 2nd of the month, Mars in Gemini, it will come into a square with Neptune and Pisces. There we go. So Mars has been tearing through Gemini, and it's been probably being like, I have gotten offered more than one job. I got offered a retirement or a severance package. I am working one job. I took another job. I'm working a 9 to 5. I've launched a business. There's been a lot of work going on for Virgo risings. And when Mars is in the 10th house, it's work, and communications. And the square to Neptune means that you're going to be like, I'm taking on too much and I don't feel like I have support, or why am I not getting clear to people? Why is it people are not understanding? Or, you might be in like tech or communications and you're, trying to work with somebody and then you realize like, okay, well, here's the problem. You didn't even have it plugged in, you didn't even read the directions, or, did you see my email? So you get kind of agitated because people just seem like they're just like brain dead and they're not like paying attention to stuff. There can also be the sense of being over inundated with work and lack of capability of being able to see clearly when it comes to paying attention to your partner, you know, a spouse or a partner, or there can be a sense of being so busy that you're not able to give all of your time and attention adequately to all of your clients. So mistakes can be made. We may not see so clearly with that transit, and, you know, don't make any sudden decisions about making changes with relationships or work under that transit. On the 4th of the month, Mars enters Cancer, so it's going to go into your 11th house of friends, socializing, and networks. You know, you might be traveling to meet friends. Friends might be in town. There may be more parties, gatherings, get-togethers, things like that are coming up. There could be some big changes going on in the lives of your friends, and you could be going and hanging out at their home, or, you know, connecting with their friends or family. Mars will be there kind of heating up your social zone for the better part of the next couple of weeks. And then on the 6th, this will be the final Mercury square Uranus. So Mercury started its retrograde last month in your sign, went into the 12th. And I know some Virgo risings just have been like, I just want to be left alone, or I'm a little bit more reflective, or I need some privacy. I know some Virgo risings that have been under the weather. And so the Mercury retrograde has been about kind of healing and having gotten sick and now bouncing back. So Mercury will square Uranus one more time. Unexpected travel changes, unexpected health changes, unexpected shifts around education. These are things you guys want to watch for on the 6th of September. And then on the 7th, the Sun will oppose Saturn. Okay? So the Sun is about isolation, separation, reflection. This is a day where you're not going to be as wanting to connect with other people, or you might be saying to your partner or a romantic person, like, give me some space, or, you know, I'm not interested. Or maybe you're feeling like you're lonely and somebody's not connecting with you, and they're not giving you what you need, or they're not responding to you. They're limiting their love or affection in some way. So there can be some space going on with another person. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury comes back into your sign. And this is about feeling like, okay, I can communicate. I'm kind of getting my energy back, or now I have more clarity about what I want. And then the Sun in your first house squares Jupiter. So you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna focus more on work right now. I'm gonna focus more on my career. Or you're feeling really kind of optimistic or capable of being able to kind of overcome any challenges that's going on within your professional life. And it may be a day that's kind of fortuitous, that you actually get a lot done, and having a good attitude is really helpful. Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, Venus in Libra trines Jupiter in Gemini. So Venus in your money house trines Jupiter. Ooh, that is a day where you may get a raise. You may get a better paying job. That's a day where there may be a bonus or some kind of recognition that's, you know, being given to you. That can financially be good. Some kind of chunk of change or money may come in for you, or some kind of job offer. And that could be where a partner is being generous with you as well, because Jupiter does rule family and relationships. So there could be that. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury will oppose Saturn. So this is important. You're Mercury, there's Saturn. You're like, hey, I want to talk, and somebody's like not picking up the phone, or they're evasive, or they're not ready to talk, or, you know, they're not responsive, or they fell asleep. So it's going to be more difficult to communicate with partners, you know, creative collaborators, clients, and also children. They may not listen to you. And I say that lovingly, you know, it's just, you're going to be like, why are you not, you know, did you not see my text? Like, they're just going to be kind of like space cadets on these opposition days. Then you're going to see on the 19th through the 21st. Okay. So the Sun will make these aspects first. So the Sun in your first house is, you know, my dreams. It could be my body, my energy, you know, my sense of self. This can also be self-undoing, by the way. Sun is self-undoing. So there can be some over-analytical things that you're doing, or where you can be a little bit too critical or a little bit too detail-oriented. And the Sun already came out of an opposition with Saturn, so you could be a little bit too critical of another person, and they could have their feelings hurt, or they're upset about it. The Sun will first trine Uranus, which means you're more open to being like making change and dramatically shifting your faith, your philosophy, or being like, you know what, forget it, I'm going to go on a trip, or, you know, I'm going to go back to school, or maybe you're just wanting to make some kind of shift in regards to the way that you look at your life and your value system. That's possible. Some opportunity for spontaneous travel and fun. And then it's going to oppose Neptune, which means it's probably going to be away from a romantic partner. It could involve them, but I feel like you would have to be meeting somewhere that you may not go together, or some partner may not be able to go with you if you have a trip planned. And then you're going to see Sun trine Pluto. And so there can be some sense of being like, well, I'm really passionate about having fun right now. You know, if you can't go, then I'm still going to go. I wish you were there. You know, that can happen. To me, this also looks like with the Sun trine Pluto, it's about healing heartbreak or having some kind of creative breakthrough. So that's possible. You know, you're just going to see that just getting along with other people this month. It's not going to be easy because Saturn and Neptune, you're going to have people who are evasive, they're playing the victim, they're having issues with sobriety, they're having mental health issues, they could be scattered, and you're going to be like, let me help you, let me love you, you know, and they can sometimes just be a little messy. All right, on the 22nd of the month, Venus in Libra squares Pluto in Capricorn. So you're going to have Venus in your second house of money and resources, and it's going to square Pluto. So there could be some challenges revolving around love and intimacy. There can be some jealousy, some possessiveness. There's a need to definitely watch finances and resources as it pertains to spending money and the need for resources for children, creative projects. Like, are you spending too much at the bar? Are you spending too much on a kid's birthday party? Are you potentially risking money that you're gambling or that you're spending on, kind of like extracurriculars? So just watch for that. There can be a tendency of like doing too much or excessive spending in some capacity. Not seeing eye to eye with a kid about money is another one that can come up here. Then you're going to see Venus enter Scorpio. So Venus will go into your third house, where pleasure is found through communication and reading and learning and cars, and luxury is Venus. So it can mean that you're willing to spend a little bit more on travel or on cars or on gadgets. And then the Sun enters Libra, which is also highlighting spending money or resources or ownership of some kind. But the transits in your second house with the South Node is about releasing. You're going to see this a lot this month, and you're going to see this in early October with the eclipse. Getting rid of things, decluttering, releasing things, and not feeling like you need more. So you may be selling stuff or getting rid of stuff. All right, so then you're going to see on the 24th and the 25th, okay? So now Mercury is going to go through the same obstacle course that the Sun did. So you're Mercury. So this is you saying, okay, I am changing direction with my thoughts, my beliefs, education, or teachers in some capacity. Or I am deciding I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to learn something new, or I'm going to travel to this place. In order to do that, you're going to say, well, I have to be willing to not make it be about a partner, or not make it be about my relationships, or maybe in doing so, I need some time away from my clients, or I'm going to be away from my Etsy shop, something like that. And then you're going to see Mercury trine Pluto, where it's some really powerful opportunity to create, have fun, explore, kind of express yourself. Like, I kind of feel like those of you guys who are partnered this month, you're going to be like, I need some time away from them because I have other things I'm doing, whether you're going on a retreat or you're going back to school, or there's something that's taking you away from them. Sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder. You do have this eclipse that will happen in your seventh house, which is going to put an emphasis on relationships. And yes, those can be make or break periods in relationships for some. Now, the 26th of the month, Mercury enters Libra. So now Mercury's in Libra, Sun is in Libra. This is basically putting an emphasis on your finances and your resources now. You're wanting to talk about or focus on values in relationships, what you're spending, what you have. And the Sun on the 28th will conjunct the South Node. Make a note of this day. Something valuable can go missing, okay? So it can be a piece of jewelry. It could be an art piece. It could be money. It could be a wallet. Something could go missing, so be very careful. You could lose something here with the Sun conjunct the South Node. And what else? Or some kind of loss. Maybe you're giving something away, right? Or something that's been missing might kind of appear and it might show up. That's the other way of looking at it. Then on the 29th, we are going to have Mars trine Saturn. So Mars in your social zone is going to trine Saturn in your relationship zone. So it looks like socializing, being with a romantic partner, meeting people, going to parties. Things are a little bit smoother at the end of the month. It's almost like a reunion type of vibe. So if there's been some time or space, now you guys can connect. And then on the 30th, you're going to have a Sun, Mercury, Cazimi in Libra. Now, on the 2nd of October, you'll have an eclipse there. So this is part of that. So Sun, Mercury, right? You know, finding something. So I wonder, does something go missing on the 28th and do you find it on the 30th? You know, does that, if that happens for you guys, let me know. But the Sun Mercury is like, oh, I've connected, or I have found the real value in something, or it was in the place that I didn't look, you know. And Venus is the dispositor, by the way, which will be going through Scorpio. So you probably lost it on a walk. Maybe you left it somewhere in your car. Maybe your sibling has it, right? One of these places. So look for that object in some of those places. Retrace your steps is my advice. And this is like, okay. This can also be the Sun, Mercury, Cazimi, that there is some kind of announcement or an awareness that's about a change with money. And it's conjunct the South Node, right? Ruled by Venus, and Venus is in the 3rd. Some of you guys are going to go, I'm selling my car. I'm giving my things away because I'm moving. I am wanting to make a total change in, you know, my style. I'm wanting to sell my old computer and buy a new one. You know, something like that can be happening. So September 2nd, you have a new moon in your sign in the 1st house. And this basically means that, you know, if you're wanting to make a change in your appearance, if you want to focus on new goals for yourself, if you're wanting to set new intentions for yourself, you can do so. This is going to be good because it's after the Mercury retrograde. So you've been kind of going through this change and what do I want for myself and what are my goals and where am I going? Now you set intentions there. And if your birthday's around the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, it's going to be right around the new moon. So it means it's a brand new year for you, right? Check out that video. I did a new moon on it. On the 17th, there is a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Okay, Virgos, I want you just hear me out on this. The beginning of the month and the end of the month, there is a back and forth, like I said, between what do I need and whether or not somebody else shows up. If you've been in a relationship that's been rocky, yes, a lunar eclipse, which is a completion, a lunar eclipse in your 7th house could mean, okay, well, maybe this isn't working. Maybe we do separate, or maybe we do break up. It can, it doesn't mean it has to. It can also be a time where there's just more going on with your partner than usual and it has nothing to do with you. And maybe you're trying to find ways to help them and you don't know how to help them because Pisces is emotional. If you're single and you're looking to mingle, a lunar eclipse in the 7th, you might meet someone. It squares Jupiter. It's ruled by Jupiter. You might meet them at work. You might meet them through work. There could be new job proposals. There could be new, you know, professional collaborators. There could be new business partners. There could be new clients coming in. It could be you meet somebody through your boss, you know, weird stuff because Jupiter's in the 10th house. So you could meet them somehow through a change. Now, this could also mean there's a change in your status where you went from being single to you're in a relationship, or maybe you get engaged, or maybe you're getting married around the time of the eclipses. So that could also be, oh, okay, you know, I'm a Mr. or a Mrs. now. I will say that the eclipse really close to Saturn seems like this is about getting serious about love and relationships. Maybe you meet an older person. Maybe you decide that you do want to get married. Maybe it's like, I do want to have kids and take the relationship to the next level. There is something there that could happen. And it's going to be between Saturn and Neptune. So I would just be paying attention to what's going on with partners, kind of emotions and their health and their bodies, because that can bring stuff up as well. But this is really showing you it's about stretching yourself and going, I'm trying to empathize for these people. You know, not everybody has it together as well as you do, Virgo, just to be honest with you. Very, very few people do. So you're going to be looking at people being like, why are they crying? Or why are they being such a hot mess? Or why are they evading me? Or like, what's going on? You know, and you're having to practice empathy and try to understand where other people are coming from. North node eclipses can bring in significant relationships. So, you know, I've seen it millions of times for my clients. When people ask me, well, when do you see a relationship come in for me? I'll usually say, well, a Saturn transit in the 7th, North node in the 7th, you know, eclipses involving the 7th house lord. You have all these things happening, basically. You're going to see this mid-month around the 17th, and then you'll continue to see the North node move into Pisces over the next couple of years. So, yeah, there's a lot changing with relationships. So it's really about trying to kind of be open to that and see what the universe kind of gives you. So watch what happens with relationships with that eclipse. I hope that was helpful for you guys. Let's see what card I have for you. All right, I have the Three of Wands. Okay, the Three of Wands. This for me means that you're going places, you're doing things, something is evolving, something new is happening, getting ready to make announcements. This is about choosing a path and moving forward. This is also about creativity, excitement, you know, kind of going on an adventure. So I'm wondering, like, you know, is it because you're having these trines to Uranus maybe that you're considering traveling? You know, is it because Mars is in your friend group and it's going to start trining Saturn that, you know, you're planning trips where you're going to go and meet with friends and partners and other people? Probably. I also feel like this is about being really confident and decisive about where things are going. And that could be in your career or your relationships. But big decisions and announcements being made in both regards. All right? I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. Once again, have a happy birthday if your birthday's this month, and I will catch you back here next time. Take care. What's up, Libra, Libra rising? Welcome back to your horoscopes for September of 2024. I hope you're doing well. And to those of my September Libras, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you guys and you're enjoying your birthday season. So I want to talk to you first a little bit about Venus and what's going to be happening with Venus for the month ahead. We are going to be seeing Venus going through Libra, okay? So when September starts, Mercury retrograde is over. We're still waiting for Mercury to kind of come through Libra, which we'll see later in the month. But that means that if you have been dealing with being out of the spotlight, if you've been resting, retreating, taking care of your health in any way, shape, or form, Venus coming into your sign is actually really good for love, for health, and for beauty. So Venus being in Libra the first half of the month is great. Get your hair done, get your nails done. You can do some cosmetic stuff if that's what you want to do. Especially you're going to see some nice aspects to Jupiter. This can also be really wonderful for taking photos, headshots, you know, new user pics, all of that stuff. So it's really great for beauty and health. We will see later in the month that Venus will change signs. So she will be coming into the sign of Scorpio. So wherever Venus is where you are. And when Venus goes through Scorpio, it's in your second house, where this can be about luxury goods, spending, making purchases. It's also about your spending power. And it's really about feeling safe and stable and secure when it comes to making changes in these departments. So your mind is on your money is on your mind. So those are the two big kind of Venus transits that we're going to see, the ingresses. The one thing that you're going to watch out for is right before Venus actually comes into your second house in Scorpio, it's going to, down here, it's going to make a square to Pluto. And Pluto represents your money, possessions, and resources. It is your fourth house, which means there can be some pressure between your spending habits with physical goods. It can be increased housing expenses, home expenses, living expenses. And it can also represent a bit of a power struggle, maybe that you're having with somebody at home, like a roommate, a family member, or someone that you live with. It does represent that you're wanting to change something about your values when it comes to home and family. So that's the one transit that you're going to kind of want to watch out for that can be just a little bit more tricky for you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start at the top of the month. So September 1st, we're going to see two very big energies happen. One is you're going to see Pluto go retrograde back into the sign of Capricorn. Okay, so it'll be there briefly, about 2 months long. If you're a late degree Libra rising, so if you're 28, 29 degrees or sun or moon, you're still under this Pluto square, which means you're kind of having to make some dramatic changes with your home, your emotions, maybe one of your parents, maybe you're still dealing with a renovation, maybe there's some change going on in your private life. Pluto being at 29 degrees is critical. Pluto also squaring you by sign does really challenge you when it comes to long-standing emotional home or family issues and like needing to work through that. I feel like when Venus squares Pluto, it's going to be very obvious to you about what needs to change, and it's about kind of uprooting yourself from past habits or emotional entanglements.
Now, the other retrograde that we're going to see is Uranus. Okay, so Uranus is in Taurus. It's in your 8th house of joint resources, other people's money. It can be about trauma. It can be about healing. It can be about karmic entanglement. So you've got Uranus going retrograde, and that tells me that you're reevaluating something about your security, your investments, the money that you make with other people. It can also be about psychological changes in the 8th house. And Uranus rules your 5th. So I'm looking at Pluto going from the 5th to the 4th, which could represent some change of heart, some change with your children, some change involving children or romantic partners, self-employment, creative stuff. And then Uranus going retrograde in your 8th, which rules your 5th. So I kind of get the impression that some of the changes revolve around inner child stuff. It can be about safety and security. It can be about joint resources, inheritance challenges, tax stuff, things revolving around creative self-expression. And obviously Pluto is a heavy-hitting planet. So sometimes when Pluto is in the 4th house, there is some, major dramatic change for the family or major change for your home, or there could be some endings that are going on with home and family. And then Uranus going retrograde in your 8th house makes me feel like some big change is about to happen within the family in some way, shape, or form. It could be emotional for you. So if you're like, I'm not moving, nothing's changing, it's some emotional shifts that are taking place. Then we're going to see on the 2nd of the month, Mars in Gemini. So it still is in the 9th house where it's been for several weeks, where there's been more action revolving around travel, revolving around education, learning. Maybe it's been about, a partnership with a teacher. Maybe it's been some learning and growing about relationships, right? Mars rules relationships. So Mars will be in the 9th house, and it's going to come into a square with Neptune. And that tells me that there's some sense of like, having a blind spot and wanting to travel or wanting to initiate a course or a class or college, or wanting to initiate something that is going to be about teaching or writing, and you're coming into a bit of a roadblock because Neptune is like, I don't know if I have the time, or I'm not feeling well, or there is a challenge with a coworker, or there's a challenge with having too much work, or a pet that you need to take care of, which is kind of inhibiting you from being able to move forward the way that you want in your 9th house. So this could also mean like not seeing eye to eye with a teacher, not seeing eye to eye with somebody who is a mentor, or somebody who is a legal, kind of aid of some kind. That sometimes the 9th house and the 6th house deals with law and legality. So there can be some issues seeing your way out of a legal situation as well. And some moral or ethical issues that can be coming up with work or people that you're working with. So watch for that. On the 4th of the month, then Mars enters into Cancer. So it'll be moving into your 10th house of career and reputation. So busy, right? When Mars goes into the 10th house, the momentum kind of picks up. If we haven't been working, suddenly work comes in. It can also be a time where you're just kind of more out in the world and there's more visibility for you. Mars rules money and resources as well as relationships. So you're out there, you're working with people, you're connecting with your work partners or your clients, and it can be a time where, you're very busy. It is moving into a sign that will square you, okay? So something to think about, especially like right around mid-month, is Mars will be in the 10th house and it rules relationships. So your relationship to your job, or your relationship to your responsibilities or your partners, and it's going to square the south node in your sign and the north node in your 7th. So that tells me that there are some dramatic changes, some actions, some feelings that are coming up about your reputation, the work that you're doing, how you're known. If you haven't been working, you may feel like you want to get back into work. If you are somebody who is retired and, or maybe you're a stay-at-home parent, it can mean that there's more obligations and responsibilities for your home and for your family than usual. And you feel like, okay, is it falling on me, or is it supposed to be falling on another person? Whose responsibility is it? So Mars doesn't do well in Cancer because it's emotional. So the best way to navigate your work is emotionally kind of feeling into, is this the work I want to be doing? Is this right for me? Am I working with the right people? How do I feel about the work that I'm doing? And if you emotionally feel incentivized, then you'll do fine. If you're not feeling incentivized, then you're going to be like, I feel like I need to kind of take some time and think about this. You'll have several weeks of having Mars in Cancer, and eventually in the beginning of 2025, there will be a Mars retrograde where Mars will retrograde back from Leo into Cancer. So my Libras and my Scorpio risings may potentially have a job change. That might happening later in the year, or a status change. So you might go from being a CEO to, deciding that you're going to retire. You might go from being married to being single, or being single to being married. This can also deal with like parenting things that can be coming up for some Libra risings. And, parenting matters can put a little bit more of a pressure, or home and family matters, on changes with your career. So you'll see that down the road. So just be mindful. Great time to get out there and be really competitive at work. I think that there's going to be an opportunity to really kind of get a leg up and get a lot more recognition for the work that you're doing, and you can get a lot of stuff done as long as you feel good enough to do that. All right, so then we're going to have on the 6th of the month the final Mercury-Uranus square. So Mercury has been retrograde. It started in Virgo and it went into Leo. So maybe you reconnected with friends, with groups of people. Maybe you decided to rework something about, what you share with others, or return back to a group or a collaboration. Mercury is about communication, and it's kind of like what you've been thinking behind closed doors, or what you believe in, and it's been square Uranus. So likely there's been some miscommunications with friends. There's been a lot of reevaluating your goals, especially when it comes to money and resources, and maybe there has just been some shocks and surprises with conversations about these topics. So look at what happened around third week of July. Look at what happened in early August. Both of these times we saw Mercury square Uranus, where there could have been some startling or unexpected news from a group or from a friend. This will be the last one. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun is moving through the first 3 weeks of the month, your 12th house. And this is you preparing and getting ready either for your birthday season if you're Libra Sun, or you're getting ready for the planets to leave your 12th house and come into your first house, where there is some new and improved version of you, or there is more focus on your appearance or your body, or how you're dressing, or how you're carrying yourself. So when planets are in the 12th house, we are hiding a little bit. We feel like we need to heal, we need to rest, we need to recuperate. When we have planets in the 6th house, we're work, right? And you're going to see a lot of oppositions between the 6th and the 12th house, which is a little bit of a contradiction for you. Pisces usually is about kind of taking a step back, really reevaluating your health overall, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually, and your well-being and your rest and healing. And Virgo is usually more about, where we're taking care of our habits and our daily routines. And so as a Libra rising, you have to learn how to do both, because you have inverted houses. So when you see when you see the Sun come into an opposition with Saturn, the Sun is going to represent your goals, or it's going to represent your friendships, or some kind of, collaboration with others. That in opposition to Saturn tells me that you're going to be like, I don't have the time or the energy. Or it's time for me to let this friendship go, or it's time for me to let this goal go, or maybe it's about being more aware of, in order to make some of your goals a reality, that you need to make the time, or you need to create the space in your schedule, or you need to, step into a new lifestyle. That's been so much about the squares to Jupiter. I think in this last month or so is just kind of looking at things being like, I have to make a sacrifice, create the time to do something new. And that could be a job, a health style, a health or lifestyle change, or it can be about a change revolving around your habits and kind of getting out of your own way. So pay attention to that Sun opposed Saturn, because that's what you're stepping away from. And it's some responsibility. Maybe it's a job, maybe it's a habit, maybe it's something revolving around home and family matters. And then you will see on the 8th of the month, Mercury re-enters Virgo. So, a little bit more introspective again, a little bit more about rest or healing. It can also be about spiritual studies, metaphysical studies, higher education, foreign travel, and, reading more at bedtime, or reflecting more at bedtime. That can be something you're doing. Meditation practice can be good here as well. Now, then we're going to see on the 12th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will square Jupiter. which basically means there may be this breakthrough that you have revolving around old outdated ideas and goals that you're willing to shift and kind of release or change. This can be a day where you're feeling like if you have a little bit of faith, you can make a new travel goal or educational goal or some kind of belief, possible, and it's a reality. This is also where you're feeling a little bit more overly optimistic about traveling or going and learning something new, and it can be with a group of people. With Mercury and the Sun in your 12th house, like meditation groups, breathwork groups, healing ceremonies, going to retreats, these things are all really good with these transits in your 12th house. So that may prompt you to go and join a class, a course, or, to travel somewhere. We're going to see on the 14th of the month, and then this is, I think, one of the better days for you all month, Libra. This is when Venus in your first house. So this is about your beauty, your love, your harmony, your appearance, your, diplomacy, your charming abilities, and what you have transformed within yourself, and how you're able to share a message with people, right? So it could be good news that you post on social media. It may be that you're planning a trip now, or, you're planning to go back to school, or you find out that you got admitted to a program, or you find out, I'm going to be, graduating. It can be something really positive where you're traveling even for like a ceremony or for like a wedding. But yeah, really good communication, travel, and making a post or a statement type of day. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, then Mercury opposes Saturn. Okay, so remember how the Sun opposed Saturn and you were like, I have to let this old goal go, or I have to stop focusing on this. Now Mercury opposes Saturn, and Mercury is about communication and also travel or the mind. And so this is about mind over matter. This is about getting out of your own way. Planets in the 12th house can be about bad habits and like mental habits and overthinking or stress or anxiety or worry. And it's about you being like, no, I've always thought this way, but I don't have to think this way anymore. Or I've always believed this, but I don't have to believe this anymore. Can it be difficult for you to get your work done on this day? Yes, this is a day where you may call in sick to work, or, you're like, I just don't feel like I have the capabilities of going to the gym today, or, I'm healing an injury or a wound, or I'm needing to go and see my doctor. These things can happen with planets in the 12th house. So take a look at maybe what happened on the 7th. The 7th and the 18th look very similar with oppositions to Saturn, and it maybe means that you're shifting something about the way that you look at responsibility with your health habits, routine, maybe your kids, maybe your creative projects, maybe your home. Then you're going to see on the 19th through the 21st, okay? So we've already stretched ourselves really thin. Maybe thinking this way isn't really conducive to having good health or habits. Or maybe I'm learning something about, tending to a wound or healing an injury, and it's teaching me a very valuable lesson about doing too much, or, where I need to kind of prioritize my health and my well-being. Now we have the Sun that's going to make a bunch of aspects. So the Sun is going to first trine Uranus, dramatic change and transformation, maybe with goals and friends or financial goals. So it's about new changes and finding new ways to be creative when it comes to your joint resources, your goals, and what you share with other people. Then you're going to see the Sun oppose Neptune, which means that you want to be very careful because it can be a situation where, this can impact your health. Maybe some friend, it could be a friend who gives you some advice about health or gives you some kind of recommendation, and you try to follow it and you're like, this doesn't work for me. I can't eat like this, or I can't follow this routine. It can also mean that if you're doing something that can involve surgery, if it involves something cosmetic, something like electrical, be very careful. Especially with the Sun in opposition to Neptune. This, to me, looks like there can be accidents and not seeing very clearly and being kind of clumsy. And then you're going to have the Sun that's going to trine Pluto, which is in your 4th house. This is Earth trines in water houses, which means there's going to be physical or financial changes or physical changes in your body that can be emotional. And these are houses where usually we see completions and endings. So what's completing? Is it a friendship? Because the sun rules your friendship. Is it old goals that you're realizing like aren't, you know, a part of your, you know, your agenda any longer? Maybe, I don't know. But that's going to be about a significant change revolving around healing, I think, as well, because the 8th and the 4th house are involved. Okay. So then we're going to see on the 22nd, Venus in your first house in Libra squares Pluto. So this is about overcoming long-standing issues with home and family, or some difficult challenges with a parent or with your living situation. Then we're going to see on the 22nd, Venus enters your second house, where we talked about this is focusing on money, resources, values, and spending power. And then the sun enters into Libra on the 22nd. So there's a lot of brand new energy. This is what I'm doing for me. This is what I want to change, and wanting to get out of the past, or maybe wanting to make a change with your home dynamic. So that will be the beginning of Libra season. This now takes us to the 24th and 25th, where Mercury is going to do the same kind of transits that the sun did. So you're going to see on the 24th and 25th, Mercury will be in your 12th house, which is deeply kind of intuitive. It could be about dreams. It can be about messages. It could be about getting a reading or getting some insight or reading a book or something that helps you connect the dots and break out of old patterns emotionally or psychologically. And it also helps you with emotional empowerment, okay? And it's about stepping away from lack of habit and routine, and becoming aware of like where some of these patterns become automatic, and you're like, okay, now I can kind of clear this up. Hypnosis, meditation, and breath work are what I recommend for you guys. We're going to see on the 26th, then Mercury enters into your sign. So you have Mercury and the sun in your first house. So you're loud, you're communicating, you're feeling a little bit more pep in your step. Maybe you're feeling a little bit better after you've been resting or recuperating or healing something. And on the 28th of the month, the south node and the sun will conjunct, which means this is a day that you want to pay attention to your health. You can have lower energy levels. You can be feeling a little worn out. There is a sense of peeling away old layers of yourself that you no longer resonate with. And this can be about letting go an old identity, letting go of old clothing, or, you know, getting rid of old pictures, or, you know, something where you're like, this just isn't me anymore, and it's time for me to let this thing go. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mars will, in Cancer, trine Saturn. So where you're really focusing on maybe taking better care of your emotions, showing up, getting work done, being productive, that's being supported by Saturn. And as a Libra rising, you know, Saturn in your 6th house is saying you need routine, that routine is good. It stabilizes you physically and emotionally. And, you know, taking better care of your health, taking better care of your immune system, taking better care of your feet. These are all Pisces things. And so maybe now you're starting to feel like, okay, now I can kind of get back in control of my emotions and also my productivity, and you can get a lot of work done. And you have a lot of support from people at work with Mars in the 10th house as well. On the 30th of the month, you'll see the sun conjunct Mercury in Libra, okay? So this will be a cazimi. On the 2nd of October, you're going to have an eclipse, okay? So that's next month, but the first eclipse will be in Pisces this month, and then the next eclipse will be in your first house. So this is very much pertaining to health for my Libra risings. I think about these sun conjunct Mercury cazimi. This can be some kind of an awareness. You might have an epiphany. You might have a secret or something that you're getting ready to reveal. There might be some realization of something that you have. Something is emerging. And Mercury represents your subconscious, and Jupiter, or the 9th house, Mercury represents what you believe in. So I think this is going to be about you being like, I have a download or a really significant message or a dream, or I sit down and I, you know, write something down that I feel kind of gets channeled through me. And maybe this is some kind of subconscious awareness of where you're changing. That's how I see that. Then we're going to take a look at the lunations. So you'll have on the 2nd of September a new moon in Virgo in your 12th house, where you're focusing on healing, retreating, spiritual renewal, private time, you know, kind of having opportunities to reflect on maybe what's happened in the last year, so you're making preparations for your new year. And then on the 17th of the month, you're going to have a lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 6th, Libra. A Mercury retrograde in your 12th of healing. Then you have a South Node Sun in your 1st house. Then you have a, what is it? You're going to have a lunar eclipse in your 6th. And then next month, you're going to have a solar eclipse in your 1st. You got to pay attention to your health because there's something that's going on revolving around health that needs to be made aware of. And this could be where you're spreading yourself too thin. This can be where you're not aware of something changing with your body. This can be about, just not being in balance, you know, that's kind of how I see it. So September 17th, you have a full moon lunar eclipse. So this is the very first eclipse in the new series of eclipses that will be in Pisces and in Virgo. Eclipses in the 6th house, they bring an emphasis on pets. They bring an emphasis on your daily routine, your habits. And the good news is Saturn has been there for the last year plus. So some of you guys are in the camp of having dealt with health issues and problems with your coworkers and issues with your routine. Others have been like, I've been going to the gym, I've been on top of my health, I've been making the changes, and maybe you're a little bit better prepared for this. 6th house can bring with eclipses changes of work, changes of office, changes of habits, quitting things. It can also be about quitting bad habits. It can be about, dealing with a lot of work. And this is ruled by Jupiter. So when the eclipse comes in, it's going to square Jupiter, which means, there is a need to be more on top of the details when it comes to teaching, education, and travel. It may mean that you're trying to make time to go back to school, to write your book, to teach a course, to, do all of the things that you want to do, but there's something that's kind of getting worked out in Pisces. So just know it's a sign that it conjuncts you. It doesn't resonate with the ascendant. Sometimes it can be things that we don't see coming because Pisces can be something that's kind of unusual or kind of hard to define in some way. So watch for those things. All right, Libra, here is your card for the month. You get the Queen of Cups, which I feel like can be, this is a good card. So this is about being emotional, and this is about kind of wearing your emotions on your sleeve. This can also be about a Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio that comes into your life. Maybe this is the Mars transit, where it's about Mars helping you kind of get in touch with your emotions and what you're working through emotionally when it comes to your career and reputation. But this also can be talking about using your intuition, being tapped in, navigating more, relying on that more. That's what the Mercury retrograde was about for you. That's really what I think the Pisces eclipse is about for you, is realizing where something can be too much or where your emotions are actually influencing or impacting your habits or your health, right? So that's what the month is about. I hope it's a good one, and have a happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here in October. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? Welcome to your September 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on this month. Just a quick kind of preview, looking at some stuff going on with Mars, because that's your traditional ruler, and Pluto. So Mars will be making a square to Neptune this month before it ingresses into Cancer. What you need to know about that is that Mars will be moving through Gemini. So it's been in your 8th house of joint resources, other people's money, healing, psychological things, making maybe some quick moves revolving around investments and moving money around. And it's going to come into a square with Neptune. So you want to be really careful with that transit when it comes to joint resources, money, romantic partners. There can also be some changes revolving around cashing in or cashing out on something. And it can be about investments and taking money from savings and putting it into the market or making changes with your investment strategy. I would not recommend doing any big transactions under that particular transit. And I'll give you the date, but I just want to let you know that's going to happen. 2, Pluto is going back into Capricorn. Okay. So this means that your modern day ruler is now in the 3rd house, where you're being asked to kind of revise and finish something up that's 3rd house related, working through something. Pluto wants to transform. Capricorn can seem like it's a lot of work. You're transforming how you communicate. You're transforming your mind. You're transforming your relationship to maybe how you think about work, or you're transforming your relationship with a sibling or a neighbor in some capacity. It is critical at 29 degrees, so there is something that feels like it's really difficult to work through or to finish. And for some of you guys, you're going to be working on this for the next 2 months. Sometimes moves or movement come up here, and it can also represent like a change with a vehicle. So that can happen with Pluto in the 3rd house, okay? And then eventually we will see Mars come into Cancer, which is more friendly because obviously it's going to be in like a fellow water sign. So having Mars go through that part of the sky is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's going to kind of resonate with you pretty well. All right, so let's get into the dates for the month ahead. We have got September 1st, 2024, right off the bat, 2 big energies. Pluto retrograde, which we just talked about, into your 3rd house. It'll be there for only about 2 months, and then it's going to go direct, and it'll be back in Aquarius at the end of the year. So wrap up whatever you have to within your communications, websites, blogs, all that stuff. And Uranus is retrograde in your opposite sign in the 7th house. And Uranus represents your home and family or your private life, and it's in your 7th house of relationships. So this can mean that you are reevaluating with another person. It can be your spouse, your romantic partner. It can be something revolving around your relationship to your family, some kind of change that's going to happen within the home or family life. So it's like you saying to your partner, do you want to sign the lease again? Do you want to move? What do you want to do? And you may be reevaluating, do I need to move or, communicate and connect with people in other places to better meet somebody or kind of, get into a relationship? Does a dramatic or a sudden change in a relationship impact something about where you're living? That can happen too. So those two things seem to be kind of connected. If you happen to have any planets or a Scorpio placement, 28 to 22 degrees, you're going to be most impacted by this Uranus retrograde because Uranus will go retrograde from 27 to 23. So you'll be experiencing Uranus in opposition, which means there can be lots of changes going on in relationships that can be happening either with romantic relationships or with family very rapidly. All right, so September 2nd, Mars square Neptune. So this is the Mars in your 3rd house of other people's money, resources, investments, and square to Neptune. Be very careful when it comes to gambling, when it comes to investing, when it comes to risk. If there's something that's not clear this day, that I would be very careful about moving money or investing money or other people's money around. And there could be some confusion revolving around what direction you're going when it comes to a romantic relationship or dealing with a younger person or a child. On the 4th of the month, Mars enters Cancer. So it will enter into your 9th house. And this is revving up energy revolving around 9th house topics. You may want to travel, you may want to take a course, maybe you're deciding that, you want to take a long distance road trip, maybe you are planning on, going to school or writing a book or working with a mentor. So something like that's going to happen with Mars being there, which is fine. It's going to trine your sun, moon, or rising throughout this transit, so that's good. Keep in mind that Mars represents your 6th house of habits, health, and wellness, and it also is connected to your body. So some of you guys might start working with like a fitness coach or a trainer. You might start working and adopting like a new maintenance or like lifestyle. This could also mean that you want to do some kind of fitness training or certification. If you want to teach or get involved in that, you might as well. And scheduling anything involving travel is also associated with that transit. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see the 3rd and final Mercury in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. Probably been a little annoying. It's been annoying for everybody, but especially for the fixed signs. So, Mercury started its retrograde in your 11th house, and then it went retrograde into your 10th house. And the Mercury retrograde was about reevaluating your goals or reconnecting with certain people or friends or networks to make some kind of significant changes in your career. So look at 3rd week of July, look at what happened in August. Mercury square Uranus tells me that there could have been some curveballs revolving around how you communicate with your partner or how you communicate at work. There could have been some power struggles or some stress or tension communicating with clients or romantic partners too, and some like dominant energy playing out where you're like, I want to be heard, you know, and there could have been some conflicts with other people because you were kind of standing up for yourself. So this is the final square. Now you're going to see on the 7th of the month, the sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this is important to watch. The Virgo axis and the Pisces axis get very much highlighted this month. So as Mercury and the sun go through Virgo, it's about your friends, it's about your network, socializing, parties, gatherings, you know, having team meetings, meeting with, you know, some of the people you work with, and collaborations and connections. So you're being asked to do more of that stuff right now as planets go through that house. What is happening is it's opposing Saturn in your 5th house, where you're like, well, I don't know if I want to do stuff with other people. I want to do my own thing. I don't want to have to feel like I have to collaborate. Like, what about what I'm making or what I'm creating? And it's finding that intricate balance between the two and needing to, you know, balance it out. You have to create something in the 5th to share it with the 7th. The 7th is your audience. And I feel like you'll see more of what are you doing or what are you creating around the eclipse period. But when both the sun and Mercury, so this will happen on the 7th and then on the 18th, when they oppose Saturn, there is this feeling of being like, I'm not seeing the headway that I want, or I'm not getting some of the recognition that I want, or why is that person getting the job and not me, or like, you know, why are they happy and not me? You know, there can be a sense of kind of being a little disgruntled and feeling like a little bit of like a setback. And the lesson here is to connect and collaborate with other people. That's really what the transits want you to do. If you're feeling kind of limited in your 5th house, where you're like, I don't feel so creative, or it's hard for me to share my work, or I want to be dating, like I want love too. It wants you to go and join with other people. And there will be some dramatic opportunities for you to have some pretty significant changes if you follow the advice I give you with the trine. So I'll get to that in a second. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury re-enters Virgo. So if you've been wanting to start a group, join a group, socialize, reconnect with friends, this is the time to do it. And on the 12th, the sun in Virgo will square Jupiter. So through some kind of growth happening or socializing happening or connection or collaboration or friend, it has the opportunity to bring you more resources, okay? It is possible maybe you're having to spend a little money to go and socialize or go to a party or you're getting a gift. Yeah, that can happen. But it's trying to really push on your 2nd house ruler, which is saying like, actually, you might join a group with people who are really connected, and it can kind of help you connect and collaborate and get some visibility, so it can be very good. Then you will see on the 14th of the month, Venus in Libra, okay, which is in your 12th house, by the way, so it's kind of hidden. There is something either behind the scenes about a relationship, or maybe you're kind of feeling a little bit more private, or you're needing a little bit more intimate time and you're kind of behind the scenes with someone, or maybe there is something in regards to a relationship that's playing out, that's coming to an end. This is actually a positive transit. This is not negative. Venus in your 12th house, which can be about a secret love affair or a foreigner, will trine Jupiter. Okay, Venus rules relationships and a past life or karma. Jupiter in the 8th house is about intimacy, passion, sexuality. Jupiter rules money. So there can be some kind of like, you know, kind of behind the scenes negotiations and investments and deals that are going on with somebody. It can be an international or a business transaction. It can also mean that there is some kind of significant growth and development and, you know, more intimacy and togetherness with another person behind the scenes. And it can bring you some kind of wealth or abundance or resource. So that's really good. Then you're going to see on the, let's see, so this will be the 18th. Now Mercury in Virgo will oppose Saturn. And Mercury rules other people's money. It also rules friends and goals. So it can be a situation where somebody's like, you know, I really want to, you know, be able to do these things, but I don't feel like I can buy the concert tickets, or, you know, I don't feel like I'm capable of being able to swing it. I would love to, but I've got my hands full with something. And, you know, maybe there is this feeling of like, man, you know, my friend's not getting back to me, or they're not communicating well, or they're not prioritizing me, you know, or they're kind of going back and forth with their own kids or their own relationships. And you can be feeling like a little like, well, they're not communicating very well with me. You can get a little disgruntled. On the 19th through the 21st, though, okay, so pay attention to these transits. The sun in Virgo, okay, so the sun represents your reputation and visibility. The sun in the 11th house will trine Uranus, which means there can be some significant changes happening to your friends or your career or reputation in a positive way. It all depends on who you network and socialize with. It can also dramatically change your relationship. And it will oppose Neptune, which means it's going to give you the opportunity to step away from self-doubt, from insecurity, from issues in your own love life, or maybe there's something kind of going on with your children versus other people's children. You know, the Neptune in the 5th is like where we're feeling sometimes a little vulnerable or insecure. So the sun here is somebody being like, no, I think it's great. And then it's going to trine Pluto. And the sun trine Pluto is a beautiful opportunity for your career to have a breakthrough because you're connecting and collaborating with the right person. So it could be a business collaboration, an interview. It could be somebody writes an article on you. You get an invitation to join a group of some kind. Like, rather than feeling insecure and kind of left out with all these oppositions to the 5th, you want to speak out, you want to connect, you want to collaborate with other people. And it will enhance your business prospects, and it will also enhance your romantic prospects as well. Anytime you see trines to the 7th house, relationships can kind of come in. Then on the 22nd, Venus in Libra, so Venus is in your 12th house, squares Pluto. So this is a little difficult because you can feel like there is some challenging conversations maybe you're having with romantic partners or somebody who's kind of pressing you, or they're kind of prying to have a conversation, or you might feel like somebody is, you know, kind of snooping or spying on you. That can kind of happen. Or somebody is, you know, some relationship issue is kind of lingering in the background with a woman or with a client. And the square to Pluto means that they're challenging you and trying to see if, you know, they're going to get a reaction out of you, or if you're going to kind of snap back about something. I always see issues revolving around communications and texts and cell phones and what somebody said to somebody or what text came in during these transits, so be mindful of that. And then the same day on the 22nd, Venus goes into Scorpio, which is good for Scorpio risings and Scorpio suns and moons, or Venus in Scorpio. But Venus going into your 1st house is blessing you with beauty, you know, a sense of more I think diplomacy, sexiness. There is a little bit more of like a vibe shift where you're bringing in more attention from people. So it's a good time to, you know, do your, you know, your maintenance, your upkeep. You want to take photos. You want to update your clothing. You want to indulge a little bit more in luxury. You can. That can bring people in because Venus rules your 7th. And it can also show you where there can be some self-undoing tendencies where, you know, you say you want relationships, but are you actually afraid of relationships, and are you afraid of changing? That stuff can definitely come up there as well, so be mindful of that. Then the same day, the sun enters Libra, and it's going to go into your 12th house, where it's going to be kind of getting ready to clear out some subconscious, you know, karmic relationship stuff, or imbalances in relationships, or things that you're maybe not so conscious and aware of. Then on the 24th and the 25th, you're going to see Mercury do some of the same stuff that the sun did. So remember where I say, you know, the sun opposed Saturn, you had to choose to kind of be with other people or to join a group or collaborate. And you had to be willing to kind of give something up personally. Okay. Now you're going to see Mercury do this. So now Mercury is going to be in your 11th house. It's going to trine Uranus. So a chance opportunity for business, for investing, for communication, for connecting that involves a group that can change things pretty quickly. It will be difficult to see, you know, are they telling the truth? Are they being direct with something? The opposition to Neptune is kind of like, you know, do they have their facts straight? You know, are you sure? Like there can be some issues with, you know, communication and connection with Mercury in opposition to Neptune. And then it's going to trine Pluto. And so Mercury trine Pluto around the 25th, Sun trine Pluto around the 22nd. These are very powerful days for you because it's basically saying as long as you can have a very critical mind or a friend or somebody who can give you feedback about how to navigate a relationship, a business matter, a communication matter, what have you, you can work through it basically. On the 26th, Mercury enters Libra. So now Mercury and the Sun are in your 12th house. This is going to be about wrapping things up from the end of this last year. This is also about being a little bit more private, reflective, retreating a little bit, reading more at night, kind of taking time to rest and recuperate, and maybe meditate. And the sun will come into conjunction with the south node in Libra, and that's a time to watch around the 28th. That can mean that some relationship is coming to a close. It can be somebody you worked with, it can be a romantic relationship, it can be that you get contacted by somebody from the past who you used to work with and it's kind of hidden or private, or it's something that you're wanting to kind of keep concealed in some capacity, but maybe you're ready to let it go. Then on the 29th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer in your 9th house, trine Saturn, okay? And Saturn's retrograde in your 5th house right now, so it's reevaluating, what does my heart want? What do I want in relationships? How can I best create? How do I manage or navigate my relationship with children or my inner child? How do I express myself? How do I have more fun? And Mars represents siblings or communications or travel. So the fact that Mars is going to trine Saturn makes me feel like you could go on a trip and you could see your siblings or extended relatives. You could decide that you're going to start writing for some kind of creative project. Maybe you're learning more about marketing or promoting your own business. Maybe you're traveling and you're going somewhere with a romantic partner. Maybe you travel somebody and you see someone and you end up meeting someone in some way, shape, or form. Learning new skills or having some type of mentorship or program or training when it comes to art, music, film, something like that. So if you're like, hey, I really want to take an art class, or I want to start taking singing lessons, or I want to take photography lessons, like Mars trine Saturn is a great time for structure and also learning something new in your chart around the 29th. And traveling for fun as well, so that's possible. And then on the 30th, you're going to have the sun in Libra, conjunct Mercury in Libra, and this is an interesting transit. So Mercury represents not just joint resources, but things that are hidden, things that are taboo, things that are kind of more private. And it also is about goals, okay? So the sun conjunct Mercury in the 12th house basically means that something is being revealed to you in a dream or in a reading or in a private psychic way, or somebody tells you a secret, or something that's kind of coming up and you're like, oh, this needs to be hidden. And it can be about one of your friends sharing some kind of information about a change they're going through. It can also mean that there is like a really powerful message or an exchange about the ending of a relationship or something that needs to come to a completion. And then it's the awareness that kind of shows up for you and makes you go like, okay, it's time to kind of let this go. So it can be very karmic with like relationship completions in my mind. And in terms of the lunations this month, we're going to see on September 2nd, there will be a new moon in Virgo in your 11th house. And this is about setting new intentions revolving around socializing your friends, your goals, especially when it comes to making money or your job. It could mean that you're wanting to make more time for your friends or scheduling, more opportunities to kind of have team meetings and connect and collaborate with other people. Then you will see on the 17th a lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces. So this is in a fellow sister water sign, so it's friendlier for Scorpio and Scorpio risings and some other signs. Basically, the 5th house is self-expression, creativity, joy, romance, self-employment, taking chances, gambling, risks, and children. So when you have this eclipse, it is a North Node eclipse. Even though the North Node is not there yet, this is like a sneak preview eclipse where it's going to be kind of showing you, okay, this is what may be coming for you in 2025 and 2026 when the North Node is there. So the North Node eclipse, Pisces eclipse, emotional completion fulfillment. So the moon's going to be right between Saturn and Neptune. Saturn is communication, so it can be talking about your feelings. Neptune can be expressing yourself, and then the moon can make you feel like, wow, there's this big emotional conversation I have to have with a romantic partner or with, one of my kids, or, lunar eclipses oftentimes can manifest as pregnancy. And the eclipses don't always happen, or the effects of the eclipse don't always happen right away. You can see this up to, a few weeks to a couple months down the road. So it doesn't have to happen on that day, or just big changes revolving around self-expression, creating, time or space for more of those things. So it's bringing you into that in this next year. The good thing is that especially if you're like a 23, 4, 5, 6 degree Scorpio, it'll trine you. So I think it can be really good for those of you who are single and you want to meet people and you're wanting to get back into dating. It can also be great for new hobbies, especially if you're into anything metaphysical, photography, things kind of connecting to art or water or music or paint, that kind of stuff. But it's going to square Jupiter, and Jupiter is the ruler. Okay, so Jupiter in the 8th house means that it's kind of pressing on you to have some big changes with your intimacy, with psychological stuff, with joint resources, with taxes, with joint money or investments. So this looks like it's kind of trying to bring you more wealth. It's trying to bring you more togetherness. It's trying to get you to merge with someone and create something. Children can put pressure on finances or insurance matters. That's something that I kind of look at here, and I wonder if that's going to be a theme, or just joint finances and how much money you can give your kids or help your kids with. That can also be another theme here. So let me know what happens to that full moon, Scorpio. I don't know. I think there's going to be some unexpected pregnancies. That's what I think is going to happen with this eclipse, because Saturn can have it concealed. You may not see it, or you may not know, or there may be a delay to this, or maybe you're trying to get pregnant, so that can be a good thing. And then Neptune can also be kind of like, wow, I didn't know, crazy, or some kind of creative like outburst that is, it can be really positive for some people. But for everybody, this eclipse is going to be kind of a bit of a wild card, because we never know what we're going to get with the North Node, and the fact that it's going to square Jupiter makes it bigger. So get ready to get outside of your comfort zone. It looks like that is your lesson. The card that I got for you is the Lover's card. I think about, I mean, I know this is like naughty, but I think about how Venus is going to go through your 8th house, your 12th house, and it's going to come into conjunction with the South Node, with also, let's see, what is it? So Venus is going to come into conjunction with the South Node eventually at some point. And then the Sun is going to be conjunct the South Node, and then there's a Mercury cazimi. See, some Scorpio risings are either going to be like, yeah, my relationship is on the fritz, or there's like some like little sneaky link thing kind of going on where there's like somebody in the background that you're kind of like talking to. So I'm not saying that'll happen for everybody, but that can happen in the 12th house when you have the South Node and you have Venus there, or that you're kind of like, I'm kind of sick of this relationship, but there's this person that's been hanging around, So the Lover's card is like, do you take the temptation? Do you jump into that? And the Lover's card is also about divine union, harmony, relationships, people you're meant to be with. 5th house is about true love and romance, guys. So to be having eclipses there is a pretty significant shift in regards to your romantic relationships, whether you're partnered or not. It can bring in someone or something that you love. So there's more passion, there's more emotions coming up. But be very careful with some of the eclipses square Jupiter and the Venus stuff in the 12th house. There can be like this sense of being like, okay, I'm in a relationship, but I haven't kind of given something up or let the past go. You can't carry both. You're going to have to pick a lane. That's what the Lover's card is about. It's about choosing. And making sure that you're choosing the path that's going to be best for you, right? Moving forward. And you're already reevaluating relationships with Uranus in your 7th. So if you're not single, definitely a little bit easier to navigate, because people can come in, you can meet people with the eclipse, you can be more social with transits in the 11th. Partnered relationships are a little bit more tricky. And this will make sense, Scorpio, as you get into October when we have a solar eclipse that's going to be in your 12th house. So there's some stuff that's needing to be cleared in relationships. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. Catch you guys back here in October. We got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sag? Welcome to your September 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Excited to talk to you about some of the transits this month and what is going down. Truth be told, there is only one, maybe two significant transits that involve Jupiter this month. So you get a little bit of a reprieve, but not exactly, because there's so much stuff going on in the mutable signs. So Jupiter rules your chart. It's still hanging out in Gemini all year long. So it's focusing on growth and communication and connection with relationships, one-on-one partnerships, clients, that kind of stuff. So I think about this month, how you will experience, a square that's going to be happening between the Sun and Jupiter. And the sun can represent just a need for more work, growth, there's some kind of exposure going on. You're being seen more, you're more out in the field at work, or you're kind of collaborating and connecting with people, and it can over inundate you with needing to communicate, talk to people, support other people, working with clients, collaborating with other people, and it can just be very busy. And I think the Sun-Jupiter square is optimistic. We can have a tendency to overdo it, but it looks like, as you're kind of taking action in your 10th house, Jupiter is guiding you. So you may have a really supportive partner, you might have a really supportive therapist, you can have, a sister or a brother or somebody to call to kind of get feedback from. There's somebody who is encouraging you and being like, you can do it, I believe in you, so that's not necessarily a bad transit. Then you're also going to have, let's see, what else is going to be happening? There's another transit that I was thinking about. You're also going to have, is there anything else to Jupiter? Oh yeah, there is. There's going to be a Venus trine Jupiter. So Venus will trine Jupiter. Venus in Libra in your 11th house, where it's bringing more opportunities for sweet get-togethers, socializing, parties, meeting people out in the world, where you're going to mixers and networking events and all that fun stuff. Venus will trine Jupiter. So it means you could meet somebody at a party, you could meet somebody at a wedding, you could meet somebody at like a birthday gathering or some kind of networking event. Venus is about female friends, okay? And it's also about coworkers. So you might be like, I'm going somewhere, I'm going out to dinner with all my coworkers after work, and then you meet someone, right? Something like that can happen, or somebody wants to introduce you to someone. So that's the transit that you're going to want to watch for. Besides all of that, and this is happening for all of the 12 signs, there is a bunch of energy between Virgo and Pisces, okay? All month long. You're going to see a tug of war. When planets go through Virgo, it's like hard work, dedication, showing up, getting stuff done. It might feel like high season for you in the kind of business that you're in. When you see planets going through Pisces, it's about home, family, what's going on with relationships, what's going on, at least to these people, your relationships to home and family, the past. So you're getting pulled in two different directions this month, and then you'll have an eclipse in your 4th house. Oppositions are kind of like conjunctions. They're looking at each other from across the way. So it may mean that you feel like there's more hard work, determination, cleaning up, for home or family this month. You may feel like there is more responsibility revolving around, taking care of work, and you're having to kind of like swallow some stuff that's going on emotionally. And until we get planets out of Virgo, it's creating a grand mutable cross in your chart. So you're the one sign that's a little different, because really when you put your Sagittarius placements in here, it means that everything is changing. So right now it seems to be more work related, and then you'll see an eclipse relating to home. So I'll talk to you guys about how to navigate that in just a second. Let's start first with the 1st of September, where we have 2 big retrogrades. Okay, so we're going to have Pluto that's retrograding back into Capricorn. This means that as Pluto retrogrades back into Capricorn, there is some significant change, transformation over the next 2 months, where you are reviewing or reworking something about your money, your financial situation, your spending habits, your self-esteem, subconscious fears and issues that are starting to arise about, am I good enough? Am I going to make it? Do I have enough money? Can I pay for this? And you're needing to kind of clear that out of your subconscious. It can mean there's unexpected expenses that come through, especially pertaining to business and changes in the way that you look at your relationship to money. And then we have Uranus that is now turning retrograde on the 1st as well, and it's changing direction in your 6th house of work, habit, routine, and coworkers. Somehow, because this is in a slight trine, these are connected. So you could be like, well, I've changed where I'm working, and now, the space for my office, my rent is higher, and now I have more expenses. I am no longer working, or I'm taking a break, or I'm, dealing with a health issue. So I'm having to take some time off, and I'm having to kind of scale back from what I'm spending, or, something like that. There's some kind of correlation and connection between health and money, or habits and food, or work and resources. Like they're definitely connected. So, Uranus retrograde in the 6th is we're reevaluating internally some of our mental health habits. Well, maybe there is a change that's going on with our routine or our habits, or who or where we're potentially working. On the 2nd of the month, Mars in Gemini, so Mars will still be in Gemini in your 7th house of relationships, will come into a square with Neptune. And this can be a time where you're dealing with a relationship to another person. So this could be a romantic partnership, it could be a relationship to a sibling, it could be a spouse. And they're like, where is this going? What are we doing here? You know, like, or how can I help you? Or what do you need? How can I help you deal with this situation? I've seen a lot of Sag risings dealing with housing issues, flooding, sick parents. They've been dealing with bad renovation jobs. They've been trying to figure out where they want to live, you know. So all these Jupiter squares are partners being like, how can I help you? What do you need? Right? And they're trying to kind of support you in some way. So now Mars comes in, and Mars is going to be about subconscious issues and, you know, things involving children or, you know, self-expression or creativity. Partners can be a little testy here. They can be kind of like, what is your problem? Like, you know, like, why are you not telling me what you need? Or when are we moving in together? Or where is this going? You know, you can hear some of that around the 2nd of September. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars enter into Cancer. So it'll now be in your 8th house for the next 6 weeks or so. Mars does very well in the 8th house. That's the positive. So when it comes to getting insurance claims filled, you know, cashing in on investments, getting more support from a bank, being able to get a loan, increase in your credit usage, like all of these things can happen with Mars in the 8th house. Your sex drive usually peaks up a little bit here too. But what's challenging is the way Mars expresses itself. So if the 8th house is transformation, if Mars represents things involving passion, creativity, self-expression, and the subconscious, it can mean that you're subconsciously a little bit more moody about changes going on at home or with home and family Cancer. So, you know, Mars going through this sign, it does inconjunct or quincunx your sign, and it's also going to start coming into a square with the north and south nodes. You're going to feel like there needs to be some kind of change that is made either emotionally, psychologically, financially, or on the home front. On the 6th of the month, this will be the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus. Likely this has been kind of maybe screwing up your travel plans or maybe creating some stalls with, you know, going back to school. Maybe there's been some legal matters that have come up. Maybe there's been some hangups with health and traveling or pets and traveling, or you've had to rearrange things a couple times in these regards. You know, Uranus in the 6th house is shaking up your routine, and that can mean that there's been traveling issues, communication issues, what have you. So look at the 3rd week of July. Look at what happened in early August. This is the final Mercury square Uranus, where maybe finally you're getting out of some of that kind of issues where your schedule is clashing with something that you're trying to do. Then you're going to see on the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so the Sun in your career house will oppose Saturn in your home house. Pay attention to the 7th and the 18th, because this is when the Sun will oppose Saturn. This is then when Mercury will oppose Saturn. And the 10th house is like bosses, parents, responsibility. This is people out in the world, out in society, leaders, and people saying, well, you know, I need you at work. And you're like, but my mom is sick, you know, or we need you to work overtime today. And you're like thinking like, I just emotionally, mentally, I don't have it. So you're being pulled into directions between work out in the world, responsibility versus things that are going on either emotionally, internally within you or at home. And you're going to have to find a way to be able to balance the two, which I know does not feel easy right now, but it will get better. I really feel like these two times are intertwined. So the 7th and the 18th are intertwined with a little bit of like a back and forth. Mercury is more relationships. So you may have a partner saying, hey, I'll go home and make sure that, you know, I let somebody in and they can fix the dishwasher or go to work. I got it. You know, or a sibling says that. But down the road, the Sun seems like there is challenges revolving around being able to balance needing to be at work and needing to do some traveling. And maybe there is a reworking of a schedule that's going on that, you know, impacts your ability to travel or maybe even like see clients. All right. So then we have on the, let's see, what am I missing? Then on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. Okay, so now Mercury's back in your work zone. So it's more about, okay, I can have more clarity. I can be more organized. I can get a lot of work done. Mercury is going to be in its home sign. And that's really great for making announcements, for being seen, for being heard. Okay. Also, there's like a September 2nd new moon there. So there's definitely something that's brewing, revolving around growth within your business. Maybe you've been kind of working through that all month. And then you're going to see on the 12th, the sun in Virgo squares Jupiter. And this is the transit I said where you're supposed to have a supportive partner or a sibling or a neighbor and somebody who's like, you can do it, I believe in you. They're kind of cheering you on. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, Venus will trine Jupiter. We talked about friends and support and allies and kind of networks and maybe meeting somebody or bringing in some potentially new business. And then on the 18th, then Mercury opposes Saturn. So then a partner says, I know I've helped you before, but I don't think I can help you this time. Or I let you off, you know, I let you take a day off last week. Like, I'm not giving you any more time off. There's going to be some situation where then you're like hitting a wall and you're like, oh, okay, well, now I got to figure it out myself. So be mindful of the 18th. Now, the 19th through the 21st, this is where you want to pay attention because you'll see the 19th through the 21st and the 24th through the 25th are very similar. The way out of the opposition, where you're feeling stuck, and the opposition Neptune, where you feel lost, is to make change. So what you're first going to see is that the sun is going to trine Uranus, which means you're going to have to be willing to say, I'm willing to change my schedule. I'm willing to change my habits. I'm willing to change where I'm working or my habits of some kind. If that's what needs to happen, fine, so be it. And then you're going to see the sun oppose Neptune, which means that you're going to be willing to kind of overlook, or maybe you're going to make a sacrifice. It might be emotionally, it might be on the home front. And then you're going to see the sun trine Pluto. And this is going to bring some major change and transformation of your resources. So maybe it is about kind of saying, okay, you know, I'm stepping away from maybe how I'm feeling, which isn't great, to be honest with you, because you might be feeling burnt out. Or I'm stepping away from, you know, focusing on just hanging out and being at home. I'm getting out there and I'm going to like really put myself out there. And there's probably going to be a lot of work for you to do. So there's no doubt you're going to be busy. It's just you really got to keep an eye on the emotional health this month. Now on the 22nd, Venus in Libra, okay, you are going to see in your 11th house will square Pluto. So there can be some discrepancy about money and friends, or, you know, what somebody paid for what and who owes what. It can be a coworker is challenging you about, well, I bought lunch, you know, like you pay me back, or, you know, a friend, you know, I loaned you money, you pay me back, or vice versa. You know, there can be some kind of conflict happening about resources and friendships around the 17th, and it can create a little bit of drama. And then Venus will go into Scorpio. So then Venus is in the 12th house, where it's a little bit more hidden, passionate, kind of behind the scenes. This is a good time for resting, healing, retreating, doing spas, hot baths, soaking, stuff like that. And then you'll see the sun enter Libra, and that's going to be moving into your 11th house of friends, allies, socializing, and collaboration. So there's still a lot more socializing coming actually with the sun, and then eventually Mercury, which will move into your 11th house. Now, on the 24th through the 25th, you're going to see Mercury go through the same thing that the sun went through. So where you made the sacrifice and then you had to get outside of your comfort zone, now here comes Mercury. And Mercury is about relationships. So with clients, you're saying, okay, by the way, guys, there's a change to schedule, or I'm at this new location, you know, or we have this new scheduling, you know, kind of process that we're doing, or here's how my scheduling is changing, or maybe you're making that announcement to people at work and that's changing the way the staff is working. Then you're going to see Mercury oppose Neptune, where you're going to go, yeah, I know I'm overlooking certain things, but you know, this is kind of really important right now, or I'm really putting a focus on this. And then it's going to trine Pluto. And Mercury trine Pluto means that there is some kind of powerful alignment of support of relationships or partnerships or business allies, and, you know, kind of getting something under control business-wise or kind of financially. So some kind of big change is happening. And, you know, for you, Sag, it's happening in your earth houses. 2nd house, money and resources. 6th house of health and habits. 10th house of routine. Everything is about to change right now. And I really feel like this is about getting a hold of your money. And this is also being like, you know, maybe I have so many things going on at home, or I've, you know, moved into a new space, or there is this focus on my, you know, living situation that I really do have to just really work right now, because you're hitting a really peaked period where there can be a lot of really good things happening for you financially from this. Okay. Then you're going to see on the 26th, Mercury enters Libra. So there's more focus in communication and socializing. 28th, the Sun conjuncts the South Node in Libra. So that might be about reconnecting with a friend from the past, somebody who pops up maybe that you haven't seen for a while, somebody who's in town that's visiting, or maybe this is about a shift going on in a friendship and like letting someone go or letting something go. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mars in Cancer in your 8th house is trining Saturn. So this tells me that through joint resources or some changes going on physically or financially or with insurance, you know, you're able to make the necessary changes when it comes to your home or your family. If you've been waiting for an estate to settle and, you know, kind of get taken care of so you can get an inheritance, or so that way you can, you know, finally have a home under your name or a title under your name, it can be this. If you've been waiting for a pending insurance matter to come through and make it possible for you to have more support for your home or one of your parents, you know, that may come through. So, you know, there is going to be something that is going to give you more support, both physically but also emotionally, because this is happening in water signs. Then on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun in Libra conjunct Mercury in Libra. So this can be a time where you make a new friend. Maybe you go to a party, you meet a person, you meet a romantic partner. It can mean that you introduce your friends to your partner. If you just started dating someone, it can be a chance opportunity to get invited to a club of some sort, which is pretty fortuitous for you. Now on September 2nd, we have that new moon in Virgo. So I know you had a Mercury retrograde in your 10th house into your 9th. So those of you guys who have been thinking about changing jobs, wanting to launch a new business, wanting to make a change with your status or your reputation, whatever it is you've been doing, you know, now when you have the new moon, it's going to be a little bit easier to initiate and launch some of these things. So you can definitely do that after the new moon. On the 17th of the month, you're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. So this is a North Node eclipse. It's close enough to the North Node for it to be a North Node eclipse, which basically means that it's pointing you in the direction of your destiny, your dharma, where you're going to be going 2025 and 2026 when the North Node's in your 4th house. So Saturn has already been there. It has already been showing you, hey, get serious about where you're living, or about the home that you're maybe buying or developing, or trying to find a place that's home, or creating your sanctuary, right? Or dealing with home or mom or father figure related things. Saturn is there, so a lot of you guys have been dealing with aging relatives and parents. Neptune is there. Some of them have been dealing with issues with dementia or mental health issues or addiction issues. So this eclipse is bringing all the chickens home to roost. So whatever you've been dealing with your 4th house, this is going to amplify that and make it bigger. And I don't say that to scare you. I'm just letting you know that's what's going to happen. Now, the 4th house can also be an eclipse here that's like, yes, our home sold, or, you know, my mom is moving in, or, you know, I am finally buying my first apartment. Things like that can happen. The eclipse will be really close to Saturn, which is possessions, and Neptune, which represents kind of letting things go. Watch out for water damage, Sag and Sag rising, floodings, issues with washing machines, dishwashers. There can be issues in the kitchen. You can find mold. Obviously, touch wood. I hope not, but that can happen. So be careful. Things can be malfunctioning. That can happen here too. And this is going to square Jupiter. So it's going to make the effects of whatever is going on, either emotionally or within the home, make you need support from other people more. And whether that's a sister or a brother that's supportive, an aunt that calls you, a spouse or a romantic partner that says, do you want to talk about it? Some of these changes in the home front are being brought on specifically because of partnerships, right? Or because of siblings or neighbors. So know that the 7th house is where Jupiter is. You need help right now. You need another person who can help you. So you either need a therapist, a romantic partner, or you need a sibling or somebody who can kind of talk to you or guide you through some of these emotions and things that are going to be coming up during the eclipse. Got it? All right. So let's see what card I pull for you. Oh, thank Thank goddess. I said water, huh? Water. We've got the star card, which traditionally, you know, you see with the vase that they're kind of pouring out, that it can be representing healing, clearing, the collective. So I love this card because I feel like this is about wish fulfillment and wishes being granted. You know, Uranus is connected to the star card. It is about some change or transformation that's going on. So it can be about your health and your habits, and maybe you're receiving healing and you're reflecting on what you need to do or what you need to heal. It's also connected to Aquarius. And by the way, Pluto just left Aquarius. So it's basically saying now you're giving your mind a little bit of a break. Now you can be, you know, focusing more on resources, but it is kind of warning, or not warning, but giving you the heads up that's like, look, you know, we're going to be focusing more on healing the mind. This is about what you ask for and it coming true. This is about your friends, your community, the connection that you have to your collective. So I think about like Venus and Mercury and the sun and all these planets that are going to be going through your 11th house, which sextiles Sagittarius, it trines Jupiter. Life can feel heavy right now, right? But having good friends and being willing to kind of say, you know, I need community or I need to make time for these people too, can be really helpful in helping you kind of move through some of the heaviness in the eclipses in the 4th house. And I really feel like it's going to push you and teach you how to reach out and say, can you help me? Or will you partner with me? Or do you want to be my friend? And this is really good because I think that it's getting you to kind of connect and communicate a little bit more, okay? Good luck, Sag. I'll catch you next month. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn risings? Welcome to September of 2024. I'm back at it, bringing you the horoscopes for the next month. Okay, so I feel like I'm going to have to say this to all three of you. So Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. One thing you want to know is that there are a lot of challenges to Saturn this month. Okay, you need to know that there are some challenges to Saturn. Saturn rules you, right? So anytime you see oppositions to Saturn, it means there is somebody outside of you that is challenging you, or there is a situation that is testing you, or there is some need to respond or, you know, kind of work with or be diplomatic with somebody else. So know that anytime you hear planets opposing Saturn, that's going to be you being like, nope, doesn't work for me, or I don't think so, or here is the boundary, or here is my expectation, here is my limit. These are my limits. Do not pass my limits. Okay? All right. So with that being said, you know, Saturn's in your 3rd house, Capricorn, so that's about communication. This can also be about learning, vehicles, speaking up, writing, moving, traveling, cars, siblings, documents, all that stuff. So I'll go through the entire list of transits, but these oppositions to Saturn are going to be probably pretty significant. All right, so let's start with September the 1st. All right, so September 1st, we're going to see Pluto return back to Capricorn. I know. This is almost like graduation, okay? You're 2 months away from graduation. Pluto will leave your sign. It'll go back into Aquarius. You will be fine, but this is the grand finale of a situation that maybe feels like it's putting a lot of pressure on you to evolve and to change, right? Since 2008, Pluto's been in your sign, and I know that it has been challenging, but when Pluto leaves a house, it's going to leave you stronger, more capable of overcoming challenges. There is a renewed sense of self. It is totally worth it. And Pluto represents your goals and your friendships. So having good friends can really help you get through and get by. Being really so strongly committed and dedicated to your goals that you're not willing to give up is the name of the game. And there can be some major change, transformation, or breakthroughs that are happening for yourself physically or personally, okay? So that will really only be until sometime in October, and then Pluto will go into Aquarius in the fall, and it'll stay there, and then you're done. Then we're going to see Uranus turn retrograde. So Uranus is turning retrograde in the sign of Taurus. So Uranus represents money, resources, self-esteem. It's retrograding in your 5th house where you're reevaluating, do I want to take chances? Do I want to take risks? Do I want to launch businesses? Do I want to have a kid? Do I want to fall in love? How can I be creative? How can I reevaluate ways that I can be creative and make more money? So, you know, creative self-expression is great here. Your children, if you have kids, can feel a little chaotic. Your dating life can be kind of colorful and constantly changing here as well. This is a little bit of like a party animal energy. But I think that for the most part, this is just about reevaluating what it is that you would like to create. And this is much more internal, you know, kind of dialogue that's going on. So on the 2nd of the month, Mars and Gemini will square Neptune and Pisces. So you've got Mars that will still be in your 6th house, where it does well, by the way. And Mars in the 6th house says, I need a to-do list. I need to work through things. I need to get something done. You know, I need to be kind of having something to kind of file or work on. And it squares Neptune in the 3rd. So there can be accidents, issues with auto, issues involving liquids or water. You may need to get like a computer or like a gadget fixed, especially if there's water damage or if you drop it. There could be miscommunications. There could be missed medical appointments. There can be also misunderstandings with coworkers. That's something you want to watch for, or, you know, emails that you didn't see or messages that you didn't see. So look out for that with the Mars square Neptune. On the 4th, Mars enters Cancer. Okay, so now Mars, which rules your 4th house of home, emotions, family, and also, you know, just action, is in the 7th. So this is heating up for the next 6 weeks, relationships with other people. So if you're single, a lot more action going on with relationships, meeting people, dating, mingling. You know, it definitely helps open up the socializing aspect because it is the ruler of your 11th. So you might be going out, hanging out with friends, you know, having them over at your house and vice versa. But this can also be where you're finally airing out some of your issues with relatives, because the 7th house is where we air stuff out. So I wonder with Mars in the 7th, if you're kind of confronting or dealing with certain issues with family members and you're kind of finally, you know, kind of, yeah, airing that out. Then you're going to see eventually down the road, this will be in like the beginning of 2025, but Mars will retrograde from Leo back into Cancer. So some of the actions that happen during this period, some of the people we meet, some of the relationships we develop, some of the conflicts we have with relatives and stuff, it'll kind of come back up for reevaluation at the beginning of the year next year. So be mindful of that. September 6th, we see the 3rd, Mercury and Leo square Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury's been going back and forth in your 8th house, where maybe you've been going back and forth over an estate, over an inheritance. Maybe there's been some tax stuff that you've been working through. Maybe there's been some rearranging of joint finances or investments or resources. And this has been in a square with Uranus, which means it's been dramatic, shocking, surprising. There's been a lot of ups and downs and not really knowing, you know, where a situation involving a romantic partner, an investment, a child is going to go. And you want to think about what happened around the 3rd week of July. And just recently in early August, we had another square. So this is the 3rd one. And this is a day where there can just be more tension and communication with these topics. On the 7th, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn. Okay, Sun in Virgo. So Sun is other people's money, resources. This can be, you know, judges, lawyers, teachers, mentors challenging you when it comes to talking about what is yours and what is not yours. So judgments can come under these transits. It can also be a limitation of getting to where you want to go. You know, your plane's delayed, you're applying, you know, for a certain college or course, and they say, well, maybe better luck next semester. You know, there can be something like that that can happen. Being delayed or denied either travel, funds, services, education. That's definitely a day where you're going to feel a little bit more challenged. But remember, Saturn is you. So it's about you kind of being like, okay, somebody's really kind of mouthing off or, you know, speaking up to me, or somebody's really trying to tell me what's up. And like, Saturn can be your superpower, where you can be like, I'm not responding to this. You know, you don't have to engage, believe it or not, with some of the oppositions and the squares. All right, so then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. So it is improving the likelihood of traveling, communication, law, and legality, because it's in the more better strength, I guess, or it's in its domicile in Virgo. So it's going to be able to better assess and analyze the situation. especially if it comes to education or legality. And then you're going to see on the 21st, the sun will square Jupiter. So the sun in the 9th house will square Jupiter. So it looks like that there can be some breakthrough with travel, education, or law with the support or the help, or a phone call or a document with a lawyer or with a health practitioner or with a travel agent, somebody who can kind of help you and go like, they're like, yeah, we can do this. We can fix this. You know, this is how we do it. And you're like, oh, okay, so there is a way forward. And I would say don't count your chickens before they hatch, but there is a sense of having some support to be able to navigate your issues. And especially if it's about immigration, traveling, or law, you'll be able to find somebody who's insightful that can give you some insight. Okay, so then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, Venus, which is in your 10th house of career and reputation, lighting up your visibility, really bringing lots of beautiful connections with people professionally at work, maybe making it easier for you to connect and collaborate with other people or meet romantic partners. Venus will trine Jupiter. So I think that this can be a time where, you know, you may be asked, do you want a job? Would you like to transfer to this other department? You know, would you like to take on more responsibility? If so, it comes with a higher kind of rank or status or title or more money, right? So something really good about the relationships that you make with people at work and them supporting you and kind of getting a leg up, like you're actually going to get some support with that transit. That's a great transit. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury will oppose Saturn. So before it was the sun, it was like, no, we can't do that. That's not possible. Sorry. And now Mercury, which represents teacher, law, legality, or travel, is limiting. And it may mean that you're just kind of like, look, I can't fly or I can't travel right now. You know, I'm working, or I can't, sorry, you know, I can't go to, you know, to, what is it, like jury duty, you know, I've got an excuse or I've got a reason or I've got something that keeps me from going. That can come up. So I do feel like that is a day that can be more difficult for communication for sure, or more difficult for travel. So look at what happened on the 7th when you had the sun oppose Saturn, because it may be a really kind of similar theme, or it's kind of tied into that. All right, so listen up. On the 19th through the 21st, this is how you get out of the oppositions, because the oppositions, they lead everybody to a dead end. It's, this isn't working for me. You know, this is, I'm not getting clarity. I'm not able to get help. I'm not getting what I need. You got to work with the trines. So the sun on the 19th through the 21st will trine Uranus, which means an unconventional approach or an unconventional way of dealing with your children, or dealing with your investments, or dealing with money, taking a chance maybe, or taking a shot at something. It will oppose Neptune, which means you're going to go, I'm choosing, you know, to get my news or my information from another source, from another country. I'm choosing to talk to a professional, to talk to a lawyer. And then it's going to trine Pluto. So it means it's going to make you feel empowered. Wow. So you'll see two trines to Pluto, actually. First, you're going to see it with the sun, and then you're going to see it with Mercury. So, you know, the trines are happening in fire houses. So your faith and your philosophy and yourself, about life, about what you create, about your happiness, you know, these things are all kind of coming together in some capacity. And that's the way out of it. If you don't want to get stuck in the oppositions, then you got to work with the trine. So then we've got on the 22nd of the month, Venus in your 10th house of career will square Pluto. So there can be a sense of a woman at work being a little jealous of you, a younger person being jealous of you, a little drama maybe that's going on in a romantic relationship. And there can be some kind of pressure that you're getting from somebody at work. This is a closing square against Pluto in your sign. So this is about whether or not somebody's really applying a lot of pressure for you to do something. Watch for some manipulative tendencies in relationships with people at work. Then Venus will go into Scorpio in your natal 11th house, which is bringing sweetness revolving around goals, relationships with friends, socializing and meeting people in a much more social way. And the sun will then enter into Libra in your 11th house, where it's highlighting this emphasis now from the second portion of September into October on action within your career. Now on the 24th and 25th, Mercury is going to do some of the same things that we saw the Sun do. So now we have Mercury, which is about the higher mind, belief, philosophy, and teachers and assistants. Mercury says, I have a loophole. We can make this change and we can get creative in some way, to make it easier for you to travel or make it easier for you to stay in a country or make it easier for you to invest your money. And then it's going to also trine Pluto. So it'll trine Uranus, trine Pluto, and it opposes Neptune. And it does seem like there could be some sneaky things going on with communication. There could be some sneaky things going on with documents. There could be some sneaky things going on with siblings, neighbors. And Mercury in opposition to Neptune in general is not the most honest. There can be some, misunderstandings or miscommunications. So keep in mind that Mercury is like, well, is that legal? Like having somebody else tell you like, yeah, we can do it. I'd be like, can we? Are you sure? Like, be really careful with like forgers or fabrications of documents. Be very, very careful. I mean, we shouldn't be doing these things anyway, but like you may deal with somebody who does, or there can be somebody who is, creating falsified documents. Right? Or they're making allegations about things that they can't back up. So watch for that. On the 26th, Mercury enters Libra with the Sun. So basically your mind's on work and you're focusing on your relationships with people out in the world. We will see the Sun conjunct the South Node. So there can be some significant change with your status. It could be you change jobs, you switch jobs, your boss steps down. It could be some kind of change in regards to a relationship with a man at work. There could be some shift revolving around power at work. And then on the 29th, we're going to see Mars in Cancer in your 7th house, trine Saturn. This is a good energy. Finally, you got something good. Where action, drive, and motivation with relationships is harmonizing with you and, communication and, sibling relationships can go smoother, relationships and communicating with people in your neighborhood. You're feeling motivated to like work and collaborate with other people. Maybe you end up meeting somebody online or through some kind of app or like local community. That's possible. And on the 30th of the month, the Sun in Libra will conjunct Mercury in Libra. There will be a cazimi. So this looks to me like you're making an announcement, like I'm quitting my job, or my boss is stepping down, I'm, taking their position, or I'm changing, careers, or I'm going back to school, something like that could be happening. It may be that there's a boss that makes some kind of big announcement, but 2 days later, the beginning of October, there is going to be a solar eclipse in Libra. So that does tell me that there is some big change coming either for your relationship status, where you're changing your relationship status, or there's some big change coming at work in terms of who you're partnering with, or maybe a company is merging with another company, something like that can happen. So watch for those sudden epiphanies and realizations about changes with staff, okay? And because it's the South Node involved in all of this, some Capricorn and Capricorn risings are going to see that there's going to be layoffs, so there's going to be changes of departments or mergers of departments. Now for the moons this month, we have a new moon that is going to be taking place in Virgo, and it's in a fellow sister earth sign, so it's friendly for you. And this new moon is about positivity. It's about organization, especially when it comes to school or travel or your belief system. So if you're wanting to plan a trip, if you're wanting to go back to school, if you're wanting to start a new program, find a new teacher, a mentor, or just learn more about health or wellness, this is a good new moon for that. And then the full moon is going to be a full moon lunar eclipse. And this is going to be happening at September 17th. So this will be happening in your 3rd house. And I feel like it is important for you because it's going to be pretty close to Saturn. So basically, a lunar eclipse is a full moon on steroids. So we see dramatic completions, conclusions, changes, and things getting flushed out. The North Node is about the necessary path forward. And the North Node has not shifted into Pisces yet. It will at the beginning of 2025. So this is the sneak peek preview eclipse that's going to be talking about, well, what is to come for the next 2 years in the Pisces area of your chart. Well, 3rd house could be new cars, it could be changes with your siblings, it could be learning new languages, it could be moving, some kind of completion or ending is taking place, right? So it may be that you have a conversation with somebody about being like, yeah, we need to wrap this up. We need to end this, or we need to kind of get the show on the road, or I got to finish learning this thing or complete the website, whatever. So you'll see on the 17th, this full moon, very close to Saturn. So that does impact you. It's about you communicating, connecting, committing to something. And it's ruled by Jupiter, and it's going to square Jupiter. So opposition, square. And this tells me that, you know, your health is important. Your physical health is impacting your mental health. Walking, cycling, you know, jogging, taking notes, meditating. These things will actually help you have a clear kind of mindset, which could better help your health. This could be about new apps and also kind of getting clarity when it comes to your work and having better organization and productivity. And that you may feel like you need to have a digital calendar or an application or something to kind of help you do this stuff, basically, to kind of get more in line. So the eclipse will kind of come through, and technically Pisces does sextile your ascendant. So it's not friendly. You have a lot of really nice aspects all month long. So I'm not really worried about it for you. It's not an angular house, but yeah, check the fluids in your car. Be mindful that there can be changes going on with cell phones or computers or gadgets in the third house. Things can happen with siblings. And be very careful with accidents involving water or the cars, driving, visibility issues, that kind of stuff, because of the square to Jupiter in your 6th house, okay? So hopefully that's helpful for you, my Capricorns. Let's see, what cards do I have for you? Ooh, good card. The Emperor. The Emperor. All right, so this is about being on top of everything, handling it, right? The goat. Ironically, this is also about Aries. So this can be talking about, you know, how Mars, which rules Aries, is going into the 7th house, where you're like, okay, gloves are coming off. And not that you're being combative with people, because Mars is going to trine Saturn, where you're going to be compassionate and understanding, but you're also going to be like, enough is enough. Here's my boundary. This doesn't work for me. Or I'm not going to be talking to people who are going to engage with me like this. Or, you know, I've had enough of this conversation. Or I'm, you know, that's what's going to happen. So the Emperor is about power and asserting yourself and being able to handle a situation and kind of getting the point across if at all necessary. So maybe that's going to be in regards to home and family. Maybe that's going to be about stepping into a position when also the Sun and Mercury and Venus, they're all in your 10th house. And then you're going to have a cazimi and an eclipse. Big status change. So it can be big job changes. It can be big work changes, changes with your job, changes with your parents. It could be father figures. The Emperor can represent the father. So pay attention to what's going on with relationship to men, older men in your life or in your family as well. I think you're going to handle it like a boss. I know there can be some challenges, but I feel like you're going to overcome it, and you'll have to let me know what happens this month. Okay? All right. We'll talk soon. Good luck. All right, so I have got, who do I have next? There we go. We have Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's up, Aquarius? How are you doing? Welcome back to the channel. This is going to be your September 2024 horoscopes, and I hope you're doing well. I'm going to give you the same lecture that I gave Capricorn right out the gate, okay? So in your case, it may be a little bit easier to navigate because we do see a lot of trines this month to Uranus, which basically means that if you're willing to make change, and generally you are, or if you can roll with the punches, then you will be fine. Anything is possible, right? But you are going to see a ton of planets start to oppose Saturn, which is your traditional ruler. So there's a lot of financial things going on this month for you. You know, planets going through your 8th house is what's happening with your partner's money, your taxes, your joint resources, your debt, what you're paying off, what you have access to, what you're owed. And then there is Saturn swinging through the 2nd house of you going, yeah, but do I have to pay that? Or do I have to help people? Or what if I hold on to some for myself? So there is some sense of give and take that's being worked out basically all month long. So when you start to see planets go through your 8th house and oppose Saturn, you're going to go, why do I have to pay for this? Or like, why is this on me? Or, you know, why can't they handle it? Why do I have to take care of it? And then you will also see eventually, you know, that you can get stuck in the oppositions where you're kind of squabbling with the back and forth, Or you can lead into the Uranus trine, which is like, okay, if that's how it's going to be, then, you know, I'm putting it into this. I don't want to bank with this person anymore, you know, or I'm not working with this client anymore, or I'm deciding to let go of this employee, or some kind of change that's going to happen. So lean into the Uranus trines. It's going to help you out of the oppositions. And the eclipse that we're going to have in the mid portion of the month also is kind of significant because it is going to be rather close to Saturn, and that is your traditional ruler. So that does kind of involve you, your money, and your resources. We'll talk about that at the end of the reading. All right, so let's start at the beginning of the month. So this is important for you because, well, on September 1st, Uranus is going to go retrograde. That's your modern day ruler. So wherever Uranus is where you are. It is in your 4th house and it's retrograding, which means you're reevaluating something about your freedom, your family, your home, your living situation. Maybe there is some changing dynamic that is happening, or there is some kind of revelation within your home or your family. It can be you being like, and I'm ready to go back home, or I'm ready to move now, or I'm ready to, you know, move to the next city. And you'll have several months between now and the end of January to kind of reevaluate some kind of change within your home or your living situation. So it's probably been pretty active there. Maybe a lot of socializing, a lot of parties, or an unconventional lifestyle that you've been kind of on the road. And then we're also going to see Pluto retrograde into Capricorn. So you get a bit of a reprieve. Okay, so you've had Pluto kind of off and on in your sign in this last year. So it's been giving you sneak peeks of how you're really going through some changes as a person, how you present yourself, how you're dealing with career and status changes, how you're dealing with body changes, how you're dealing with your personal power. So you get a break for the next 2 months as Pluto retrogrades back into the 12th house, which tells me that maybe you're resting, you're healing, you're wrapping up old business dealings, you're letting go of an old identity, you're getting ready to retire or let go of one job to kind of embrace like a new lifestyle or something new that's kind of coming for you. And like, you know, yeah, you're more reflective and more kind of private, but you can get a lot of really good work done with Pluto in the 12th house, especially professionally. There's a lot of stuff that can really take place this month that can really help you feel like you're ahead of the curve when it comes to business dealings. So watch for that. On September 2nd, you're going to see Mars in Gemini. Okay, so Mars will still be in your 5th house, heating up your romance, creativity, self-expression, having fun sector. Maybe you've been writing, communicating, sharing, traveling. Mars will come into a square with Neptune. So this can be a lot of like, I spent how much at the bar? You know, my kid put how much on the credit card? You know, I spent how much at the casino? Like there can be a sense of not being aware of where having too much fun or too much indulging can kind of blindside you. So be careful when it comes to love and money. Be careful when it comes to recreation and spending money or drinking and going, you know, to the club or to the bar. Because there can be a sense of it just being like overdone and having a sense of not feeling like you have a direction with where you're going, even with your happiness, your kids, even like a dating situation where you don't know what you want and you're trying to figure out how to communicate that. On the 4th, then Mars will go into Cancer. So then Mars is going to move into your 6th house where it will be for the better part of the next 6 weeks. So you're taking action when it comes to health habits, daily routine. It's a time where you can get your vehicles worked on, you can move office spaces, rearrange your schedule, get back to the gym. Granted, Mars in Cancer is more emotional. It's not really action-oriented. It's more about where your emotions are kind of coming up and saying, okay, you know, maybe I do need to speak up because it's impacting, you know, my productivity. Or maybe I do need to, you know, have a conversation with a relative or a family member and tell them, you know, how I feel because I've been holding it inside. Because Mars is about communication in your chart, and it also is strongly tied to feeling like you're on top of a situation. Mars in the 6th house is a great time to focus on physical and emotional well-being. Have a to-do list, especially if there's things that you want to get done around your house, because Mars is in a domestic sign. Then you're going to see on the 7th of the month, oh no, I take that back, the 6th of the month, this will be the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus. So Mercury is still in Leo the first portion of the month. And if you've noticed throughout the Mercury retrograde the last month or so, Mercury's been retrograde in your relationship sector, where maybe there's been some miscommunications with romantic partners, with kids, with clients, and it's probably been a little annoying for you because not only has it been retrograde, but it's been square Uranus, your chart ruler. So it's been kind of hard to keep the peace maybe with some people at home, whether it's kids, roommates, or partners. There's also been probably some misunderstandings that have been happening between you and other people, where you've been feeling like other people, you know, like they're not reliable, or they're not getting back to you, or they're miscommunicating, and you're like, this is impacting me emotionally, or my home, or my living situation, and you're maybe feeling a little burnt out about it. So the good news is Mercury is now direct on the 6th. This is the last square, but there can definitely be miscommunications revolving around your home, who's living in your home, and also your relationships. So just be mindful of that. All right, so then you're going to see on the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this is when you start seeing planets in your 8th house of other people's money opposing Saturn. Sun can represent your partner. It can also represent your kids or your clients, and somebody being like, I want something you have. You know, I want money. I want your time. I want your attention. I want you, you know, to show me and be emotional. And you're going to be like, I don't know about that, you know, and you're going to be kind of cautious about whether or not you're going to go back and forth about a give and take situation that can be emotional or financial. You'll see something similar that's going to happen around the 18th when Mercury makes that opposition as well. Now, on the 8th of the month, Mercury re-enters Virgo. So where there's been a Mercury retrograde in the 7th, now at least it's in the 8th. You can dig through, you know, accounting stuff. You can dig through tax-related stuff. You can have a lot of depth and clarity psychologically and also emotionally through this transit. And it's really about changing and transforming something about your productivity, your health, your lifestyle. It can be about your sexual health. It can be about your psychological health. It can be connecting to also investments and, you know, strategy with investments. That can be coming up here as well. All right, so then you're going to see on the 12th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will square Jupiter. And this feels like a fortuitous opportunity where you're like, somebody offered me this opportunity to connect and collaborate, and like it could go really well, and it's like very enticing, and it sounds really good, and it could be, you know, somebody is telling you it's going to be better than, you know, than you can imagine, and you're like, is this too good to be true? But this can also be some kind of change and transformation that's bringing you a lot of joy that revolves around romance, children, creativity as well. But I think it's more financial related because Jupiter rules your 2nd house. So maybe you've made an investment in something and you're like, wow, it's playing out way better than I thought it would. Then on the 14th of the month, Venus in Libra. Okay, so Venus is in your 9th house in Libra, and it is all about finding love in foreign places, loving to travel, loving to meet people, you know, far away or long distance. It is also about maybe in-laws, or this can be about, you know, loving something you're studying, you're learning, a teacher you're working with, a course that you're taking. This is going to trine Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter is your money. And it is also connected to friends. And so this is saying there is some really good opportunity for joint resources, romance, travel, like good news that's coming in that's going to benefit either you or you and your home. Some blessing that's going to basically be coming your way. That's going to be really good for you and your family or your living situation. So good news from far away. Then you're going to see on the 19th through the 21st. Okay, nope, I take that back, the 18th. So September 18th, then now Mercury will oppose Saturn. And Mercury is other people's money and money, resources, and kids. And it's going to be like them being like, I don't have it. Do you have it? Or, you know, can you spot me? Or, you know, somebody is saying, you know, can you put up some money for me? And you're like, you're being cautious and conservative when it comes to other people's investments or involvement with your resources. And that can be your partner, your business partners. It can be anybody. And I kind of feel like the planet's going through the 8th house. It's supposed to be a lot of like, well, what are you going to do for me? How is this going to benefit me? So you need to see other people kind of pull their own weight or try to be a little bit more productive when it comes to working and collaborating with you and not having to be the person. Saturn in the 2nd house is kind of like, let me see how this goes. Let me see what they can benefit me. there could be a negotiation going on where you could be negotiating a salary, you could be negotiating a settlement, you could be negotiating a tax matter. And I would say keep your cards close to your chest and see what other people offer you. Don't jump at the first opportunity or the first proposal they give you. All right, so the 19th through the 21st, the sun, okay, which is others, will come into a trine with Uranus. So there is some dramatic change going on with relationship to home, resources, and money. It will oppose Neptune, which means be very careful around the 19th through the 21st with transactions and money. Very careful, because there can be some swindling, or there can be some blank spots, or you can get kind of scammed. Something like that can happen, especially with accounts and passwords and things like that. And then the sun is going to trine Pluto in the 12th. And it could be like an international scam. It could be a data breach, an information hack, hack into accounts. I don't like saying this, but I'm just going to tell you the truth. So be all over your financial security, your passwords. If you're somebody who kind of tracks some stuff, if you have had some information hacks, keep an eye on that, because I feel like somebody could have some kind of access to something. So it can definitely create some problems, and you may not see it coming because of the oppositions to Neptune. Then on the 22nd of the month, Venus in Libra. Okay, Venus is in Libra, kind of coming into the 10th house soon, will square Pluto. And this could represent some kind of homeland issue, or home or family issue, or some unexpected change or transformation of resources and money pertaining to home and family, or some kind of difficult, or changing relationship with somebody at a distance that could be impacting things. With Venus square Pluto, we see drama in love, money, relationships. We see power struggles, so we don't want to give people ultimatums. And then Venus goes into Scorpio, which is good for career and reputation. It is good for visibility and harmonizing with people out in the world, but also working with our families, working with people that may be abroad, and promoting yourself in some way. And then the sun will enter into Libra, and it moves into your 9th house of travel, philosophy, belief, education. So you're now shifting into, well, am I traveling? Am I going back to school? Am I working on some kind of program? What do I believe in? What am I learning? And it can be about relationships. Then on the 24th and the 25th, you will see Mercury do the same kind of cha-cha that the sun was doing. Okay, so now Mercury is 24th to the 25th, going to trine Uranus. All right, so it's something about changes and transformations for you personally when it comes to your home and your living situation. It is going to oppose Neptune, which means you are stepping away from an old physical or financial situation, or maybe you're having a difficult time communicating with a child or a romantic partner about your feelings or about money. And then it's going to trine Pluto, and it's going to be about releasing and transforming something. And it can be spiritual, it can be behind the scenes, it can be hidden, it could be very powerful shifts revolving around the mind, right? Information. So these are earth trines, which generally create physical health or body change, but it's in water houses. So it's almost like there are certain things health-wise, work-wise, financially or home-wise that's changing, and it's all coming to a completion with some of these trines. So if you don't want to get locked up in the there's issues here with who's going to pay for it, or the finances, or working through it, then you need to figure out new innovative ways to change your home, or to change the way that you look at your career, and it's going to help you make some of these changes. Now finally, we will see a Mercury enter Libra on the 26th. So good time for planning trips, travel, education, and also just learning, or if you want to kind of plan a romantic getaway, or if you want to go on a trip with your kids, that's a good time for that. The 28th, the sun will conjunct the south node in the 9th house, and this tells me that there can be some change in regards to relationships with in-laws or people abroad, or some kind of reconnecting with relationships at afar, or with mentors or teachers. On the 29th, we're going to see Mars in Cancer in your 6th house, trine Saturn. So this is a good transit. This means that through some of your hard work, dedication, and focus to health habits and routines, or somebody who is helping you with your fitness, helping you with your food, helping you with your business. You know, you're able to save money, you're able to be more productive, you're feeling more confident, you're feeling like more physically able to kind of move around. So this could be physical therapists, massage, it could be healers, and people who are just kind of helping you feel a little bit more solid, both physically and financially. So that's a good transit for you for feeling motivated and starting to see some progress. And then finally on the 30th, you're going to see the Sun in Libra conjunct Mercury in Libra. So this looks like it's the emergence of what's about to be some new educational relationship, legal relationship, some business documents maybe that you're going to sign. Maybe you're going to be traveling and meeting somebody. Somebody's meeting you. They're kind of flying in and you're having a meeting of sorts. This could mean that you're surprised with a trip and you're going somewhere, you know, that can be happening. But these are good transits that are happening. Sun Mercury Cazimi is about some good insight that's kind of coming from somebody further away, or some kind of good news that comes from a romantic partner, or maybe even one of your children. Then for the lunations for the month, we're going to have on September 2nd a new moon in Virgo. Okay, so this new moon will be in your 8th house, which is private, hidden, intimate. This is about joint resources. This is about psychological healing. This is about having access to other people's money. This is about change. And all month long, you're being asked to change. I can see you're being stretched because planets are in opposition to Saturn. So this is a good moon for manifesting change, transformation, more money from other people, and also kind of like clearing any fears or blockages. Then on the 17th, we're going to see a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 2nd house. Okay, so full moons are big kind of conclusions or completions. Full moon lunar eclipses are big emotional conclusions or completions. And this is a North Node eclipse. So it's conjunct the North Node, but the North Node will not officially be in Pisces until the beginning of 2025. So for you, this is giving you a little sneaky peek into the next 2 years where you're very adamant about making your own money. And you're very determined to have more of it and to feel like you can do good things with it, and that you're not worried about whether or not you have enough, or working hard to kind of build something yourself, right? Saturn is about that. Working on your self-esteem, that kind of stuff. So sometimes when we see a lunar eclipse in the 2nd house, there's some big transaction, there's a big payment that comes in, there's a big purchase of something. And Pisces is generally something we don't see coming. Same with the North Node. So some of this may manifest for you guys in a couple of weeks. Some of it may manifest for you immediately. It just depends. But this is ruled by Jupiter, and it's squaring Jupiter. So it's saying that the money that may be coming in is connecting to your children. Maybe you're gambling. Maybe you have some kind of winning situation. Maybe it's a creative project that's bringing you money. Maybe you've made an investment in something and you take a chance and then it pays off in some big way, right? And it can really benefit you and your family or your kids, or some creative project you're working on. All I know is that with Jupiter in the square, it's going to make things feel bigger, and it's going to make you want more playtime, more fun, you know, more opportunity for practicing or participating in creative projects. So there's definitely the sense of the eclipse coming through, and maybe it's the funds that make it possible for you to do some of these things, right? So watch for that, because 2 years you'll have eclipses in your 2nd house. And the good thing is that Saturn has been there already for a little bit more than a year. So you've already kind of gotten the hang of, okay, what does it mean to be more conservative and more careful or more cautious about what I'm building or where I'm kind of putting my energy. So now you might start to see that really pay off, right? All right, so let's see what card you get. So you get the Death card. Of course you do. I thought for sure it'd be Capricorn, but it's you. So perhaps maybe this is kind of connected to the fact that Pluto is back in your 12th house, and you're coming to terms with the fact that's like, oh, my life is about to really change, you know? And it can mean, I mean, you got trines from your 8th house to your 4th and your 10th. Oh, this situation ended, you know, this lease ended, I'm moving. This relationship ended, you know, I'm moving on, you know, I had to say goodbye to someone or something. And so the Death card is a reminder that when endings start happening, or when things start kind of wrapping up, it's because it's creating space, it's creating fertile ground for something new to come in. And so I do think that with a retrograde in your 8th and some of the trines, like, yeah, you're going to see some situations end, but what are you getting from this? Because you will receive something pretty significant, right, with that eclipse in your 2nd house. So this is also Pluto, which is back in your 12th house, and it's really kind of shining a light on the fact that there are some things it's just time to let go. Don't fight the inevitable. These changes are happening. These are good changes. And it's helping you kind of process this behind the scenes before Pluto comes back into your sign later in the year. Okay? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Aquarius. I'll catch you guys back here next time. Enjoy your September. What's up, my Pisces and Pisces risings? How are you guys doing on this fine day? This is your September 2024 horoscopes. I hope that these are helpful and insightful for you guys. Boy, oh boy, there's a lot going on this month. Are you guys ready? All right, so I don't even know where to begin. I will first of all tell you that, you know, there was a lot of energy of getting pulled in different directions this month, right? You're going to see so much back and forth between Pisces in your 1st house of self, your boundaries, your body, your needs, what you do or do not have energy for, what you do or do not want to do, versus other people. And this other people could be your clients, your coworkers, your spouses, your romantic partners, right? So, you know, you've had a Mercury retrograde in your 7th, which tells me you've been reworking something about how you communicate with some of these people. Some relationships have changed, some have ended. It depends. And you are also seeing that some of these planets this month are going to oppose Saturn and Neptune, where somebody is talking at you or trying to connect with you, or they're trying to offer you services. And you may feel like, I just need some space, okay? We've got an eclipse in your sign, which really brings all of your attention to your physical body, your appearance. You know, full moon lunar eclipses in the 1st house could mean that you're going, I'm changing my hair, I'm changing my style, I'm pregnant, I am dealing with some kind of illness or something. So your body seems to be really important, and that eclipse is going to be between Saturn and Neptune, so it can kind of show you or reveal to you something about yourself that you were not aware of. And, you know, it's involving the North Node, even though it's not in Pisces yet. So it likely is going to be some new and improved, stronger kind of version of yourself that you didn't see. And as you're gaining this strength, you're realizing, like, it's making me less tolerant of certain people, or less tolerant of certain relationships, or I'm outgrowing certain relationships, or I need space from people. So there will be a sense of having that come up throughout the month, both with the oppositions to Pisces, but also the squares to Jupiter as well, okay? So let's take you through the month ahead. Let's take a look at this and see what we got going on. And I want to start first with, on September 1st, you're going to see Uranus turn retrograde and Pluto turn retrograde, okay? So Pluto is going from Aquarius back into Capricorn, and it'll be there only about 2 months. It's reevaluating and helping you kind of finalize and complete something revolving around a friendship, a network, a goal of yours. It's trying to get you to focus on, you know, breaking through and joining a professional group maybe, or being able to focus on completing a goal of education or traveling or teaching, because Pluto is connected to your 9th house. Okay, so it wants you to kind of wrap some of that stuff up if there's something you need to do there. There can be dramatic changes and endings with certain friendships that can happen. Uranus is going retrograde in your 3rd, and Uranus represents your subconscious. So when Uranus goes retrograde in the 3rd, we're reevaluating things before we say it. We're a little bit more introspective. There can be a change in direction going on with our neighborhood, our living situation, our siblings, the way we process, think, learn, or share information with people. So this tells me that for the next couple of months, at least until, you know, the 2nd part of January, you're reevaluating, do I want to have that conversation? Do I want to move? Do I want to change vehicles? You know, is there a bigger move on my horizon? Do I need to think it over before I make that move? That can be kind of happening for you here as well. And definitely some static been going on in the last month with Uranus, because we've seen some squares to it from Leo. So it looks like job or changing situations with health have been putting some pressure on that area. On the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Mars in Gemini. So Mars will still be in Gemini in your 4th house at this moment before it goes into Cancer. And Mars represents possessions, buying, personal possessions, ownership. Mars squares Neptune. So there can be a sense of you saying to yourself on the 2nd of September, do I really want to buy this house? Do I really want to spend that much money on rent? Do I really like that really expensive couch? Like, don't make any serious financial moves, investments. Don't sign any leases. Don't do anything under that square, because you're not going to see very clearly. Wait until you start seeing Mercury and Virgo. Like, wait until later in the month, because there's going to be some stuff that's going to come up that's going to be better transits for that. So don't make any big moves financially, or even with like renovations or big decisions to move somewhere, because something is not clear right now. Something is not clear quite yet. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter Cancer. So Mars will go into your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, dating, taking chances, gambling, personal projects, and self-employment. So if Mars represents your investments, right, and it also represents your beliefs and travel, yeah, you're going to feel like, yes, I want to get back into dating. Yes, I want to invest myself in a new hobby. I want to get on stage. I want to dance. I want to create. I want to take chances. Like, it's a good transit for you, because it is trining your personal planets in, or the transits and personal planets in Pisces. So if you are wanting to start dating again, this is a good transit. If you're wanting to get pregnant, this is a good transit. If you're wanting to start working on creative projects, or if you're wanting to, get on stage and perform and share with people, this is a good transit. All right, on the 6th of the month, this will be the 3rd and final Mercury square Uranus. So Mercury has been retrograde from your relationship sector into your 6th house of health, habits, and routine. And it's squaring Uranus. And it makes me feel like there's been a lot of hashing out maybe issues with relationships or with coworkers. Maybe there's been some clashes in communication and being like, man, I just don't want to talk to this person, or they're driving me crazy. Changes with your schedule, changes with your health, changes with your vehicles. And so there's been stressful communication all around with these transits. And this is the final square. So think back to what happened around the 21st of July and also earlier in August to better understand what happened the first time as you're working your way out of this 3rd square. Travel, communications can go haywire during those transits. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun in your 7th house will oppose Saturn in your 1st house. And I see this as the will of another person trying to kind of say, like, give me a chance, give me, let me work with you, let me help you, let me, hire me, let me partner with you. And you're like, no, I'm good, please don't leave me alone, or don't badger me, don't bother me. And it could also be somebody at the gym. It could be somebody who's kind of connected to your child's daycare. It could be somebody who is connecting to the office space. I don't know. It's just somebody who's just can be very hypercritical, or they can just be, dealing with a lot of like communication, and you're just like, give me some space. You'll see something similar on the 18th when Mercury then opposes Saturn. So both of those times are when I could see people being a little bit too much. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. So communication is stronger within partnerships and relationships. It's going to move out of shadow by mid-month. And on the 12th, the Sun in Virgo will square Jupiter. So this is about somebody being like, I think you should let me come over and help you clean your house. Or I think you should let me work for your family business. Or, I want to take you out on a date. I'm showing up at your front door. And you're like, what? Somebody being overly optimistic about involvement when it comes to, home and family matters. And if you're partnered, it can be a partner being like optimistic. We can navigate this. We can move. It'll work. Or, I can come in and help you, make these changes with your family. It's possible. So it doesn't have to be negative. But, you got all that Pisces in your chart with Saturn and Neptune there right now on top of your other natal placements. And it can mean that, having a coach, having somebody who's organized, having a professional, hiring somebody to move you, to organize you, to counsel you, work with you. Like, these can be good things that can happen with the oppositions. It doesn't have to be negative. On the 14th, we see Venus trine Jupiter. So Venus will be in your 8th house, where it's kind of sexy and steamy. Great for other people's money, resources, and also intimacy. And it's going to trine Jupiter in the 4th. So some kind of support, resources, money, or wealth can come from other people that can positively benefit you, especially when it comes to your home. So your partner can be more generous. They could say, let's move in together. I'll pay half of the mortgage. I'll pay for the rent. I've got a space, you can live with me. Like, there's like a win-win situation here, and it can be really beneficial in expanding your home and your family life if you're open to it. On the 18th of the month, you'll see Mercury in Virgo oppose Saturn in Pisces. So think back to what happens around the 7th. But Mercury is how somebody else communicates, and Saturn is about you being like, I don't know about that, I'm not so sure. And you don't know how to communicate with somebody. Or maybe you tell somebody, stop calling me, stop texting me, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Or give me some space, let me think about it. So it's going to be you that's going to be saying, I don't really want to communicate, or I don't want your feedback. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Then you're going to see on the 19th through the 21st, okay? So pay attention, because you're going to see the sun make aspects all within a 3-day period. That's going to create a lot of action. And then Mercury will do the same thing a couple days later. So sun, health, habits, and routine. Sun in the 7th house. This is your habits and relationships, your habits with your health, your relationship with your gym, with your coworkers, whatever. So the sun will trine Uranus, which means through communication, there's going to be some sudden insight and opportunity for transforming relationships. They are going to realize that, you play a role in this, that it's not just about saying, no, I'm not going to communicate. They may say, well, you can't just punk out or not respond to me or not communicate with me. And this is how you change and transform relationships. So, somebody may call you on your shit this month. That may actually happen. Somebody might be like, don't play the victim. You can't just hide out. You can't just say no forever. It's one thing to say to somebody, I'm not ready to talk about it yet. I need some time. And it's another thing to completely ghost and fall off the map. And people, whether it's relationships, coworkers, it could be coaches, people are going to be like, what are you doing? You're self-sabotaging. What are you doing? And you'll get a lot of slack from some people. So be mindful that this is about learning how to transform how we think and communicate, and we can break through long-standing issues in friendships and relationships and kind of come out the other side. Then you're going to see on the 22nd, Venus, which is still in Libra, starts coming into a square with Pluto. And this could be about change and transformation in relationships, joint resources, romantic relationships. Hey, are we friends? Are we something more? What are we doing? But this could also represent, borrowing and lending and some changes revolving around joint finances in that regard. Same day on the 22nd, Venus enters Scorpio in the 9th, which is good because it's in a fellow sister water sign. And Venus in the 9th house is great for, foreign travel, luxury vacations. It can be also about courses and classes about metaphysics and spirituality and healing. This can be a time where you're really enjoying like studying and reading books and stuff. And love can be found at a distance here. That is possible. Same day on the 22nd, the sun enters into Libra. So it's highlighting your 8th house of change and transformation with relationships and joint resources. So there's definitely some changes going on here. So you're seeing that kind of revolving around the time of like the eclipse, which will be mid-month. And then on the 24th and 25th, the same way the sun did this little ricochet, right? You're going to see the same thing with Mercury. So then Mercury goes, okay, so you're not wanting to connect and communicate. So I'm going to try to get a hold of you a different way. They may email you, they may send you a Venmo payment, Uranus in the 3rd. And then it's going to come into a trine with Pluto. So they're going to be like, well, she won't talk to me. And then your best friend calls you and goes, your boyfriend's calling me. What's going on? Why aren't you talking to him? Or he's asking me if you'll call him back. Other people can get involved. They can try to contact other people to get in contact with you or your siblings or your neighbors. So let me know how that communication goes, because it seems like if you try to evade someone or something this month, they're going to try to find other ways to get in touch with you, and it's not going to just go away, right? And it could be about handling a situation, handling a job. Maybe you were supposed to show up for something, you didn't show up. Doesn't have to be romantic, but other people are going to be very critical of whether or not you're showing up the way that you're supposed to be showing up. And I would say just don't ignore them. On the 26th of the month, Mercury enters Libra. So now you've got Mercury in your 8th house, which is saying now relationships and finances and romance are changing in some capacity. Mercury is about changing the mind and how we look at relationships, very deep and introspective and psychological during that transit. Your home or family life might be changing here as well. And then you're going to see on the 28th, the sun will conjunct the South Node in Libra. This could represent being like, I am leaving this financial, situation behind. I am breaking away from this bank. I am no longer holding on to this relationship. I am making some changes in regards to my karmic entanglement with relationships. This doesn't serve me. This isn't healthy for me. And kind of a clearing that's going to happen there. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer in your 9th house, trining Saturn. So it is possible that, through some kind of program, travel, relationship with a mentor, some kind of belief system, it's helping align and kind of teach you, like, I am okay. I can rely on myself. I am going to be fine. I have faith. I'm brave. Part of your lesson in your journey is going to be about independence, traveling alone, willing to walk the path alone. Not carrying around any dead weight with you. And if that means that you have to go it alone, so be it. And seeing this newfound strength kind of within yourself. Then on the 30th, we have the sun in Libra conjunct Mercury in Libra. So this looks like there is going to be some epiphany or realization or conversation about changes and transformation of relationships and the impact that has on you psychologically and also financially. Some shocking news from another person involving money, resources, or exchange. It could be money that's owed to you that comes in. It can also be about some kind of change involving your family that impacts your joint resources in some way as well. And then on the 2nd of the month is when we have the new moon in Virgo. So this is after, like, you've had a Mercury retrograde in your 7th. Maybe there's been a back and forth. If you're like, okay, we need a fresh start, we need to start over. This is the new moon that you did that. If you're looking for a new therapist, if you're looking for an assistant, if you're looking for a new relationship, if you are looking for a new person to work with, or you want to offer new resources, or if you have new products for your company, if you sell something or services, after the new moon is when you want to do it on the 2nd. And the 17th is where we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Okay, so this is a full moon in your 1st house, and it's with the North Node. It's like a sneak peek eclipse. So what it's saying is that it's showing you what the themes are going to be for the next 2 years. So if the North Node's going into Pisces in the 1st house, it's being on your own, being more independent, focusing on your body, your appearance, your health. It's also about your spirituality, your connection to source, your intuition. It's going to show you the sun in opposition to the moon. So it's almost mirroring a lot of this back and forth that you're doing with other people. This isn't me saying relationships have to end, but if something is not working for you with someone you're working with, partnering with, or in a relationship with, it's going to be very obvious this month. And it's going to kind of show you where through that eclipse, you're going to be like, okay, full moon lunar eclipse, very emotional, very sensitive, becoming more aware of my body. Pay attention to your body, your immune system, your feet, okay? Your mental health. These are all things you want to watch. And eclipses in the 1st house can produce major significant changes with the body or pregnancy. That can happen, but it can also bring moves, because the 1st house can be about movement or the environment that we're in. And this is an eclipse that's going to be ruled by Jupiter, and it's going to square Jupiter. So you're going to see the eclipse be in your 1st house, squaring Jupiter, your ruler in the 4th, which means most likely it's about a change that's happening for you emotionally. It's a change that's happening that's impacting one of your parents or your family or your living situation, or it makes you go, I want to move, or I want to have 2 places I go back and forth from, or I want to go home. And you're kind of feeling like you're getting pulled in all directions. But Jupiter square this is fortuitous for you because it's providing you with a second path. So if you do decide you want out of a relationship, you want to move, you want out of a lease, you want to, leave your roommate behind, something new likely will kind of emerge for you. And it does make you more so emotional. So know with eclipses in your first house, there's emotional changes. Ideally, no big decisions, no big moves under eclipses, no surgical things, nothing like that. So I would keep my schedule a little bit lighter, the 16th, 17th, and 18th. That's a time where it's just like, okay, I got to do what I got to do. I'm flexible. I know stuff's coming in. Things are going to change. Maybe you have been working on a lot of changes in your physical appearance over the last 6 months, and now it's becoming more visible. So now that this full moon eclipse is coming in, you're starting to see that. So yeah, let me know how that sneak peek is for you guys this month. The card that I get is the 6 of Swords. Okay, so some of you guys are like, I'm moving, or I'm traveling, or I'm in limbo, or this is a temporary situation. I'm trying to get from here to there, and I'm trying to figure out how to do this. This is about going to smoother, kind of transitions, being in safer places, more peaceful places, going from point A to point B. And that could be literally or figuratively. That can be like, look at how far I've come from 6 months ago to now, or I need to relocate from this state to that state, or I'm, in limbo. I don't know if I'm leaving a relationship. But 6 of Swords represents change, change of mind, change of location, travel over water. And it can also mean that there is some kind of shift going on when it comes to your feelings, and you're kind of like, yeah, my feelings have changed on the matter, and that's the name of the game. So you may have to be explaining that to people. Like, I decided I don't want to be working together anymore. I feel like this relationship isn't working anymore, or I wanted to move, but now I've changed my mind. So stay open to change, be flexible, and I am curious to see how this manifests for you. So leave me a comment below. I'd love to hear what happens around the time of the eclipse for you, Pisces. All right, guys. Well, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I know that this is a month where we're getting pulled in all different directions. So the name of the game is stay cool, calm, and collected. Make rational decisions, okay? Ask questions. Think everything through, and know that there's so much power in creating change and seeking alternative paths. That's what we want to do. When this pressure shows up, or when we have some sense of doubt, we're going to pivot a little bit. So I hope that's helpful for you guys for the month ahead. Like I said, stay tuned on some of the other stuff that I have coming up, like the eclipses and some other videos I'm going to be putting out at the end of this month. Make sure you click the bell button below, right down there. Subscribe to my channel so that way you know when I have new videos coming out. As always, I really appreciate your likes, comments, shares, and subscriptions. I read all of them. I get a good laugh, and I like seeing how accurate some of this stuff is for you guys a month down the road. Check out more of my info at beyondtheveiledtarot.com, and I will catch all of you guys back here in the month of October when we have yet another eclipse. So I will see all of you very soon. Enjoy the rest of your week. Take care.